Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was in Marvel and Got a Harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Back in Konoha he was known as an idiot, the shinobi that was hopeless at anything that wasn't running straight ahead at a threat, serving as the dumb muscle. To be fair, Naruto didn't do that much after graduation to change that perception people had about him, but it was still a bit demeaning. So, it truly came as a surprise to him that every single representative of the clubs he wanted to join pretty much accepted him with little to no hassle. The leaked rumors about his exam scores must have had something to do about it. Clones or not, it was still an amazing feeling to be seen in such a way. "Did you get into the ones you wanted?" came Kitty's voice from behind. Naruto turned around to see the new addition to the mansion sit down beside him for lunchtime. It barely crossed his mind that she had decided to do so since the rest of the table was empty. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, what about you?" Logan told me that I should go for something physical because I'm bad at it." "Like, I already know that. I just don't like football or soccer or anything that involves taking one stupid ball from one side of the field to another," ranted Kitty. "So boring. But Aurora told me that there are dance classes in here, so I went with that." "Dance?" Kitty nodded. "Yeah, ballet and some other styles." Her face then turned slightly pink. "Wanna come see me at practice sometime?" "We'd be delighted to. Won't we, Naruto?" interrupted Jean as she sat down on their table. Accompanying her were Aurora, Scott, and Kurt. Sure, we will," stammered Naruto upon hearing Jean's "be tactful" tone. "I'll be there when you want me to." "I'll tell you when. The only classes I've ever taken were years ago, so I'm very rusty right now," responded Kitty nervously, but the smile never went away. "Dance is a great way to improve your flexibility and endurance. However, like any other art, you must dedicate practice to it," declared Aurora. "I myself have taken some classes, and Jean as well. I'm sure you will enjoy it." Kitty laughed nervously. "Thanks, I'll try." "And you, Naruto?" asked Jean, changing the focus. "You really managed to get into all of the ones you wanted?" Her question filled with equal parts incredulity and a little bit of awe, something that made Naruto's chest puff out a little. "Believe it," he exclaimed loudly. The music and arts class took a little bit of convincing, but the science and math clubs were more than willing. Even got offered a place in the student council. "All of the clubs? That is insane, mein Freund," said Kurt in between mouthfuls of food. Scott, however, looked at things a little bit more negatively. "Remember that you still need to train with us. I don't believe that putting priority in this is such a good thing when you're still with the X-Men." Naruto was about to respond, but Jean beat him to it. "Well, at least someone is taking advantage of being in one of the best private schools in the country," she said, her gaze fixed on Scott and Kurt accusingly. "I told you before, Jean, I use all my time to train." "Someone has to do it," defended Scott, but his justification fell on deaf ears. "What about when we leave the institute? We won't be there forever. High school serves to prepare us for the future, help us gather skills for later. Training your mutant powers will only get you so far." Jean then looked at Kurt. "And what's your excuse?" Kurt waved his hands in front of him defensively. "Hey, isn't high school a place to have fun, too? I still need to acclimatize myself to this place, yeah. Besides, the less time I spend on the school, the better. Who knows when this little gadget decides to go kaput on me." Kitty shrugged her shoulders. "Guess he got you there, Jean." Jean shook her head. "No, you don't get away that easy." "Well, if it isn't the newbies," shouted a voice that Naruto recognized as Johnny Storm's. "Guess you're all fresh out of those midterms. Got to choose the clubs you're interested in. To be new and foolish." "You're still both of those," commented Aurora, her voice dignified despite the jab. Johnny pretended to be hit in the heart. "Aurora, my dearest, you wound me with your harsh words." Smiling, he sat down on the remaining seat left on the table. "How about I give you a ride on the way home? I just got my whip back from the mechanic." Naruto's eyes flashed. "Whip? Why would you want to use a whip on her?" His voice probably a lot louder than he intended. Johnny looked confused for a second before realization hit. "Oh, right. You're still learning English. Well, Whip is slang for car. As in, I just got my car back from the mechanic. You know that I dislike cars, Johnny, interrupted Aurora. Then I fear the future of our love is doomed, said Johnny with mock sadness. But yeah, Naruto. You can't just take everything literally on English, especially in New York City. There's so many uses for the same word. Huh, like what? Asked Naruto, arms crossed in front of him. Whack, said Johnny. You can use it to describe something that's awesome. Something like, that car is whack. I see. What else? Hot can be used to say that something's awesome as well, but also attractive. So, between us guys, he ignored the piercing looks of Jean. When someone says a girl is hot, that means she's beautiful. Naruto smiled. Ah, I get it, he exclaimed, so, like your sister. Naruto, growled Jean while all around the table there were different reactions. Both Kurt and Scott immediately did a spit take. Aurora's mouth actually opened slightly, and Kitty pursed her lips but said nothing. What? It's true. Naruto responded defensively. What had he done wrong? He didn't ponder long once he saw that fire exploded from Johnny's fists, the flames being pointed directly at him. An angry Johnny Storm was something Naruto hadn't seen before. Susan's younger brother always seemed so easygoing. What did you say about my sister? Johnny asked menacingly as more and more flames started to take over his body. Even some of the students from other tables started to notice. Naruto immediately put his hands in front of him defensively. I said your sister was pretty. That's all. You're saying she's ugly. As soon as he said that, Johnny stopped and the anger visibly drained away, which was followed by a chuckle. I guess you're right, my sister is pretty, but it's probably not a good idea to tell a guy that you're interested in dating his sister that way. Naruto blinked, trying to process what he just heard, and when he did, one could almost see a light bulb appear above his head. Huh, date. He shook his head. And no. It's not like that. Johnny laughed, as if the previous fury had never been there. Isn't it? You know, she's been cooped up in that tower begging for someone to take her out. I think I'll let her know about what you think. No, I didn't mean it like that. A date with someone like Susan Storm was a thing people would die for, but he doubted she'd be interested. Johnny did not seem to care as he immediately stood up and walked towards another table where the upperclassmen were seated. Come visit when you can. I think Reed has something for you, was the last thing Johnny said before his voice was drowned amongst the loudness of the cafeteria hall. Jean let out a long, tired sigh before looking at Naruto. I told you, tact, please have some tact, she pleaded. Naruto grumbled, resigning himself to finishing his lunch. He'd have to go to the Baxter building soon enough. Hopefully Johnny had only been bluffing. Don't girls like being called pretty? Yeah, but you have to be a lot more careful in the way you say it. Don't be blunt, say something poetic or subtle, compliment the little details, especially when you're in public. Poetry. You did get into the reading club, didn't you? They'll help you out. Naruto nodded. I guess. No, freaking way. Kitty interrupted, her gaze fixed on an enormous blob of a human being that had entered the cafeteria. If he could be summed up in one word, huge would be an apt descriptor. At least 6 feet tall, with a giant gut belly that seemed to be barely kept in check by the clothes that threatened to rip apart from the pressure. Is that the humongous guy that you and Logan went to see Saturday night? She asked Jean. Yeah, Fred Dukes. She looked at all of them seriously. He's an okay guy but please try not to antagonize him, said Jean as Naruto looked at the large quantities of food the giant mutant was piling onto his cafeteria tray. He eats as much as Naruto, muttered Kurt. Hey, that's not fair, responded Naruto as he looked at the amount of food. Kurt was kind of right, but even then, the months he had spent with Jean and Aurora were enough to implement some table manners into him. At least be a little more orderly. Kitty giggled. Yeah, but all the food Naruto eats goes into his muscles. Naruto nodded smugly. That's right, he said before returning his gaze back to the lumbering behemoth of a man that was curiously going to a table that was removed from everybody else. Already sitting there was a mutant by the name of Todd Tolansky, someone that made every person feel a lot better about their personal hygiene, and there was also someone that seemed quite familiar. What the hell? exclaimed Naruto, his hand pointing at the table where Lance Alvars was sitting next to Todd. When the hell did Quakey get in here? Besides him, Kitty's amazed expression turned into one of annoyance. He better not bring down the entire school this time. Naruto turned to Jean. Her brows were furrowed, a seeming combination of equal parts frustration and concentration. What's going on? Well, remember when I told you that Logan and I went to recruit Fred a few days ago? Everyone at the table nodded. When we went backstage, he was gone. The only person we found then was Principal Darkholme. Scott twiddled his thumbs. Now that you mention it, when you and Naruto went to Illinois, Principal Darkholme was also not present. Kurt suddenly jumped from his seat. You're telling me that they were enrolled into the school because Principal Darkholme said so? Why would she want to do something like that? Scott crossed his arms. I don't know, but it doesn't smell re. Before he had a chance to continue, a loud crash resounded across the hall. Naruto immediately joined the entire student body in searching for the source and quickly found it. Fred Duke's body had apparently been too heavy for his seat, and now the giant man could be found on the floor, with the massive amount of food all over him. Some of it had even landed on Jean's jerk of a boyfriend, Duncan Matthews, who, much to Jean's visible frustration, had been flirting with some of the cheerleaders at another table. It didn't take long for everyone to laugh. Even Kurt joined in a little. The only ones that were not amused by the sight were Fred himself and Duncan, who was approaching the gargantuan mutant in anger. You're dead, fatso. Apparently, Fred Dukes had a breaking point, the combination of being threatened with violence, humiliation, and the fact that people were laughing at him triggered it. Don't laugh at me, raged Fred while grabbing pieces of his food and throwing them at Duncan, dirtying the douchebag jock even more. Food fight. Screamed a student, and the cafeteria immediately erupted into chaos. The air was immediately filled with beef patties, beans, pasta, and bread, all of them covered with toppings and condiments. Most fled the hall as quickly as they could, but some decided to grab their own food and continue the fight. Naruto evaded all the stuff that was being thrown at his direction with ease. It would have been easy enough with just his shinobi skills, but the Sharingan made it even more trivial. The same could not be said for Jean, who was resorting to shielding herself with her powers. Scott had taken cover behind a table, Kurt had disappeared, and both Kitty and Aurora were close to each other, doing their best to evade the food. Sharingan eyes picked up an especially greasy and large hamburger that was headed straight towards Kitty's head, and instincts kicked in. With a wave of his hand, Naruto derailed the projectile from its course before it made contact. Kitty turned to him with a smile. Thanks, she said before grabbing Aurora's hand. I think we're gonna totally skip dessert. Both of them phased through the floor, as if it had swallowed the two female mutants whole. Grinning, Naruto turned his attention back to Fred. The giant man now screamed with rage, whatever little sense of inhibition that might have been left seemingly gone, to the point that he now grabbed a table and started to wave it around like it was a stick. Fred, stop, cried Jean as she tried to get closer, easily using her powers to deflect any oncoming debris. Her asshole of a boyfriend had already been knocked after Fred had flung a plastic tray at him. Naruto's breath skipped as he saw a swing of the table come dangerously close to Jean's head, and he immediately gathered chakra into his hand, forming an imperfect Rasengan. In less than a second, he was right next to Jean, just as another swing of the table was about to reach her. He thrust his hand forward, and even while incomplete, the Rasengan was enough to reduce the makeshift weapon to splinters. Naruto, gasped Jean before looking back at the giant mutant. Put the table down, Fred. Jean's voice was seemingly enough to bring Jean back to his senses. Jean, Fred muttered dumbly while holding only a foot of the table, what was left after Naruto's Rasengan. Baka, you almost hit her, growled Naruto as he got into a fighting stance. Fred glowered at him and raised his weapon, ready to continue the fight. Stop, I'll handle this, commanded Jean before lowering her tone. Fred, calm down, everything's fine. They laughed at me. They shouldn't have laughed at me, growled Fred, but his voice was less violent now. He even began lowering the club. No, they shouldn't have, assured Jean before turning towards Naruto and Scott. I'll be fine. Let me handle this, please. Naruto was hesitant but slowly nodded. Call me if you need me, he communicated to Jean. Her nod assured him that she would. He was lucky enough to leave before one of the teachers got involved. Quite the powerhouse I got around me now, Whiskers, said a slimy voice once Naruto was in the halls. Naruto smelled the source of the voice before he even saw him. Todd Tolanxi was perched over a row of lockers, below him stood Lance Alvars. Quakey, snarled Naruto, his body stiffening even though Lance stood tranquil. What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on a cell back in Illinois? Blondie, you may have gotten the drop on me the last time, but now I've been training with my powers. Next time, you won't be so lucky, said Lance while remaining still. You and the rest of your mansion nerds better stay out of our way. Naruto bared his teeth. So long as you stay away from ours. Lance scoffed before he started to walk away, Todd hopping behind him. It seemed that this little group had found a leader in the earthquake-making mutant. Naruto had to admit that between Todd and Fred, at least Lance seemed to be a bit less dumb. Getting worried, he walked back to where Jean's presence was and waited for her to emerge. Once she did, he managed to get one last look at Fred Dukes, whose face quickly glared as soon as Naruto appeared, and even more so when he left with Jean. School is going to get a hell of a lot more complicated, thought Naruto before grinning. Maybe it'll also get a lot more interesting. In all his life, Naruto could safely say that he had never dealt with a person like Kitty Pryde before. In many ways she reminded him of Ino, but kinder. Or maybe this was the other side of Ino. The one that Sasuke was more familiar with. The one that spoke just as loud but was infinitely more pleasant. The one that said compliments so blatant even he was able to understand. The one that constantly asked him to go out with her. Come on, insisted Kitty, almost tugging at his arm. It's the weekend and I don't want to be cooped up in the mansion. Let's go out. Right. I'm gonna go ask if anybody else wants to come. Nobody else wants to come, Kitty stated quickly and sharply. Let's just go, you and me. It was thus that Naruto ended up going to Salem Center, one of the oldest towns in the country. So many of his nights had recently been occupied with the goings-on of New York City that he had forgotten that there was a small town on his own backyard. The reason was simple, there was minimal crime compared to the giant city just south of them. Not that many clothing stores, grumbled Kitty. And I've just received my allowance from my parents. Bummer. There are many clothing stores in New York. Kitty grinned. Then you totally need to take me there tomorrow. I'm just an innocent girl from small-town America going to the big bad city on her own. Gotta have someone to help me out. Her voice was sweet, and with those brown puppy eyes Naruto felt the need to nod, even if Kitty was far from helpless. Well, I'm starving and I think I saw a nice place a couple of blocks back. It was indeed a nice place. Rustic, with small tables both inside and outside. A waitress asked them where they wanted to be seated. Kitty and Naruto agreed to sit outside. The waitress quickly gave each of them a menu. I assume you're here for the Saturday couple special, she asked, and Naruto suddenly became very aware of the small hearts that decorated the tables. Yeah, Kitty answered before Naruto could respond. I'll get you the free dessert after your lunch. Are you ready to order? Naruto decided to order both a club sandwich and burger while Kitty went for the healthier option of grilled chicken. While he was distracted, he started to notice more and more that the other people sitting around them were only couples, no families or groups. So, Kitty voiced, you already know about me, but what about you, huh? I mean, you have to admit that someone of your height, eyes, and hair speaking Japanese is kinda weird. I thought you were from Scandinavia or something when I first saw you. Most at the mansion already knew the story, so it didn't matter if there was another one. I'm not really from here. Kitty giggled. Yeah, I've gathered that. Naruto chuckled a bit as well. I mean, not from this planet. Kitty looked shocked for a few seconds before smirking. I can totally understand. Sometimes, I feel like I'm not from this planet as well. You're not. Kidding, Kitty laughed. But, seriously, you're an alien. Naruto nodded. I guess that's what you can call me. I come from a place where we still don't have as many things as you do. The internet. We could really use that. Whoa, I guess that explains why you're so strong. Is everyone as strong as you back in your planet? Naruto puffed up his chest. I'm a bit stronger than most, but we all use chakra powers, he explained. The whole reading minds and telekinesis stuff though, that's something I don't see over there. That's so totally cool, gushed Kitty, but calmed down a little when their plates arrived. Why did you come here in the first place? Escaping. Naruto shook his head. No, I was brought here after a fight. I used a powerful jutsu and my friend used a powerful one too. After we collided, I was sent here. He straightened himself on the seat. I've been talking to the professor and that stretchy Richards guy about a way I could go back, but so far we've been stuck. With determined eyes, he looked straight at Kitty. But I swore that I would return, and I don't break my promises. Oh, I see, muttered Kitty, slowly gazing at the table and biting her lip. The silence only lasted a little before her smirk returned. So, you're here until then, right? Yep, nodded Naruto. It was amazing luck that he managed to literally land on a place that accepted him so quickly. He'd be sad to say farewell when the time came. That's totally not fair, you know, said Kitty, her smirk now a full smile. You've been keeping this from me all this time. You owe me a trip tomorrow. A trip? Yeah, I said that you totally need to take me to the city tomorrow and now you have no excuses. I want to go the movies, too, and to Central Park. Kitty. She shook her head. No excuses. Besides, a great guy like you would never leave a lady all to herself, would you? Before Naruto could respond, she turned her attention to the waitress. Excuse me, could we order the couple's milkshake for dessert, please? It was thus that Naruto found himself roped to a trip to the city, and this time it wasn't to help Spider-Man beat up thugs. He woke up early and knocked on Kitty's door, explaining that if they didn't go early, the traffic would be unbearable. She looked annoyed but didn't argue. Once both of them were properly dressed, they set out from the mansion. Naruto grumbled at the idea of having to take public transportation, especially considering he had preferred to run during his past excursions. Want to try a less expensive way of getting there? It's gonna be a little less comfortable for you, he asked Kitty. Kitty nodded. Yeah, if I can use the money to get a new pair of shoes, then it'll be worth it. Naruto nodded and turned his back on her, crouching down a bit. Hop on. Huh. You need to hold on tight since there are no seatbelts. Tell me if you get tired of the Naruto Express so we can make a momentary stop, he instructed. She seemed to finally understand and carefully put both her hands around his neck. Naruto then grabbed both her legs and held them tight as if she was seated. Ready? I guess, Kitty whispered against his ear. He rose up and jumped towards the roof of the mansion, hearing Kitty yelp and tighten her arms around his neck. Making a point to be more careful, he started to speed up towards his now usual route. With time, Kitty started to ease her hold on his neck, more comfortable with the unorthodox method of transportation. Within time, that nervousness started to disappear as Naruto felt the arms ease their hold. At some point, Kitty even let out a woo, and giggled every time he made a jump, and he started to quicken up the pace until they reached the outer limits of the city. We're here, said Naruto, letting go of Kitty's legs, but unless we want people to take pictures of us, we're gonna need to go on the train or cab the rest of the way. There was also the fact that some people might recognize his jumping after the last weeks with Spider-Man. Without his mask, that would be a bad thing. You lied, you know, giggled Kitty. That wasn't bad at all. Looking at her, Naruto let out a chuckle. I thought most people would take time to get used to shinobi transportation. He looked at the city and thought for a bit. You know, if you can take that, maybe we can get even closer with another technique, but you don't like Kurt's teleportation, do you? Kitty shook her head. Well, it's not the teleportation itself, it's how he uses it to appear next to me all the time, that and the smell. Hold my hand, said Naruto, and she barely hesitated. Her hand was soft and small compared to his calloused one. It was to be expected with her not really used to combat. He held on tightly as he went about using the Shunshin technique. It was not really a teleportation technique as much as a high-speed one, but with that kind of velocity, Kitty wouldn't have noticed. He went from rooftop to rooftop, as they were often empty, until they arrived at a Manhattan alleyway. Yeah, way better than Kurt. Kitty looked around the city as soon as they left the empty alleyway. It almost reminded him of the way he looked at everything when he first left Konoha during Team 7's first mission. The next few hours consisted of Kitty dragging him to almost every clothing store she could find and asking his opinion about things. Like when he had done the same with Jean and Aurora, he really didn't know what to say aside from, "You look good." Kitty looked a little more frustrated, though. Even more so when she went shopping for bathing suits. "I think it would make me look fat." "Do you think it'd make me look fat?" she asked while holding a pink-colored two-piece. Naruto shook his head. "No way. You'd look great in it." The thought of Kitty looking fat was ridiculous. She might have been the slimmest and nimblest girl he'd ever seen. She nodded and put the suit on the cart before walking over to shoe area, and he almost groaned. The last time he thought Jean and Aurora would take the least amount of time picking out footwear. Turns out they spent the same number of hours of the previous departments combined in picking out the ones they considered the best. Jean even stared at a pair of high-heeled sandals for 30 minutes. 30. "I usually prefer sandals. I don't like closed footwear, makes my pedicure seem worthless," she sighed, "but winter is coming and we do live in the northern temperate zone. Plus, I'd rather not do combat training with my toes exposed." Even with her small rant, she ended up buying a diverse range of shoes, including a couple of pairs for ballet. By the time they were done, he was holding around 10 full bags of Kitty's purchases. Scott said that was the worst part of shopping with women, but it barely taxed him. Kitty looked sheepishly. "I guess I forgot about that, we were gonna see a movie." Her cheeks turned a rose-colored tint. "Could I be any more forgetful?" "Hey, it's no problem. Come here." He took her near an alleyway and he unfurled a small scroll. Thank goodness that Tenten had been patient enough to teach him about the most basic of sealing techniques. He grinned as Kitty's eyes widened once the bags disappeared into the scroll. "Oh my God," cried Kitty, trying to look where her purchases went. Did they get destroyed?" "No, they've been sealed inside." He summoned back the bags to demonstrate and then sealed them back again. "It's a technique from back home so that we don't have to carry everything everywhere." Kitty's mouth dropped in amazement. Do you know just how useful that is? People would kill in order to get technology that did something similar to that. There were even articles about an experiment a scientist was doing to reduce the size of organic matter, and you can just put them in, what? A pocket dimension. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders sheepishly. "I'm awesome. That is totally super awesome." Naruto mentally gave a fist pump. He couldn't help it, but every time he was complimented by people on this planet it never failed to send a warm, tingly feeling through his body, and he'd been complimented a lot of times since arriving here. For some reason, being complimented by a pretty girl his age made it even better. "Eat your heart out, Sasuke." They walked around, asking around for a place where they could see a movie when Naruto saw the familiar sight of the Baxter Building near Central Park. "You think we can make a small detour?" Kitty nodded and they both went towards the home of the Fantastic Four. "You know, when I woke up a week back, I could never have believed that I'd be meeting a bunch of superhero celebrities," said Kitty after they were confirmed to go in. Most people would usually be turned away, but he was a special exception. "Hey," came the energetic voice of Johnny Storm. He was lounging on a couch, reading a sports car magazine. "Guess you finally decided to visit." He gave Naruto a teasing smirk. "Isn't it a bit rude to bring in another girl when you want to date Sue?" Naruto tried to stammer out a response, but after a few sputtering attempts, he settled on a glare. If anything, it made Johnny laugh even louder, but even that stopped when he heard a growl from another room. The thing that came into view was apparently similar to a massive man. That is, unless one were to count out the fact that the skin had been replaced by orange-colored stone. Each step he made the whole room vibrate like a small earthquake, and his voice was gruff and rocky. Worst of all, he seemed really mad. "Ya damned plague, I know you're the one that replaced the sugar with salt this morning. I've had it with your," he looked at Naruto. "And, who is this? Some friend of yours come to annoy the hell out of me as well?" "He's my friend, but he's also Reed's friend," responded Johnny before smirking at Naruto, "and Sue's very good friend." The scene turned comical when the rock man turned sheepish. "Ah, sorry about that. I've been dealing with them Yancey Street yahoos more than I'd like." He gave them a grave look. Stay out of that lousy Yancey Street. Having never heard of Yancey Street, Naruto didn't have any judgments on it, but it definitely wasn't getting good publicity. He nodded slowly. Sorry, but your visit was wasted. Stretcho is doing some fancy-ass presentation in Europe. He left Sue behind to run things. He thrust his hand forward. Ben Grimm. So, this is the member I still hadn't met. He definitely got the most visible of all the powers. Naruto firmly grabbed the rock-hard hand. Naruto Uzumaki, and she's Kitty Pryde. Despite his appearance, Ben Grimm turned out to be something of a bit softy. Yet beneath that rocky exterior, Naruto could detect something similar to sadness. Perhaps it was because of the new appearance his body had taken. Being seen as a monster was definitely something Naruto felt he could understand. The sound of the elevator opening heralded the arrival of Sue Storm, her hands full with grocery bags. There you are, she sighed exhaustedly. Neither of you refined, strong men were kind enough to come with me to do groceries, so at least you can get them from the car. Oh hi, Naruto. Ya know I don't like showing this mug around, said Ben. Susan turned to her brother. Johnny waved his hands. I was at the garage, sis. If anything, this response made Sue's glare get even harsher. Naruto raised his hand. I'll go get them for you. He made a hand seal and spawned several clones who promptly went down the elevator while he took Sue's bags himself and went to the pantry. From the kitchen, his hearing was enough to hear Johnny chuckling. See, sis, your little boyfriend will take care of it. Well, at least he is behaving like a gentleman. It's more than can be said about you, Johnny. Kitty's voice joined in. Naruto is a gentleman, she almost whispered, too bad he's a little dense. Dense? Am I missing something? That's the first time I've been called a gentleman, said Naruto once he returned. The petite mutant squeaked. Why yeah, I mean you're really nice. Her face turned an unnatural shade of red. Anyways, so I'm super excited to meet you guys. Naruto told me tons about you. Good things, I hope, said Sue, smiling once she saw the Naruto clones coming up, their hands full of grocery bags. That is a rather useful skill. Should make cleaning a breeze. She sent a dirty look to both Johnny and Ben. Then again, I wouldn't have that much trouble if there was more help around. Hire a maid, or tell Stretcho to build something useful for once and create a cleanin' robot, ranted Ben. Sides, I would just break those fancy brooms and mops you bought. Sue looked like she wanted to tug at her hair. You know what? You two keep the place clean. That goes for Reed as well when he comes back. I'm taking a break. She walked to the elevator and looked at Naruto and Kitty, nodding at them to follow her. And I'm not cooking for a month, either. Naruto did not say anything to Sue during the ride down. She looked like she wanted to explode, even more than back then. She finally exhaled in frustration when they were out of the building. What were the two of you doing, besides trying to get into contact with the esteemed Dr. Richards? She said, gritting the last part through her teeth. Naruto was taking me out shopping, gushed Kitty with a girly giggle. Then we were going to go out for a movie. I think we still have enough money. Money. That was something that had been bugging Naruto for a while. Before becoming a shinobi, he was able to live thanks to weekly stipend given to him by the old man Hokage. Once he graduated, that stipend ended, but he then earned his money with the missions. It was lousy pay at first with all the D ranks, but it was nice to not have to rely on others for his basic necessities. Now, it was like he was back in square one with the professor giving him, Scott, and Aurora, the orphans, a weekly allowance for their needs. Naruto was unsatisfied with the setback, especially when he wanted some spending money to buy stuff for his nightly excursions. Kurt, Kitty, and Jean received money directly from their parents. How do I use my skills to earn money? A question for another time, but sometimes seeing those stacks of green bills he and Spider-Man discovered with the crooks made him think irrationally. Did you leave your bags in the building? Asked Sue, annoyance back in her voice. Please don't take it the wrong way if I don't accompany you back there. In fact, I think I could use a little retreat upstate for a few days while the boys decide to pull their own weight. Oh, Naruto is carrying them, said Kitty, nudging at him. He has a little trick up his sleeve. It's totally amazing. It was pretty clear that there was no way he was going to leave Sue with a question mark over her head, so Naruto retreated to a nearby alley and showed her the sealing technique. "That's amazing," gasped Sue. "I know. Totally, right," raved Kitty. "I don't think I'll have to worry about buying too much now." Sue's shocked face slowly turned into a smile, her eyes gleaming. "Well, I don't intend to be a third wheel, but I've been eyeing this dress a few blocks from here, and then there's this shoe store, and I really like this pearl necklace they have on sale near Central Park." Naruto grumbled. From a shinobi to a glorified shopping cart. At least the company was nice. Monday saw the start of a new week, and with that, a bunch of grumbled, half-awake students that trudged along towards the school. Normally Naruto would be the same, but today was the day he met most of the clubs he was now in. The science club was the best, but the most disorganized. Mainly because, science, was a broad umbrella term for everything that included biology, physics, and chemistry. During the first day, most students seemed to have congregated into the groups that were interested in the same areas that they were interested in. Naruto made sure to spend a little time with each of them. The art club was much more uniform, and they even got some tips along with complimentary sketchbooks and pencils. Math club made his head spin a little. The clones would be getting a lot of work from activities of this particular group. Kitty looked exhausted by the time she was done with her dance class, but despite that she was actually happy. "I've never had a workout like that in my life. My legs are on fire and my arms feel like lead, but I actually kind of liked it." She smiled. "Maybe I'm a bit of a masochist." "Maso what?" "Nothing." She grabbed her bag. "I'm so tired right now. Just wanna get to my room, do homework and sleep a bit before Logan tortures us to death." Scott already went out, and the car with him. He didn't like these high-tech transportation methods, but the professor had insisted that they remain inconspicuous. Kitty smirked and grabbed his arm. "We still have the Naruto Express," she whispered into his ear. "I kind of prefer it to Scott's little compensation machine." Naruto only thought about it for a little while before he returned the smile. "Hop on." He looked around and checked that nobody was watching, but before he even had the chance to jump, a voice rang in his head. "Professor. Naruto. I need help." Her voice was frantic in a way Naruto would never had expected from someone like Jean. "Please help." "Where are you?" Jean, he asked. Besides him, Kitty realized that something had gone wrong. "It's Jean, she's in trouble." Naruto's blue eyes met her hazel ones, and with as best a commanding voice as he could muster, he ordered, "See if you can find Kurt and transport to the mansion. I'm going to try and find Jean. Aurora must be here somewhere, too." "I won't leave you alone," she responded, holding onto his arm. "She can call to the professor, right? We have to be sure that there's backup, we don't know what's happening there. We may need everyone." "But, Kitty," he said gravely. "Go." If Kitty still wanted to argue, she did not, but worrying looks were still there. "Be careful," she whispered before sprinting to look for help. Naruto clenched his fists, concentrating to try and locate the source, but it was getting weaker by the moment. "Jean, where are you?" She had gone quiet, and his head hurt from trying to figure out where she was, but through the pain, he finally found an echo. He sprinted in direction of one of the more run-down areas, nearly on the outskirts of the town. He quickly looked at the debris left behind from a construction. She must have fought here, and clearly her opponent was not the brightest of kidnappers. There were dusty footprints leading away from the place. The trail continued differently but with similar signs: broken branches, trampled grass, and at one point he even found some candy wrappings in between. "Help!" Jean's voice returned, enough for Naruto to relocate the source, and his eyes eventually met some run-down buildings. It was the old abandoned ironworks factory. Nobody went there anymore, and the foundation was so unstable that even young people didn't use it as a hangout. It only meant one thing: it was perfect for the city's miscreants to conduct shady business. "I'm coming." He tried make his consciousness reach the professor, but it was too far away. "Damn it. I need to train better with this." Not being able to contact the rest of the team was bad, but he could not stop now that he was about to reach Jean. The trail led to one of the smaller buildings, probably a place for administrators. They'd have the most luxurious accommodations. The entrance was closed with a wooden door, but a quick Rasengan made short work of that. Naruto rushed in, his mind solely focused on one thing, to protect. Protect one of the people that accepted him so easily and without asking for anything in return. Through the debris, the first thing that popped into view was the dumb, deer-in-the-headlights look of Fred Dukes. "Where is Jean?" growled Naruto, feeling his eyes turn sharper. Behind the lumbering mass Fred, he noticed a faint glow. "Naruto, I'm here," came Jean's voice. "Be careful." Fred Dukes' face went from stupid to stupidly angry. "What are you doing here? You're spoiling our date." "Date? I've never heard of a date where one side didn't agree to it," yelled Naruto, trying to find the best way to get to Jean. "If you don't let Jean go, then I'll give you the beating of your life, blob." "Shut up," growled Fred as he charged towards Naruto. "Jean is with me." Naruto's instincts took over, enhanced by his eyes, but even a chakra-powered kick to Fred's face seemed to do no damage. This guy, a kick of that force would have killed a regular Earth human. Even so, Fred grimaced. "You hit pretty hard," he said angrily before attempting to clumsily grab Naruto's leg, but was unable to at the last minute. "But you're still a little gnat." He grabbed a big piece of machinery with seemingly no effort and attempted to throw it at the blonde. Naruto would have almost laughed. Despite his hulking form and incredible resilience, it did not make Fred any faster or graceful. He could have walked and still miss the massive gear sent at his way. Even if he couldn't figure out a way to hurt his opponent, clearly evasion wasn't going to be a problem. "I don't know what you want to do after school, but baseball pitcher is definitely out of the question." That definitely angered Fred, who began to throw more pieces, and the more objects he hurled at Naruto, the more inaccurate he was becoming. Unfortunately, the heavy pieces of metal he was throwing had to hit something, and that something was unfortunately the already feeble structure of the building. "You won't be able to beat him on a physical fight," Jean communicated into Naruto's mind. "Keep him occupied, I'll try to get into his mind and make him stop." Mind control, it was too dangerous. If the professor was to be believed, it was also immoral. But Jean was in danger. "All right," he responded. The life of Jean was more important than the rules. He got more aggressive with his moves, going for cheap shots that were meant more to annoy than to harm, but Fred Dukes could never be accused of being subdued, especially when one was to pester him. Anger was good, it would make it easier for Jean to access a distracted mind. "Are you getting close?" Naruto looked at the state of the building. Any more damage and it would come crashing down on top of them. "I'm not going to let you get buried in here." As a response, Jean grunted in frustration and pain. I need your help. If we can both link with each other." Naruto grit his teeth, trying to find a way to get Fred distracted long enough so he might go to Jean. He needed to get him out of the building for a bit. He felt pretty dumb that he had to think so hard about it, but sighed and hid before creating a clone. "You know what to do." The clone nodded and jumped from cover and landed just outside the building, still visible enough for Fred. "Hey fat ass," mocked the clone. "How about you leave your man cave and lose some of that weight out here?" It was an insult once thrown at Choji. It took the combined efforts of Naruto, Kiba, and Shikamaru to calm the Akamichi heir down. Fred Dukes didn't have the kind temperament of Naruto's big-boned friend. "I'm going to kill you," roared Fred as he charged at the clone, leading him outside the building. Naruto smirked, hearing the destruction that was being caused outside, the perfect distraction. He left the cover, going to the source of the light, and was greeted by the sight of Jean tied down with a steel beam to a chair, candles all around the room. "Geez, I'm not good at this, and even I know that this is creepy as hell." "Jean, you're all right." "Yeah, he didn't hurt me," sighed Jean. "How did you distract him?" "No matter, help me take this stuff off." Naruto nodded and quickly used his superior strength to bend the beam back to its original position, freeing the redhead from the chair. "There we go. Now, time to go and deal with the big guy." "No," said Jean, her voice low. "If we can get out before." She was interrupted by the sound of Fred Dukes re-entering the building, this time carrying a big metal dumpster bin. He barked at Jean. "You lied to me. You said you were my friend." "Friends don't hurt each other," lectured Jean through gritted teeth. "Let it go, Fred. You've already lost me as a friend, but you don't want to make me your enemy." Naruto slammed a fist to his palm. "If you go against her, you go against me." The warnings did nothing to deter Fred from raising the bin above them. Naruto immediately sprung to action and grabbed Jean, flickering outside the building. "Run," he told her, hearing Fred's angered roars. "We're out of there. Come with me and let's go back to the institute," urged Jean, grabbing his arm. Naruto shook his head, pointing at Fred. "That guy's out of his mind. He'll rampage all the way to town, people will be hurt, I need to grab his attention." Jean was silent for a moment. "You don't care if you get hurt." He shook his head. "Better me than you, or anyone else. I can take it." Jean did not leave, however. In fact, Naruto felt a warm hold tightly to his own. His blue eyes turned to see her green ones, both sets of orbs brimming with determination. "I'm staying with you," stated Jean. The strength in her voice was enough for Naruto to know that there would be no arguing, so he did not. "We're doing this together." "Together," affirmed Naruto, but inside he was a little nervous. Mind powers were so far his weakness, he had barely managed to transmit memory to a rodent, and now he was meant to stop an angry mutant that could withstand any attack that he had tried. "Remember to calm down and concentrate," said Jean, focusing on the massive figure of Fred charging at them like an out-of-control train. Naruto could feel Jean opening her mind to him at a much higher level than it had been before. He knew that this was a vulnerable position she had put herself in, so he did not pry any further than he needed to. Both minds were now directed at furious enemy going towards them. He let Jean take the lead, being that she was the more experienced one. A good idea too, considering the fiery storm that was Fred Duke's mind. "Calm down, Fred." Jean's voice was soft, but also resolute. "Stop running and sit down, now." Naruto took the brunt of the rage, but he still felt the very delicate dance that Jean was playing in order to calm down Fred. His grip on her hand tightened, and she returned it. It started slow, but soon enough the tempest began to recede, turning the once raging mutant more and more docile, like a baby going to sleep after a particularly nasty temper tantrum. "Go to sleep," Jean finished and severed the mind links. Naruto took deep breath, feeling a bit tired, but Jean was even more so. He moved quickly, and broke her fall just as she was about to hit the ground. Let me just lay here for a bit," sighed Jean, looking like she was about to go to sleep. "Thank you." "No problem," responded Naruto, fighting his exhaustion just in case Fred decided to wake up and resume the rampage. "There was no way I was going to leave you here." "Not just that," said Jean, her body felt more relaxed now. "You refused to let him rampage into town. Most people wouldn't stay and fight. You did." Naruto chuckled. "I'm not going to just let innocent people be harmed, especially not if one of those people could have been you or anyone else at the institute. Logan will give you an earful, you know. He's always said that if there's danger then you need to get the rest of the team together." He breathed deeply. "My sensei once said that those who break the rules are trash, but those that leave their comrades behind are even lower than trash." He laughed. "And you know Logan would charge in solo if he were in my shoes, despite what he says." Jean let out a tired giggle. "Yeah, you're right." Slowly, she started to get up from the ground with Naruto's help. "You're really dependable, you know." "Of course, I am. I mean it. When I sent out that signal, I thought the professor would take a lot of time to find me. I thought for sure that I'd be at least a couple of hours in that place. You found me so quickly." Naruto puffed his chest. "I have a lot of skills, Jean-chan." "You do. I guess there's a lot more to you than I initially thought." The sounds of a loud motorcycle interrupted anything Naruto might say. From the distance, he managed to see Logan speeding towards them, and trailing behind was Scott's flashy car, with Kurt and Kitty aboard. Up above, Aurora was fully decked as Storm and flying through the air. "Looks like the reinforcements have arrived," joked Jean. "Someone should have told them you were enough." Naruto sniggered and helped Jean slowly walk towards the rest of the oncoming mutants. It made him feel nostalgic for times past, memories of a planet far away. The X-Men, he thought, looking at all of them, greeting sheepishly when they came together. "My team, my friends." The week went by much faster after the whole debacle with Fred Dukes. Jean recovered after a day but was occupied with her soccer team and studies. Kitty was also very tired with the combination of dance classes and Logan's training. Naruto didn't really break a sweat with most of the danger room exercises, but the same could not be said about the professor's lessons. The only other thing of note was that he finally got the chance to go to that burger place Kurt was always sneaking to. However, once Friday hit and the homework was finished, it was time to go back to his nighttime activities. "There they go," said Spider-Man, looking through a pair of binoculars at some shady-looking men loading carts into a van. "Looks like the Italians. Italian mafia, Irish mob, Mexican cartels, Russian bratva." During the last month, Naruto had been learning all these names, different gangs that seemed to be divided by race, creeds, and traditions, yet almost all of them were dealing with the same types of activities. Some were allies, some were rivals, some just tried to stay out of each other's way. According to Spider-Man, these Italian guys were some of the more professional ones. "Did you see what they were carrying?" asked Naruto. "I really need money to buy my own pair." "Nope, but I highly doubt they'd buy lugging around assault rifles if they were transporting Twinkies, ninja dude." Naruto grumbled but nodded. "So, let's go and beat them up." "We could do that, or we could tail them and see where they're taking the stuff," said Spider-Man. "Then we can blow the whole operation off and not have to worry about them until some other gang takes over their trade." "So, how's it been going?" asked Naruto as he sat down on the edge of the building both he and Spider-Man were nesting in. Spider-Man chortled. "You want to start small talk, ninja dude. I'm not the best therapist. Waiting around is boring, I'm bored." Spider-Man hummed. "Did you hear about those new plans Tony Stark is having for high schoolers? Grants, internships, and even paid scholarships." Of course, Naruto had heard of it. Jean and Kitty had both applied, and they pressured him to do the same thanks to his grades. "I'm still thinking about it. If he was considered as a candidate, he didn't want to take some poor sap's place while he went back to Konoha. It could be my chance, you know. I don't have a lot of money, but that could be my ticket to a better job." Naruto grunted. Gonna be hard to juggle around a job and being Spider-Man at the same time. Spider-Man sighed. "Tell me about it. I've been trying to find a way to make some extra cash, but trying to keep a set time is like attempting to stop a dog from marking its territory. It's nearly impossible to." He stopped talking and focused back on the binoculars. "Hold on to your hats, the wise guys are on the move." Putting the binoculars back on the bag, he jumped off the building. Naruto jumped right after the red and blue wall crawler, his red eyes fixed on the white van that was now driving through less crowded streets away from Queens and into what he recalled was Brooklyn, but even then, it did not stop there. After what seemed like an eternity, Naruto and Spider-Man tried their best to discreetly follow through the bridge that led to Manhattan. "Hell's Kitchen," Spider-Man said with a grave tone so uncommon to the webslinger. "Get ready for anything in this neighborhood, we're far away from the small leagues now." The van finally stopped in front of a run-down warehouse. Two armed men came out of a door and immediately opened the gate for the van to come in, closing it as soon as it entered and then going back inside. "There's two guards on the roof, but that's all I can see," said Naruto, using his eyes to perceive two heavily armed men. "I'll take the one on the left." "Let's get this over with, ninja dude." Spider-Man yawned. "I want to get back to snoozing." Naruto stealthily jumped to the warehouse roof and took out the guard with ease, taking the rifle and using his strength to bend it until it was useless. A muffled thud made him know that Spider-Man had taken care of his end. Looking carefully, Naruto noticed that there was a large window and gingerly crept towards it, getting a good look at the inside. A goon took of the top of a crate, and the blonde saw that it was filled with assault rifles. "Weapons," said Spider-Man once he managed to peek at the interior as well. "People around the world have been clamoring for more now that Stark has gone off that market. Guess these guys are taking care of the supply now." "I'm going in," said Naruto. "Doesn't look like there's a lot of people around." "It's almost easy," agreed Spider-Man. It was easy, way too easy for a warehouse that contained merchandise easily valued in the millions. Even the goons looked young and inexperienced, like they didn't even know how to hold their weapons effectively. "Is everybody else on lunch break?" asked Naruto. "I dunno, let's just report this to Captain Stacy and get out of here. I don't really know any Manhattan officers to know if they're crooked or not." Spider-Man then raised his head in alarm. "I knew this was too easy." Naruto felt it too. A quick activation of his eyes made him see it, dozens of people, all of them exiting from vans, all of them heavily armed. They moved quickly, like a professional team, blocking off every exit and swarming inside like wolves to an injured prey. It was a trap. "Got him, boss," barked one of them, turning to man dressed in a fancy suit. The supposed leader took a drag from a fat cigar. "So, you two are the ones that have been giving the Don such a hard time." He took another drag. "Such a shame, but you should have known not to mess with the magia." Naruto tried his best to stay calm and look at a place where he might take cover, but every corner of the warehouse seemed to have the business end of at least one rifle pointed against it. He could get to Spider-Man with a sunshin and try to get away, but a single bad move and his blue and red-clad friend would end up full of holes. "You know the Don's orders, don't make too much of a mess." The sharply dressed man took a final drag of his cigar before leaving, shutting the door behind him. The sounds of cocking guns were heard all around the warehouse. Then, everything went black, the lights had been snuffed out. Naruto immediately puffed out of the way before the deafening sounds of rifle fire heralded the lead projectiles that would have torn even his own enhanced body to shreds. He barely had enough time to confirm that Spider-Man had also sprung into action and was now picking the goons one by one with the darkness on their side. Through the blurry black mire, Naruto's eyes managed to notice the presence of another person. This one seemed to move through the darkness like it was a bright, sunny day. The newcomer didn't even finish beating one goon before detecting another one and delivering a heavy pummeling with a blunt weapon. Shots kept on getting fired, but thanks to the speed and skills of their opponents, most of the goons ended up hitting either the walls or their own comrades, and not one time did they hit their intended targets. The sounds of gunfire got progressively less pronounced. Some of the smarter thugs decided to bail. The stupider ones were either convinced that they would be able to finish their job or were too afraid of returning to their boss with failure. Whatever might have been the case, muted painful moans soon reigned over the warehouse. "Yeah, that's Hell's Kitchen for you," grunted Spider-Man, looking for a place to turn on the lights. "You go out looking for bacon, and you get the whole damn pig. Good thing we had the devil himself on our side." He quickly found the switch where Naruto first felt the presence of the newcomer. "This is not your place." That was the first thing Naruto heard from the clearly older man. "You two are meant to be taking out bike thieves and purse snatchers, not one of the most powerful criminal organizations in the world." The man in question was dressed in a crimson outfit so dark that it almost turned black in the right lighting. The suit perfectly accentuated the powerful frame, the only place that was not covered was the lower face. The pattern of dark red was interrupted in one place, the eyes were bright ruby, like they were the gaze of a demon from the darkest depths of an abyss. "Who are you?" asked Naruto, his posture still ready for action. Spider-Man landed beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Ninja dude, meet the devil of Hell's Kitchen." Most people would be too afraid to do James Wesley's job. Indeed, working for someone as erratic as Wesley's boss was usually a death sentence if bad news were to be ever delivered, but he was someone that had a wide array of skills not commonly seen in the underworld of New York City. Skills that made sure even someone like the Kingpin would appreciate enough to not dispose of him if things did not go exactly according to plan. "The Magia are getting frustrated again," he said to the massive silhouette that was overlooking Manhattan, cigar smoke wafting in the air. "They've been unable to take down the vigilantes that have begun to operate recently. The dawn is getting louder, so loud that I fear our law enforcement friends will not be able to keep quiet." At first, the only response was loud drag of an expensive cigar. More of the heavy smoke soon followed, the figure still by the plexiglass wall. "Silvermane has never taken failure well, he will raise hell before being allowing any slight against him, even if it puts the rest of the organization at risk. Our contacts in the government have been trying to feed us information about the three agitators, so far nothing. It seems they're smart enough not to show anyone their identity. A shame, it'd be easier to go after their families. I'll talk to our teams to make better efforts to take them out." "No," came the firm voice of the massive man. "I think we might use this to our advantage." "Are you sure that's wise?" It wasn't really a question. Once his boss had a plan, there could scarcely be a chance to convince otherwise. Our nature as humans is to immediately seek and put down the rabid dogs, the diseases and plagues that start to fester in our homes. But, another loud drag of the cigar, what if the disease could be controlled and directed to another place? A seemingly wise decision, doubtless what the Tatars were thinking when they threw those plague-ridden corpses over the walls of their enemies. The problem is, of course, that sometimes the plague bites back. That's why we find a way to cure the disease before it spreads to us. There was a final drag of the cigar before the figure finally moved from his position. One might think that Wilson Fisk was morbidly obese, but they would think twice of attacking him if they knew that what they thought was fat was in fact pure muscle. Silvermane, the Russians, the Mexicans, the Irish, I do not believe myself to be the same as these people. They have no vision, no plans to better the lives of the people of this city. They rape it every day, and I do believe that they've been indulged for too long. The Kingpin slammed his hand on the table. Let them be loud, so loud that they can be put down even in the darkest night. Our masked freaks can help us with them, and our friends in the NYPD can take care of the rest. Wesley closed his eyes and gave a slight nod. Before I go, about the failure of Mr. Smith. He has a son, does he not? 2. Go for the younger one, a broken limb can give quite a scare to a father. Wesley gave another nod and was about to leave the office before turning back one last time. Which limb, Mr. Fisk? All of them. Naruto effortlessly dodged yet another red beam that was sent his way. Even without the Sharingan activated, it was quite easy to evade the kinds of things that the others seemed to have so much difficulty with. At Naruto's side, he saw Kitty jumping and landing face down on the ground before the crimson ray of energy hit her. She had just enough time to use her powers and phase through another projectile, letting out an involuntary scream. Kurt was just teleporting around, but Naruto could feel the tiredness coming from the blue-skinned teen. Kitty stood up and was apparently giving up on dodging, relying on her phasing ability to prevent the beam rays from hitting her. Every power took its toll, however, and she soon looked like she was about to collapse from exhaustion. Naruto had just enough time to jump to her location and grab the petite girl before jumping to safety. Thanks, Kitty whispered tiredly. Do you mind if I just collapse now? Tired already? Not all of us are stamina freaks from another planet. Some of us are actually human, grumbled Kitty, staying silent for a few seconds before adding, well, close to human anyways. More turrets appeared from the walls, the business end of the barrels already teeming with crimson-red energy, but before they could fire, Logan's voice rang from the speakers. Session is over. Come to the control room. Finally, sighed Kitty before collapsing down on Naruto's arms. Naruto stared at the sleeping girl, thinking of a way he could wake her up. He ended up doing nothing, just doing a shunshin to the control room where everybody in the team was already waiting. The professor looked to be in deep concentration and Logan was looking at the TV, seeing a conversation between a young reporter and a middle-aged man. I am now with the publisher of the Daily Bugle, the esteemed Mr. Jameson. She turned from the camera to the aforementioned man. Mr. Jameson, what are your thoughts on these recent reports of masked vigilantes taking the law into their own hands? They're a menace, thundered Mr. Jameson, eyes looking like they were about to pop out from their sockets. These masked ruffians are nothing but trouble, I tell you. This fine city already has a police force worthy of its name. Why do these miscreants feel the need to showboat while putting innocent people at risk? But there's also the Fantastic Four, and they just saved thousands by dealing with the mystery of the massive sinkholes that have been appearing across the world. They are different. We know who they are, and they are beholden to government of these great United States. Why does this Spider-Man not show his face? Why does this so-called Daredevil hide his identity? And who is this Maelstrom I keep hearing about? What did they have planned that they're so scared to face the public? They're criminals, that's who they are. Vigilantes. Outlaws. The streets will be safer once these weirdos are out of the picture. At least we're getting recognized, Naruto grumbled. The television was now showing several pictures that must have been taken without them noticing it. Embarrassingly, there was a snapshot of him carrying a whole box of pizza while jumping from one rooftop to another. Do you think they are mutants? Questioned Kurt, who had somehow gotten his hands on a giant sandwich. The two wearing hand-me-downs. Maybe, Logan responded in his usual gruff tone. The older one. Nah, that's just good old training at work from what I've seen. Before the conversation could continue, the professor got out of his psychic trance. Cerebro has detected a new individual in Mississippi. We need to go for her, immediately. What? Sighed Kitty, showing little signs of the previous exhaustion. I'm sorry Professor, but we just went through a 4-hour intense training session under Logan. Mind if I drop out of this one? The flight will take a few hours and you can rest while we get there. I expect all of you in 20 minutes. With that, he left the room and the rest of the team behind. At least let me take a quick shower. Naruto was about to set her down but she shook her head. No, take me there, pretty please. You're really comfy. Spoiled, muttered Logan while Kurt just laughed. Another quick shunshin and he deposited Kitty outside her room before going to his own. It was a good idea to have a shower and to change to a secondary outfit. The X-Men uniform was certainly a lot better than the outfit he wore during his nightly escapades. Form-fitting and tear-resistant, it's such a shame that he couldn't use it unless ordered by the professor. Too bad he was terrible at knitting anything new the way Spider-Man had mentioned he was doing. I'll wake you up when we get there, he said to Kitty, letting her rest between two seats before taking a seat himself besides the professor. Why are we responding to this so quickly, Professor? She's afraid. Afraid, alone, and disturbed. She's a danger to herself and others. Already I detected that great harm has been done to one individual, and there may be more later. Right now, she's gone rogue. You can imagine how dangerous that can be with untrained powers. So, we're trying to convince this rogue to come to our side. Asked Jean. How do we approach this? Keep your distance, try to use words. We still do not know what her powers are or what harm it can pose to people. Do not agitate her. Scott interrupted with a humorless chuckle. You talk of her like she's some sort of animal. In response, Logan gave a low grumble. When it comes right down to it, you'll find that people are not that different from animals. Especially when one finds herself cornered. The next couple of hours consisted of them resting for the late-night mission. Luckily, there were emergency rations in the Blackbird, enough to give them a bit of energy before they arrived at the surprisingly hot and humid southern state. So tired, groaned Kitty once she was nudged awake by Naruto. Let's just go and get this over with so I can go back to bed. I got dance classes tomorrow and I swear to God that I'm gonna die if I go this exhausted. They hid the Blackbird in an isolated area while the professor ordered Jean and Scott to go to the hospital where the rogue mutant's victim was. A few minutes later and a location was sent to the rest of the team to some typical middle-class suburban home. It didn't take them long to see that the property showed signs of forced entry. Be careful, growled Wolverine before issuing orders. Storm, take to the skies for recon. Shinobi, you go behind the house and wait. He glanced at Shadowcat and Nightcrawler. You two, with me. Hey, since when am I being called, Shinobi? You took your sweet time to pick a codename, Gaki. I'm either calling you that or, Brat. You decide. So lame. Everybody's got a cool nickname except me, sulked Naruto before he went to behind the house and waited for anything to appear, but the only person to come out of the ransacked building was Shadowcat, who shook his head at him. I see something. Storm shouted from above. 4 houses north of here. I see flashes. Let's go, barked Wolverine, literally sprinting towards the place Storm had signaled. If there was an obstacle in place, he just jumped over it, as did Naruto. Nightcrawler would use his teleportation abilities, and Shadowcat would phase through the walls. It was night, but the streetlights were enough for Naruto to see her. Pale skin and auburn hair with a white streak in her bangs. She was shorter than both Jean and Aurora, but much taller than Kitty, especially with the platform boots she was wearing. The wardrobe was what really made Naruto curious. Even in this damp and humid weather, she was almost completely covered up with the head being the only exception. There were even leather gloves on her hands. On further inspection, her upper body was mostly covered with a green, sheer-like fabric, but it still seemed a bit like overkill in this climate. The robe was talking to a woman who, given the dark-colored glasses and walking stick, was probably blind, but turned to see them and her face immediately went from visibly frantic to downright terrified. She bolted before they even had a chance to approach her. Wait, Nightcrawler grabbed Wolverine's shoulder. She's scared of you. Let me try, he said while clicking on his watch, going into his more human form. Naruto pushed chakra into his eyes and started tracking the many signatures that were nearby. Even with the amount, most were asleep at this hour, only one was currently running across alleyways and backstreets. No, there was also another significant one. Just behind the fleeing rogue, in fact. One that he had felt before. Wolverine let out an annoyed grumble before speaking. Alright, I'll go look for Chuck. He turned towards Naruto. Shinobi. I'm seeing another signature, it's following her. Looking at the rest of the team, he pointed at the direction. I'm gonna go after the pursuer, the rest of you go after her. You're not going alone, kid. Tell Storm to go after you. Logan turned to the Shadowcat and Nightcrawler. Don't frighten her, and look after the half-pint, would you? Hey, responded Kitty's indignant voice. Storm, Naruto called, his eyes looking at the figure in the sky. Yes. Do you see someone following behind the rogue? There was silence for a moment before Storm responded. I see her now, she's changing shapes, now she's taking my appearance. Naruto had never heard her be so angry before. She immediately stopped her role as reconnaissance and made a beeline for the location of the mysterious pursuer. Wait, warned Naruto, but no response came back. He jumped from his position and immediately rushed to where Storm was descending. The white-haired woman may have had the gift of flight, but Naruto's chakra-enhanced speed was enough to win the race. To her credit, Storm looked a lot calmer when she landed, but her jaw was still tightened and her now white eyes appeared to be ready to cut steel. The blonde's attention was captivated by his teammate for only a few seconds before turning to the opponent. At first, a perfect mirror image of Aurora was staring back, but upon seeing her opponents, she started to shift her appearance again. Dark red was the color of her long hair, with blue skin and golden eyes. A white outfit enveloped her body, contrasting with her skin. Around her waist was a belt of skulls. Mr. Uzumaki, Ms. Munro. So, disappointing, she drawled. Who are you? Storm demanded, doing an admittedly good job at controlling herself. The woman gave a smirk with a sadistic edge. Oh, did Charles never tell you about me? Such a shame. One would think that he would have informed his subordinates better. Then again, he always kept his cards close to his chest. Naruto slammed his fist against his palm. No matter. You're going down, lady. He charged at her, trying to send a kick to her stomach, but the woman was surprisingly good at dodging, possessing a very flexible body. At one point, she even had him at the defensive. You've been using tricks to scare her away, Storm interjected after only a few moments of the light clash. Dishonorable, and unacceptable. Mystique let out a dark chuckle. That's rich coming from your side. How many telepaths does Charles now control? How many times has he used it to his advantage? Do not fool yourself into believing that we're the only side that uses tricks to get what they need. Naruto felt a little confused. Tricks? What tricks? He felt small when both women looked at him incredulously. After the dead silence, Storm laid it out on Naruto. She's been shapeshifting into our forms and attacking the rogue to make it seem that we are the enemies, she stated. The gears finally turned inside Naruto's head. Ah, I see. He pointed an accusing finger the blue-skinned woman. That's dirty. Such childishness, mocked Mystique, skin turning white and her hair blonde until a perfect replica of Naruto stood where her true form had once been. I'll have to use you now, with any hope, you'll understand. Naruto grit his teeth, but the anger did not prevent him from thinking fast. He summoned 2 clones. You're not the only one who can do dirty tricks, he said before both replicas transformed. One took Mystique's true form, with blue skin, crimson red hair, and yellow eyes, the other took the appearance of Principal Raven Darkholme. What? Mystique sounded both surprised but mostly infuriated, the adult version of a kid that had their candy taken away. Don't you dare, she growled. To Naruto's annoyance, it was still in his voice. Too late. Mocked the clones before they jumped out of sight while the original stayed behind with Storm and Mystique, the latter dropping her Naruto disguise in lieu of the normal, blue-skinned appearance. When I kill you, growled Mystique, eyes like a bright yellow venom, I will do it slowly. I'd love to see you try. Taunted Naruto, sticking out his tongue. Aurora intervened, her anger was now replaced by her usual stoic demeanor. I think you have lost. Best for you to go away before I lose my temper again. You are all children, following a blind man into oblivion, spat Mystique. Do not think that you have won, for the true war is yet to come, and you if you do not grow, you will perish. She threw a bomb into the ground, smoke filling the area. When it was gone, she was nowhere to be found. Naruto was about to comment on his triumph before the memories of his clones came back. He turned towards Storm. Well, she might be scared of some of us, but she's pissed off at Mystique and Principal Darkholme. What did you to her? Mystique, Naruto clarified, showered her with toilet paper. Naruto. Naruto put his hands up defensively. Hey, look at it this way, there's no way she's going with Mystique now. Aurora still looked at him sternly but eventually sighed and took to the skies. Even this planet can't appreciate a good prank, Naruto grumbled to himself, jumping from his location, tracing the chakra signatures until he found the runaway rogue once again. It was not long until he found his target. She was stomping around a backyard, looking like she wanted to murder someone, discarded toilet paper strewn behind her. After a closer look, Naruto saw that she was wearing a black skirt, stockings, and halter top, with a green sheer see-through blouse covering the rest of her upper body. Gloves on her hands completed the outfit. Naruto landed just a few feet away from her. Hey! He saw her turn around, jade eyes flashing at him angrily. Who are you? Another person that's going to pile on me today. She definitely sounded pissed. Pissed, but exhausted more than anything. Raising his hand nonchalantly, Naruto introduced himself. Naruto Uzumaki, awesome shinobi, future Hokage, and member of the X-Men. X-Men? She asked, adding fear into the mix. You're the people trying to kill me. Naruto shook his head. No, you got it all wrong. But it was too late, the rogue resumed her retreat again. Grunting, he followed after her. We're not trying to hurt you. We're friends. He eventually cornered her near an abandoned field. She was haggard, breathing deeply and dark bags under her eyes. Green eyes, however, were still brimming with the will to survive. I'm warning you. She took out one of her gloves and held her palm like a weapon. Not backing down, Naruto walked towards her. I promise that I won't harm you, but we need to get out of here. He quickly got close, until she had her back pressed against a fence. Come with me. No, please, just leave me be. She yelled while quickly putting her hand on his cheek. Naruto stood still, feeling the cold, nervous hand that had been placed on top of his birthmarks. He watched as a look of disbelief was painted on the rogue mutant's face, like she expected him to drop dead just from a simple, almost gentle touch. I can touch you, she stated, almost a question but still as if she was affirming a fact. How can? He gently took her hand into his own warm ones. Listen, we're the good guys. Someone out there has been manipulating you, and well, I did it too. No, idiot, don't tell her that, we're only trying to help you. The rogue shook her head. I dunno what's going on, I just want all of this to end. I want to be alone. Naruto shook his head. No, you don't want to be alone. Believe me, shutting yourself is not the answer. He tightened his hold on her slightly. I hate to tell you this, but the people looking after you will never let you be alone anyways. Come with us, we'll tell you everything. The teenage girl started to breathe normally until the rest of the team came to view. She panicked once she saw Wolverine carrying an unconscious Nightcrawler. Behind them was Kitty and soon after, Storm landing beside the slim wall phaser. No, she tried to run away but Naruto maintained his grip. It's alright. They're friends, assured Naruto, finally letting go of her hand when he was sure that she wouldn't bolt the second he did so. You've been fooled by a shapeshifter. She turned to look at Naruto. Her eyes were green, very similar to Jean's. How do I know I can trust you? Naruto tried to think of a reason but in the end merely shrugged his shoulders. Well, you really can't, I guess. Someone once told me that I'm a terrible liar. He looked back at his team. Jean, Scott and the professor had now arrived as well. Naruto is correct. You have been fooled by a woman called Mystique, a shapeshifter that's known for using manipulation to get her way. We give you a decision to come with us, but it is that, a choice. Mystique's offers or commands masked as choices, said the professor. We can teach you to control your powers. She shook her head vigorously. No, you can't help me. There's no control in this. Everyone ought touch. She took a deep breath before looking at Naruto. Everyone ought touch, except him. You'll have help with us, then. The Xavier Institute will readily accept any mutant in need of assistance, you are no exception. She looked around at anyone, like a cornered animal trying to see if the creatures around it will either aid or kill. She put her black glove back on and nervously walked to where the professor was sighting. All right, guess. She sounded like she was still alert, but too tired to fight further. Her defensive posture did not change, even when they went back into the Blackbird. She found the most isolated, quietest corner and sat down with her back to a wall, still looking for any signs of danger. Hey, what's your name? Asked Naruto. We can't keep calling you, the Rogue, forever, can we? I have no name. No name that's important, anyways, she said, looking at all of them before her gaze landed back on Naruto. Rogue is just fine. A new name for a new life, right? There goes the little bit of privacy I had been enjoying lately, whined Kitty. Since the professor had been currently looking at enrolling for other students, sharing rooms was going to be an inevitability, and so far, that had started with Kitty and Rogue. I mean, she's not bad but, you know. Naruto nodded. The last time he'd had to share a room with someone else for days was when he was at the orphanage. Back then, he had very little to hide. Bunking with another student would mean that he'd have to be extremely careful about going out to fight the baddies. What do you think of her? Asked Kitty. She was talking about Rogue, of course. I think she's nice. Well, yeah, you would. She mostly wants to talk to you. She does. Kitty sighed. She's nicer to you, at least. Don't you notice these things? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Not really. I thought she was nice to everyone. She mostly ignores everyone, deadpanned Kitty. But she keeps to her side of the room, so I really can't complain much. Naruto looked at the time. I have to go to the club now. I'll see you back at the mansion. Getting into so many clubs seemed like a good idea at the time, but it was definitely stressing his time to the limits, and Logan was already complaining. It would be so much easier if he could use clones to attend all of them, but just like in the Shinobi Academy, schools kept a strict record of attendance in America. When are you going to drop out of some of them? You know you just can't keep all of them. He grumbled. Think I'm dropping art and music, the teachers there are beginning to get on my nerves. You need to calm down, Naruto. Listen carefully, Naruto. Use your imagination, Naruto, he mocked, trying to mimic the voices of his teachers. I just don't have the gift. Kitty laughed. Patience is not a gift, it's a virtue. I'll stay in with the reading guys for a bit more time. English is still my second language. I'm not letting go of the science club, though. That stuff is awesome. Last time, somebody almost blew up the classroom. Guys and their explosions. Kitty's grin dropped. Are they asking about Principal Darkholme as well? They are, but it's not like anyone liked her aside from the Loserhood. Most of the members of the club were bullied by them and Mystique turned a blind eye against the complaints. I expect most people will be glad if she never comes back. Yeah, her replacement will probably do better. The bell rang for a few seconds. See you at the mansion. Naruto would be back at the institute, just not the original. A clone would go home and go to his room in order to maintain appearance while he himself would go to fight. The moment the club was over and no one was in sight, he flickered to a concealed place so he could change into his gear and set off for the city. He couldn't wait until midnight this time. The work had been getting harder now that both he and Spider-Man had shaken the hornet's nest known as the Magia. Once he was out of sight, he flickered to a concealed place so he could change into his gear and set off for the city. It was quite a routine now, going to Queens. With his regular speed, he could there in an hour, the same for the trip back. Both Naruto and Spider-Man also had a usual meeting spot, which made it quicker for them to get down to business. Naruto only waited a few minutes before his partner arrived. He was different. Dig the new suit, boasted Spider-Man, showing off the new outfit. Been working on it for months. In terms of colors, they were the same as the old one, but now it was more defined, more uniform than the last one. It reminded Naruto of his X-Men suit, form-fitting and flexible. He didn't know if it was tear-resistant, but he definitely green-eyed his partner. "It's all right, I guess," he muttered while looking away. "It's all right to be jealous," mocked Spider-Man while continuing to pose exaggeratedly. "Look, I even have a Spidey signal." He pointed to his belt and a bright light sprang from it. "It's so awesome. Aren't you going to be cold wearing spandex in early December?" mocked Naruto. Spider-Man dropped his pose and sounded like he was sputtering. "It ain't spandex." He tried really hard to hide a shiver. "It's a work in progress. What about you? You finally got a hoodie to cover your hair but nothing else aside." "I don't so," muttered Naruto, his face souring into a pout. "But if I did, it'd be better than yours." "Oh ho ho. Is that jealousy I hear from the ninja dude?" "I am not jealous." He was. If only because he wanted a more appropriate suit. The spider logo was pretty cool as well, and the Spidey signal was a nice touch, not to mention eye protection and overall professionalism, and it looked so flashy and memorable. I am not jealous. If you're always this loud, then it's no wonder why you got so easily trapped. The voice came from the shadows, formless until its source stepped into the light, an older figure clad in a crimson costume. "If you are serious about going after the most dangerous criminals in our city, be a little more professional about it." Naruto waved the concerns away. "Do you know where they are, then?" Daredevil's bright red eyes shone. "I've been scouting them for nights now. The warehouse you hit would have given me vital information, but you hit it before I could gather intel." The words were accusatory, even if the tone of voice didn't change. "There's more warehouses that we need to get. Most of them will be carrying weapons. We'll need to do it carefully. Remember, there are civilians about. They must not get caught in the crossfire." Naruto gave a thumbs up. "Gotcha, stoplight. It's Daredevil." Spider-Man sighed. "He does that. I think he may have even forgotten to add the hyphen to my name." Daredevil did not say any more, jumping to another rooftop while both Naruto and Spider-Man followed him from their meeting place all the way to one of the docks. To any passerby minding their own business, the place would look abandoned. Naruto's senses told him that despite the darkness, there were several dozen armed men loading equipment into a small barge. Like before, the criminals were armed professionally compared to the thugs one would usually find prowling the streets of the massive city. Almost all of them were sporting assault rifles or shotguns. The patrols were also well coordinated and were using radio communications to relay messages to each other instantly. "Well, they got it locked down," grumbled Spider-Man once Naruto had handed the binoculars back to him. "They're constantly communicating with one another and there are almost no blind spots. How do we do it?" Daredevil's eyes showed no emotion. "We'll have to wait for an opening, no matter how long it takes, eventually they'll get tired." Naruto shook his head. "What about the other areas? We need to hit those as well." "They'll have to go for now. Our priorities are the civilians, the ones we are fighting for. The criminals are secondary. Justice will take its due one day, even if it's not this one." The only swayed Naruto for a few minutes. He didn't come all the way down to the city to watch some guys load weapons into a ship while munching on some delicious meatball sandwiches. An involuntary growl left his stomach. "That's it. I'm done with this sitting around," he yelled, jumping from his position. Naruto barely heard Daredevil yell out a, "Hold it." But he was already running full speed towards the dock. There was no opening that the blonde could exploit, at least not one that could finish them quickly. Making the usual seal, over 100 clones were created and sent towards the gun-toting enforcers. "What the?" came a shout before gunfire drowned anything else. More rifles joined the chorus soon, so loud that the noises from clones being dispelled into nothingness could not be heard. Only the thick smoke that resulted from it, allowing the rest to reach their targets without getting hit. The rest was chaos, with the first clones being shot and turning to smoke, blinding the area with thick gray clouds and serving as camouflage for the remaining replicas make a beeline for the first line of thugs. An all-out brawl erupted next. In some instances, the thugs managed to get a clear shot of one of Naruto's clones, but it was clear that most were panicking at the number and were shooting into the fog. After half of the enemies were taken care of, Spider-Man and Daredevil finally caught up and jumped into the action. Spider-Man swung through the night, using the momentum to hit a sniper on the roof squarely the face before sending webs to yank the rifles out of other shooters. Not to sound overly British, but do you have a license for that, mate? In contrast to Spider-Man, Daredevil was completely silent, a force of nature that used extremely well-honed martial arts to defeat opponent after opponent like a well-choreographed dance. Every movement seemed synchronized, as if the thugs knew they were going to be beaten and were more than willing to fulfill that role when Daredevil bludgeoned them over the head with his baton. If Naruto was being honest with himself, after learning what most of these thugs had in their arsenal, he was beginning to get bored. Even the common thugs back in his own planet were stronger than these people. He knew that one bullet could be fatal, but using clones was a good way to assure that it didn't happen. The ability to use his mental powers to rip rifles from his enemies made it even easier. After that it came down to using overwhelming physical force and it would be over before he knew it. "This is boring," muttered Naruto after he knocked the last thug, who had been hiding behind a wooden crate, unconscious. "We might as well just go to the top and get the leaders already." He turned towards his companions. If it was possible, Daredevil's crimson eyes burned even brighter than usual. "What the hell were you thinking?" he roared, pointing outside the docks. "There are still homes and families nearby. A stray bullet is all that it takes." "I took care of them quickly and easily," retorted Naruto, crossing his shoulders smugly. "There's no need to worry when I'm around." Daredevil shook his head. "Be more conscious of what you're doing. How about you plan your actions and the consequences before rushing in like a child?" "Well, speed it up, geezer. If we go at these guys harder, we'll be able to wipe them out faster. You aren't dealing with simple drug peddlers here, this is the Magia. They have more up their sleeves than assault rifles. Slowly and carefully is the only way to not get innocent people killed," countered Daredevil, before taking a deep breath. "If your eyes can't see your mistakes, what good are they?" With that he jumped away. "I'm done with the two of you." "Wait," yelled Spider-Man, who until now had been webbing their foes for the police. "We're supposed to be a team, right?" Daredevil turned back at them one last time. "Then grow up and act like a team. Until then, I refuse to babysit overexcited children who care more for glory than the lives of the ones they claim to protect." With that, he ran towards a building and climbed until the devil of Hell's Kitchen could be seen no more. "Wow, I guess this is what it's like to fail the masked weirdo job interview," joked Spider-Man before yawning. "Well, guess it's time to go hit the sack. You're giving up this early." Spider-Man shrugged his shoulders. "There's nothing else to do for now. If something big happens, I'll hear it on the police radio." "You're just cold. Should have gotten a better outfit," muttered Naruto but waved Spider-Man goodbye. He looked around and surveyed the aftermath. There must be something that could help him track down the other traffickers. Unfortunately, these Magia guys were more competent than the usual hoods he was used to dealing with. For the next few minutes, Naruto made sure that the thugs were all secured for the police. He also felt a little guilty when he pocketed the money on their wallets, but he was still looking for a way to get some extra money. Busy, he barely listened to the footsteps approaching from behind. Hello," greeted a nervous voice, and Naruto turned around to see a skinny young man that was looking at the beaten thugs with awe. "Man, that is awesome." The blonde was dumbfounded at first but was not one to turn away praise. "I know, right?" He immediately coughed and tried to put on his more mature voice. "I meant to say, only doing my service for the city." "Yeah, I've been following you and Spider-Man." He unzipped his backpack and took out a few photos. "About time that somebody started doing a better job than the police at getting rid of these criminals." Naruto nodded. "I gotta go now," he said, but before he managed to jump away the slightly older man yelled at him. "Wait," he exclaimed, waving his hands, enough for Naruto to look at him. "Look, I know I can't really do much to help you guys, but I really want to." "No need. We don't do this to get paid," replied Naruto. "It'd be nice if we got paid, though. Not like that. I mean, I want to help you take down these guys, and I think I might have found something." He took out a laptop and tried to show the blonde vigilante. "I can't show you without internet, but I think I managed to get into a private network they use to coordinate their movements." I'll help you find them. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? That's great. If we know where they are, then we'll be able to take them out in no time. All right, replied the young man. I'll give you my contact information 1 week from now next to that pizzeria by the Baxter building. Tony's. No, the one with the alleyway. Joe's. That's the one. Okay. I'll see you then, assured Naruto and was about to flicker away but asked one final thing before he did so. What is your name? You can call me Mike, responded the young man, who was already leaving the scene. Gotta make a call, but I'll see you later, and, if you can also contact your 2 friends, then that'll be great as well. Naruto gave Mike a thumbs up, jumped towards the nearest rooftop. This was extremely good news. If he could destroy all of the Magia's operations, then he had little doubt that there would be a significant decrease in crime. Not to mention that maybe Daredevil would get that stick out of his ass if he no longer had to stay out every night looking for mobsters. There were some days, and those days had been increasing regularly, where Jean didn't know why she even bothered with Duncan Matthews. Her sporty boyfriend tried to justify when she caught him flirting with the cheerleaders, but even then, she knew that that was just an excuse. Duncan had been flirting with cheerleaders just days into their relationship. No, recently, the redhead had just been getting progressively more annoyed with his attempts to make everything better. He never failed to disappoint. Her thoughts shifted to another table, where Scott sat looking as sour as always. Scott was a good choice, same age as her, driven, intelligent, easy on the eyes, among other things, but there were other things she could not overlook. His dedication to the X-Men probably being the biggest thing. Yes, Jean was a mutant. Yes, she was proud of it. But being proud of being a mutant did not mean that being a mutant was her identity or her life goals. She wanted to get out there. Go to college, have a career, be a bit more normal. Professor Xavier didn't just train them to use their powers, he trained them so they could fit in with the rest of society. Scott, however, did not appear like the type that would leave the X-Men anytime soon. Hey, said Kitty, interrupting Jean's musings. How are you doing? Studying for the exams, deadpanned Jean. Every year gets harder and this semester is no exception. I have to keep my grades up if I want to get into that Stark scholarship. Kitty plopped on the opposite end of the table. Yeah, ESU is totally expensive, but with that Stark scholarship. Jean nodded and took another bite of her meal. It wasn't as bad as far as cafeteria food went, but given the appropriate ingredients, she could definitely pull it off a little better. Anything you want to talk about? The petite teenager seemed a little nervous. I wanted to ask. She bit her lip. You and Naruto seem a little close. Oh, she's going there. It's not what you think, Jean responded calmly. He's a good, dependable friend, but just that, a friend. Sue, you're not pining for him or anything. Jean shook her head. Don't get me wrong, there's almost nobody else that I would want to watch my back during a fight. He's the best teammate and friend one could ask for, but is something else. She shook her head. He's a little too much for me. Like that little brother that you're always having to clean up after. Too brash and loud for me, and he has to learn even the most basic forms of tact. Kitty had a satisfied smirk on her face. Gotcha. I just needed to know, she said before digging into her own meal. I have to ask. Does it not bother you? Asked Jean. She tried not to be rude, but despite his best traits, she found it hard that someone would start looking at Naruto as boyfriend material. He's hyperactive, immature, rushes into situations without thinking first, shows off a bit too much, he's constantly rude, and, just in terms of trying to get his attention, he's denser than a neutron star. Finished Kitty with a giggle. Yeah, I know that, but I try to look at it a different way. There's a lot of positives: brave, loyal, hardworking, intelligent. Even when he's being rude, his heart is totally in the right place. She turned a bit pink. He's also kinda cute. As for the flaws, continued Kitty. Yeah, they're there. But I think that people can grow out of these and still keep the good things about them, you know. A devious smirk formed. He just needs the right person around him. She turned serious again. Also, before I ask her, what about Roro? Jean firmly shook her head. No way. I've known her since she was 11 and she's never shown romantic interest in anyone, and she's had a lot of suitors. I doubt she sees Naruto as anything but a friend. Great! Exclaimed Kitty. I guess that gets rid of all the real competition I have. Wouldn't want to go against you and Roro on the looks department. You're a beautiful girl, Kitty, and if you think that looks are the main reason to get Naruto's attention, maybe you're looking at the wrong guy. Kitty scoffed. I mean, look at my choices. There's Kurt who constantly gets under my skin with all that teleportation stuff. Scott just wants to train all day and follow the professor, and the last two men in the mansion are kinda illegal and super creepy for someone my age. She looked at a table behind Jean and shuddered. I guess there's the Brotherhood but, not a freaking snowball's chance in hell. Did he already tell you he's from another planet? Jean did not know why she was so adamant about pointing out all the bad things that would come out of a relationship with Naruto but continued anyway. He's trying to get back to his home and when that happens, that'll leave you here. Kitty bit her lip and looked down. I mean, how possible is that? We can't even get to Mars and from what Naruto's told me, his country is less advanced than ours. Jean sighed. If anything, she had to be a bit jealous at how resolute Kitty was about what she wanted in a relationship. Look, just be careful, okay? Last thing the team needs is broken hearts. You worry too much. I'm 14. Let me do stupid 14-year-old stuff while I'm still a teenager. She stood up and took her tray towards the table where Naruto and Kurt were eating. I just hope there's not too much drama over this. Aurora and I may not be pining after him, but, her eyes concentrated on another table, where Rogue was doing a poor job at being subtle about sending Naruto glances. I can't say the same for others. It was damp, humid, and dark, but at the same time it was as if the place was not even truly there, bordering between reality and imagination. Naruto could count the times he'd been in here with only one hand and even with that fact, he still knew exactly where he was. Wading through the shallow water, Naruto saw what he had already expected. The giant metal bars appeared to be as imposing as ever. They had to be in order to hold back their prisoner. Said prisoner being the giant fox that had been sealed inside the blonde shinobi since birth and was currently laying his massive head on his paws, looking like he wanted to sleep. What do you want now, furball? He asked the Biju. The Kyuubi did not move, only opening one angry, red eye. I'm not the one that called you, Uchiha scum. Then why am I here? Naruto asked, the demand a little more childish sounding than he would have liked. The giant Biju closed his eye and growled without moving. Don't know, don't care. Shut up or leave, I've had my fill of Uchiha trash to last 1,000 years. Naruto glared at the giant chakra monster. I told you that I'm not an Uchiha. My name is Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Shut up. Get out of my sight. Spat the Kyuubi and said no more. Glaring for one final time, Naruto turned away from the bars and went back to the hallways, the dim lights barely illuminating the many rusted doors that led to someplace or another, or nowhere at all. Just as he turned a corner, there were two branching hallways waiting for him at the end, a never-ending maze of secrets unknown to him. Letting out a yell, he rested against a wall and tried his best to reach something. What the hell am I doing here? What am I supposed to do if the furball doesn't want to kill me? Left. The voice that reached him was old, powerful, familiar. Shaking his head, Naruto walked towards the end of the hall and turned to the indicated direction. Right, declared the wizened voice, and once again, he reluctantly followed the way. It went on like what seemed forever to him, but eventually Naruto arrived to the end of a hallway that had no other branches, only a door that looked better kept than the rest. Enter. The place was in many ways similar to the room where the Kyuubi was incarcerated, but there were several differences. It was somehow a bit brighter, and the water looked more pristine than the one he'd been trudging through in the hallways. Anything else quickly went unnoticed in favor of the man floating above the water. He appeared to somehow be sitting on air, surrounded by a set of black balls below his form. In his arms, he held a shakuho, atop his legs, a sword. Dressed in a white robe, it almost blended with his grayish-looking skin. It's you, Naruto stated, trying to gauge a reaction, but he saw none. Are you finally going to speak to me? The man took a few long seconds to open his eyes, purple with rings in a ripple pattern. Naruto didn't think he'd ever be able to forget them. We shall see if you can truly speak, he communicated with his mind. Naruto scoffed and glared. You wanna do it like this? Fine, let's get it over with. I've been waiting for answers for months now. The man's eyes were like daggers as they pierced Naruto's blue orbs. The ability to grasp vocabulary is one thing, making good use of dialects is another. I am cognizant that you desire answers to questions you do not yet know, but it does not mean you deserve them. Naruto felt a fire inside his body wanting nothing more than to explode. Deserve? What does this have to do with deserving anything? Why do you not tell me anything? Because the information is useless to you right now, the man responded calmly, never moving a muscle, not even blinking. All of that is in days to come, the present is where your concerns must be. Are you ready to listen? Naruto curled his fingers into a fist and grit his teeth but nodded anyways. Very well. Sit then. And get wet, snarked Naruto, crossing his arms again. Trying to make me a fool is useless, the only one who will suffer from ignorance is yourself, responded the man. Naruto let out a heavy snort of annoyance but took a deep breath afterwards and concentrated on levitating himself. It was something he'd been working with Jean recently, but he was nowhere near as proficient as her. There. He gasped, almost losing his balance after dedicating enough concentration to telepathy and telekinesis at the same time. Mental powers are so damn troublesome. It will have to suffice for the moment, the man almost sighed before a large scroll unfurled itself in front of Naruto, a brush with ink right next to it. Let us commence by trying to copy the formulae. It is an elementary seal, even a novice should be able to recreate it with ease. Naruto started at the long parchment with disbelief. Calligraphy. You bring me all the way here to do calligraphy. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? If he wanted to sigh, then the old man showed no sign that he would do so. Fuinjutsu, the most complicated and essential of skills that every sage must dominate. Alas, very few people retain the abilities of yore. Especially with the downfall of the Senju and Uzumaki. The mention of his surname made Naruto immediately perk up his ears. Uzumaki. What do you mean? The idea that his name meant something had never crossed his mind. In the academy, the names, Senju, Hyuga, Uchiha, and even less prominent ones like, Inuzuka, and, Nara, were all over the place. The name, Uzumaki, was unknown by everyone he ever asked, even the Sandaime. That is a question for wiser man, not a boy, responded the man. Continue with the lesson that has been granted to you, or return with nothing. Naruto grit his teeth and glared at the man. You can't just say that stuff about my name and leave it there. I need ands. His concentration was shaken and he fell down from the floating position and on the water. Humiliated, the blonde stood up and continued to send visual daggers. One day, it will be revealed to you, but not this time. Right now, you must learn to keep your silence and learn. Finally moving, the man grabbed a brush and replicated the symbols with ease, eventually stopping the use of his hand and doing it with his mind, yet the quality was not sacrificed. You can use telekinesis? Asked Naruto, the fire slightly abated now that he had to concentrate on sitting on air again. A modern term, but I do possess powers of the mind. A brush floated next to Naruto. Let us resume. Naruto felt the itch to ask more questions, but decided to let it stay at that, gritting his teeth with a brush in hand. The symbols were a lot more complex than he was used to. Tenten's lessons were exclusive to sealing objects, but he managed to trudge along anyway. It felt like hours as Naruto drew what seemed to be the same things over and over and over again. If I knew it'd be this hard, then getting out of art class may not be a good idea after all. Use your entire arm, make it more fluid, use the brush as an extension of thine limb, and thine limb as an extension of thyself. Yeah, grumbled Naruto as he half-assed the entire procedure, wanting to just get this whole thing over with so that, hopefully, the old man would loosen his lips. So, are you gonna be my new sensei, then? What is your name? I am here to impart knowledge, make of that what you will. As for my name, you can refer to me as Hagoromo. For what seemed like a slim moment, excitement triumphed over impatience. Are you gonna teach me new ninjutsu, then? For the first time since Naruto had seen the old man, he saw something other than cold stoicism. No, I will not teach you any ninjutsu. He spat out the last word in particular, and this time he finally used his true voice. Why not? You're a sage, aren't you? Sages are meant to know plenty of ninjutsu. That ninjutsu you speak of is a mere bastardization of ninshu, a noble art that was created for the purpose of reconcilement and peace, now used to fuel conflicts between nations, families, brethren. That's not true. We use jutsu to defend ourselves and the ones we care about. Retorted Naruto, releasing his sitting position and standing on the water again. I always fight for those I care about. Is that true? Responded Hagoromo, his hands again grasping the shakuho but not moving aside from that. Are you under the belief that the best way to undertake the security of your loved ones is to charge at your foes? Have you ever thought that there are alternatives? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's the way we've been doing this forever, old man. Not forever, not when Hamura and I led our people, not when I ascended from Gaia and unto the universe, not until Ashura and Indra. Hagoromo's voice sounded tired and filled with grief at the mention of the last two names. What are you going to teach me then? Tea ceremonies, flower pressing, origami. I need to learn how to fight. No, growing up is what you require. Hagoromo took the shakuho into his arms. You regale me with tales of defending and protecting, yet all I have seen and heard is of a child rushing into peril. Are you so eager to ignite conflict? Naruto stepped forward and looked at Hagoromo straight in the eye. You're wrong. I fight to help others. Is that correct? Did you not wish to fight so you could become a warlord of your village? For what? To then engage in endless strife with another warlord. Sat my inquisitiveness then, child, why does aiding your fellow man come in the form of a clenched fist? Some people need to have a lesson beaten into them. Some do, others do not. Has it ever crossed your mind that there might be a different end to a conflict that did not involve slaughter? Sky blue eyes narrowed. I've never killed anyone. Hagoromo closed his strange eyes and took a deep breath. No, you have not. A moment of silence passed before Naruto saw the ringed purple orbs open again, sharp as daggers. But you will, and when the time comes, you must learn the value of life. I already know that. Hagoromo let out a sigh that could almost be mistaken for a cynical laugh. Do you? You seem very eager to beat your enemies into submission, but you leave the welfare of your allies to others. Naruto crossed his arms. I'm not a medic, old man. I will admit to having a disdain for your jutsu, but there is one that passed down from one of my own teachings. The sage let go of his shakuho and his hands began to take a green glow. At least this one has not been bastardized yet. Realization dawned on Naruto. That's Ba-chan's green hand healing thingy. The mystic palm, nodded Hagoromo. It necessitates exact chakra control and a tempered mind to master, but there is no more useful technique for immediate healing. Then it's useless for me. My chakra control sucks, responded Naruto, his thoughts going back to the difficulties he had with the normal clone jutsu. That is why a tempered mind is necessary, countered the old sage. Naruto shook his head. Forget it, my chakra reserves are too big. That's not something you can train away. Not if you were a normal person, but you are not. There was once a shinobi had much more chakra than you have now, and this art was second nature to him. And who was this great shinobi? Senju Hashirama. You may know him more as one of the main founders of your village, and its first Hokage. He, more than any other leader, knew the cost of taking a life. Hashirama preferred to preserve them rather than snuff them out. Ba-chan's grandpa. That ain't fair, responded Naruto, his mind briefly returned to one of the few of Iruka's classes he bothered to pay attention to. He was Senju, those guys had natural chakra control. The remarkable nature of their chakra helped, but it was also training that helped him maintain a high level of control, and the best method of control is to keep a calm mind and a focus on your task. Hagoromo closed his eyes again and picked up his shakuho. Join me in meditation, he ordered telepathically. Naruto almost screamed at the thought of doing meditation. Ero Sennin had tried to get him to do it several times during his training and it had been utterly boring. He assumed the position, but his mind wandered off to other things. First to Konoha, like it had done so many times in the past, the temptation to wonder about what the village was without him would always creep deep into his thoughts. He then thought of other things as well, mostly of Reed Richards and the possibility of some new discovery that allowed him to travel. Then there was his new team. What would he do once he went back? Would he be able to visit them again? Would he be able to travel between his planet and Earth? He would very much want to keep seeing his new friends. Especially Kitty, who would ask him first to take her to all sorts of places in a way that no other friend had asked him to. Rogue was recently asking him for similar things, less enthusiastically than Kitty, of course, but just as constantly. Your mind wanders. Once again, I impart to you the fact that, by trying to fool me, the only one that gets fooled is yourself. The blonde Jinchuriki glared. I was thinking about something. I too thought about the opposite sex when I was your age, but it is imperative that you fight the urges until the appropriate time. Naruto went stone-faced while his mind started to process what the old man had meant until the gears clicked into place. That's not what I was thinking, Arrow Gigi. In any case, please try to vacate your thoughts from any distractions other than the task before you. Start by focusing on your breathing. I assume your instructors gave you the knowledge on how to inhale and exhale appropriately. The next, minutes, hours, days, Naruto found it hard to tell the difference. They were spent on trying to focus on anything that was not the complex act of breathing. To be fair to the archaic sage, it was a lot more intricate once he really started to concentrate on every minute detail. Now try to do the signs and concentrate on your chakra control just like you did with your breathing. Naruto resigned himself to following the orders and did the hand seals. To his own surprise, he managed to sense a tingling sensation on both his palms, followed by a greenish tint starting to flow from it for just a few seconds before he broke concentration and it went away. I did it. A little bit of progress, but it will take a lot more than what we have accomplished today. Nevertheless, we have succeeded in establishing the fundamentals. Your heritage should help with the rest. My heritage? Asked Naruto through gritted teeth, fully expecting the old sage to evade the topic again like he'd done so several times now. Hagoromo gave a gentle nod. The man known as Senju Hashirama, he was your great-grandfather. It felt as if a boulder was dropped on Naruto's stomach, completely taking his breath away. His eyes fixated on the floating sage, fully expecting the geezer to laugh and tell him that it was some sort of joke, but only seriousness was reflected in those ringed eyes. What the foo? It's time for you to leave now, announced Hagoromo, like he hadn't said something that was currently making Naruto fail at forming any sort of response that wasn't gasps or heavy breaths. Wait, Naruto finally shouted, but his world went dark and numb until he was once again greeted with a small bit of light. Somebody had turned on his bedside lamp. Are you alright? It was Kitty's voice. The door was still closed. She must have gotten in using her phasing ability. Her and Rogue's room was next to his. Naruto blinked, his eyes replied in a slurred voice. Yeah, bad dreams. Kitty laughed nervously. I could hear you from the other side. Rogue's a heavy sleeper, though. Naruto returned the laugh, equally as awkward. Sorry. I'm alright, though, and tomorrow is Saturday. You can go back to sleep if you want. The tiredness in Kitty's face vanished just as she was about to walk through the wall again, replaced by a familiar smirk. Well, I won't be getting much rest if you like. Have bad dreams, would I? He tried to shrug her off. Don't worry, I'm fine. I don't think it was even a bad dream. Just confusing. Well, I think I can help you with confusing dreams. My mom used to say that if you have something that you like before you go to bed, then you'll be protected. She smiled, slowly sitting down on his bed. Is there something you want? Ramen. What? No. Think about something other than food for once. Kitty half whispered, half shouted. She looked at Naruto expectantly as if waiting for an answer before sighing loudly and getting under the covers. Obviously, in order to help you sleep better, I'll accompany you throughout the night. Blurted Naruto, but it didn't stop Kitty from getting under the covers and resting her head on the spare pillow. It's the best solution, she responded matter-of-factly, scooting even closer. Besides, I'm a bit cold, all alone and all the covers don't make difference. Her brown eyes doing that puppy dog look. You're a gentleman, aren't you? You're not like, totally let me freeze to death, right? Naruto tried to find something to say but nothing came out. There was enough room for both of them in the queen-sized bed, so limited space wasn't an excuse. Think about it, I won't have to wake up during the night and you have someone to help, reasoned Kitty, turning off the lamp. Don't worry, I don't snore, I think. I do. I'll endure it. She let out a noticeable yawn. So tired, I want to sleep all night. Kitty said no more after adjusting herself one last time. True to her word, she did not snore. Soft breaths told Naruto that she was indeed asleep. There's a girl sleeping in my bed, Naruto realized after a few dumbfounded minutes. He debated whether or not he should get out of bed, but the night was indeed cold and sleeping on the couch was not something he was looking forward to. Besides, she was warm. Warm, and clingy. It didn't take more than a few minutes after Kitty went back into slumber for her to search for something to hold on to, and, seeing as she had taken the spare pillow for herself, that something was Naruto. Her slim arms eventually encircled his own, two soft legs wrapped around his left one. Naruto did not know what to feel about it. On one hand, it felt nice, on the other, he was extremely confused. Was this something that girls did? Did they do it with their best friends? With other girls? Questions whirled around his tired mind, and when fatigue started to set in again, he found another benefit to having Kitty sleep alongside him. It almost made him forget about what the old sage had said. Naruto had rarely seen Scott Summers as agitated as he was now. The cause of this was probably a phone call that he had answered a few hours ago. The name that was being constantly repeated was Alex, and nothing more. Who is Alex? Naruto finally asked the professor once Scott had left the office. Scott's younger brother. I do not feel at liberty to say more than that. It is Scott's story to tell or not tell, responded the professor. Scott was mum on the subject, even to Jean. He spent the rest of the day shooting targets on the danger room by himself until Logan of all people told him that he needed to take a break. After that, it was a long time locked inside his room. He's my little brother, he finally told the rest of the team the following day. I thought he had died years ago in the plane accident where my parents died. Now I find out that he was alive all this time. Jean nodded and stood up. That's great news. Why are you so angry, then? A tired breath left Scott's mouth. I don't know. I guess it was just, remembering. His tone returned to the usual strictness. I'm going to meet him tomorrow at Hawaii. Hawaii, exclaimed Kitty with shining eyes. Yes, just what I need in this weather. She grabbed Naruto's arm. Oh, it will be great. Bright sun, warm beaches, soft breeze. Active volcanoes, snarked Rogue. Yeah, about that. We're going in the usual three-person approach, the professor, me, and, since Aurora and Wolverine are away, so it'll be Naruto. What? No fair. We need somebody to look after the mansion, said Scott before leaving to his room. We'll only be away for a few hours anyway. Naruto turned around to see Kitty's looking down miserably. Have fun, she mumbled before phasing through the ground. The professor was waiting for them early next morning by the Blackbird, ready to drive the high-tech plane himself. Scott was silent most of the ride while Naruto got bored extremely quickly, wishing that he was traveling with Kitty or Jean or hell, even Kurt. They would have been more fun, at least. It was pretty hot in Hawaii, even if the volcanoes were not spewing lava at the moment. Naruto could almost forget that it was winter and snow was already falling back at the mansion. Now I see why Kitty wanted to come. Another time, assured the professor as the trio exited the Blackbird. For the moment, we're not here for pleasure. He turned towards Scott. Did your brother tell you where you were meeting? I do. I am sorry, Professor, but I think I would like to approach this in private. The professor nodded. I understand. Naruto and I will only be there if you call on us. Scott led both of them to a set of suburban homes before he stopped and walked to one of the doors, knocking, and waiting. His face was a myriad of emotions, so many and so conflicting that Naruto could not really put them all together at the same time. Eventually, the door opened and Scott stood, transfixed at the sight of a younger boy that Naruto surmised was Alex Summers. They stood silent for a while before both of them grabbed each other in a tight hug, followed by Alex inviting Scott inside and the door shutting behind them. Best leave them alone for now, said the professor before moving his wheelchair along the street. I think it's best that we prepare ourselves. I believe we will be having some company soon. What? I feel a presence, even though I can't use my powers with his helmet, I can always detect when Magneto is near. Naruto immediately stiffened, remembering the man suited in red and purple from the day of his arrival, and the powers over metal he'd seen that day. We need to tell Scott and his brother. Let us try and confront him ourselves. Hopefully it won't come down to violence. He moved his wheelchair to an empty basketball court and waited. Show yourself, Magnus, the professor called to the air. The metal fence surrounding the court started to vibrate, the swings to the side also began to move around. On the small park at the side, more of the attractions shook and creaked until the once quiet area was filled with the sounds of rusty metal groaning and screaming. A shadow fell over Naruto, blocking the piercing sun. He looked up to see not to see a cloud, but the outline of a person descending from the sky. He'd only seen two people use flight before, Jean and Aurora, neither of them experienced enough to float as gracefully as the man coming down on them. Charles, said a deep voice, the same one that Naruto had heard then but could not understand. Nothing passes you by. Magnus, or do you still go by Eric? You have changed too much, old friend. The professor had a hint of sorrow on his tone that Naruto had never heard before. I changed what was necessary, to see to the survival of our kind. One have had to do it. Why have you come here, Magneto? Will you not let two brothers reunite before you seek to drive them apart? It is not I that makes that decision, Charles, the one that sides against their kind is you. The poles of the metal fence began to rise and form around Magneto like a circle of spears. You should have brought the rest of your team, Charles. Before the metal poles were sent their way, Naruto had already placed his hand on the professor's shoulders and used a shunshin to escape the impalement, reappearing a short distance away. You sure that guy was your friend? He's trying to kill us. The professor shook his head. He already knew you would intervene. If Magneto wanted to kill me, I'd know and there would be little you could do. No, he's trying to intimidate us into going away. Say what you will about him, Eric does not wish to kill his own kind unless he finds no other alternative. He won't try to kill me. No, but he is not above wounding you, warned the professor. I'm afraid his helmet was designed to block telepathic powers. Naruto slammed his fist against his palm. I'll take care of him. Just keep him occupied while I go and get Scott. Turning on his Sharingan, Naruto leapt from the hiding spot and towards Magneto. Hey, Tin Man, I'm over here. Concentrating on his chakra, he summoned around 100 clones before ordering to charge against Magneto. In response, the Master of Magnetism had the poles from before returned to him before sending them towards the clones. After the first 10 clones were speared, the poles were maneuvered around to knock, slam, and thrust against the rest. Not even one replica managed to get to him. When the smoke disappeared, Magneto hovered as before like he hadn't moved an inch. As if to prove a point, more metal junk rose from the ground and floated around Magneto, the once unoffensive items now turned into weapons ready to strike at a moment's notice. As a response, Naruto tried to use his own powers to control the non-metal debris around, but it was not as much and didn't look nearly as menacing as Magneto's arsenal. There was also the fact that he still wasn't good enough to fly. I admire your courage. Too bad it is wasted on Charles Xavier. It was eerily creepy the way the voice came out of the figure without being able to see his face. I know you, just from the moment we first met, continued Magneto. I know your face, at least, the face of someone that knows what it is to be different. Naruto grit his teeth, a brief flash of memories from Konoha got to him, but not enough to keep him from what was happening. So, you're still the bad guy. Am I? I am only looking for the best interest of mutants. Maybe you are, but there are more than mutants out there. We have to learn to how improve the lives of all, not just mutants. Magneto let out a heavy breath of disappointment. Already poisoned by Charles, I see. Heed my words, child, there can never be peace among us and humanity. People fear what they cannot understand, and within time, that fear will turn to resentment, hate will come soon after. Another flash of memories came to Naruto, but he tried to remain calm. I used to think that at one point. But, I learned that once people go through a similar pain, they can learn to understand one another. Then the world will be drowned in agony. Snarled Magneto before sending all the gathered debris at Naruto. Thinking fast, Naruto sent his own pile, but even before the two made contact, he knew that he was hopelessly outmatched if he used Magneto's tactics. Quickly, he used the distraction to shunshin away from the area and above his opponent, intent on kicking his head. Predictable, said Magneto as quickly moved aside, giving Naruto nothing to kick but thin air. You are too eager and too easy to read. Perhaps if you could use your powers better, I can help you. Save it, responded Naruto as he made more clones and tried the same tactic from several sides, but before anything could be done, Magneto had used the metal debris to surround himself, and then turned the metal against the shadow clones. I need to get past that shield of his, thought Naruto as he evaded some of the projectiles sent against his original body. Gathering more chakra, he summoned more clones and made them create Rasengan in pairs. He was about to launch again when Magneto dropped the collected metal. The incoming sirens made him realize why. Unfortunate. I did not wish to bring in attention this day, drawled Magneto before he floated away. We shall meet again, and the next time, I will not be so easy on you. You can either join your kind, or be destroyed, he warned before shooting towards the horizon. Naruto tried to see where his opponent was going, but a metal call from the professor made him stop. Xavier-sensei, where are you? I am with Scott and Alex at the Blackbird. We are in the clearing around 2 miles north from your location. When the blonde Jinchuriki arrived, it looked as if the conversation was drawing to a close. Scott looked a bit sad, but nowhere near as angsty as the past few days. Are you sure you don't want to come? You can learn so much from the Institute, Scott tried to convince his younger brother. Listen bro, I'm stoked to see you again and it's great knowing that you're alive, but I've made a life with my adoptive family. They're great, I can't just leave them. Scott sighed. I understand, but I'll still try and come see you, and if you ever change your mind. I'll you guys a call, I know. The door to the Blackbird opened again to let Alex Summers walk out, with Scott waving behind. Never got to say hi, by the way, Alex said to Naruto. Scott's friends are always welcome. Thanks. I got a really frustrated friend that really wants to come here, responded Naruto while shaking Alex's hand. Nothing like Hawaii, right? As payment, you have to take care of my older brother. After a final goodbye, the young man was gone. The short trip ended when the Blackbird took off again, going back to the mansion now that Magneto was gone. He's strong, Naruto said to the professor when they arrived back at the Institute. I tried everything and yet he just laughed it off. He thought back to Orochimaru and Itachi, the difference of power between him and the high-ranking shinobi. After spending months fighting goons and other mutants, he'd forgotten what it felt like to be small. Magneto is strong, but he's had years to hone his powers. You are only beginning to scratch the surface of what you can do. I only hope that you will not follow a similar path for strength. Naruto shook his head. I won't. It seemed like an eternity since he took things seriously. Being among friends and allies had made him a bit complacent, but now it was time to get back to training. Magneto was only one opponent, who knew how many more there would be out there. There was an air of excitement among many of the students during the latter days of December. On Earth, this is the time of year where many different cultures celebrated something or another, along with the coming of a new year. As such, the professor had given most of them the chance to go back to their families to celebrate with them. Hope you like it, gushed Kitty, presenting a wrapped gift to Naruto. Liking it was an understatement, the inkstones and brushes would become very useful for fuinjutsu practice. The thing that ruined it for him, however, was the fact that he hadn't known anything at all about these celebrations, or the gifts that came with it. As present after present came was given to him, he couldn't help but feel bad about the fact that he did not give anything back. The rest of the students seemed to understand, but Naruto was still adamant in giving them something when they came back. It was strange, receiving gifts. The only ones he could really remember were the ones given to him by the Sandame. Even then, those seemed more like protocol from a caretaker. Gifts from friends were an entirely new thing. It was nice. Extremely nice, actually. I'll come back after Hanukkah. Hopefully I can celebrate the new year with you, said Kitty, waiting by the van while Jean, Scott, and Kurt loaded their bags. Are you sure the three of you are going to be alright? Naruto nodded. Aurora will keep it in one piece, he assured. After most of the students were slated to leave, there was Logan who had already left in the morning, and then there was the professor who said he had business across the Atlantic, on a small island off the Scottish mainland. That meant that the only people that would remain in the mansion would be Naruto himself, Aurora, and Rogue. "It's gonna so cold again when I go," whined Kitty, giving a very long hug to Naruto. "I'm gonna miss how you keep me warm." She didn't let go until Kurt was telling her that they were all ready. Kissing the blonde on the cheek, she got in the van and waved goodbye. Naruto looked back at what was left, a mostly silent mansion with both Aurora and Rogue waiting until most of the occupants left to celebrate with their families. Now, only those with none were left. Aurora smiled at him before going inside. Despite her stoic demeanor, it was quite evident that she was a tad blue that her friends had gone. Naruto had seen her along better with Kitty, and she didn't speak to many people as much as she spoke with Jean. Rogue, on the other hand, was different. While not exactly happy at her fellow X-Men's absence, she seemed a little happier up for one reason or another. "What are you planning to do?" she asked once Aurora had gone back inside. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Well, since I didn't know, I need to go to the city to buy something for everyone." "Well, do you mind if I come with? I've never been to the city before." A part of him wanted to say no to going shopping with another woman, but remembering that Rogue was still settling in, he gave his answer. "Sure," nodded Naruto, and before he knew it, he was jumping away with Rogue on his back, just as he had done with Kitty. Rogue did not shout and whoop like Kitty did, contenting herself with nuzzling her head close to his neck as he jumped from house to house, tree to tree, and eventually skyscraper to skyscraper. Once he sat down, he started to look at the many stores, grumbling at the amount of people that were still purchasing for the holidays. After managing to get into one store, a big purple dragon plushie caught his eye. "Do you think Kitty would like this?" Rogue furrowed her brow and shrugged. "She likes that sort of thing, I guess," and said no more. Naruto sighed. Picking gifts is hard, he complained. Never had he had to buy presents for others, and now he was realizing the challenge of knowing what people would like, considering their personalities and what they would find either useful or enjoyable. In the end, he did end up buying the toy. "Do you want one of these as well?" he asked Rogue, holding an album that had been hyped recently. "I think Jean will like it." Rogue furrowed her brows. "Allison Blair, she's good but, just not ma style. Sides, the whole present thing is supposed to be a surprise." Naruto silently grumbled, trying to think of something Rogue might like. Everyone else had already been taken care of, but Rogue was the one he was the least familiar with. She had only been with them for a couple of weeks. Thoughts went through Naruto's head. Rogue liked heavy makeup, dark clothes, and books, but Kitty, Aurora, and Jean also liked books. Why does it have to be so complicated? Shikamaru was right. A pang of sadness filled him at the memory of his friends. Ever since arriving, there was no question that he would be back. It was an inevitability, just like how a solar eclipse would only delay the sunrise or a block on the road was a time-consuming obstacle towards a destination, but he had been here for months now. By now the memories of those left behind were leaving him. Even the faces getting hard to recall. How much could a face change in 6 months? He'd gotten way taller, that's for sure. Jean and Aurora made him aware of that all the time. Kitty even complained that she wasn't catching up. His face got sharper, with some of the baby fat disappearing. Thanks to several tips from the women in the team, he was better groomed now, even with the spiky hair it somehow looked dignified. Not to mention that most of his clothing was chosen by those same female members as well. He often wondered when he looked at the mirror just how much he looked like his parents. Did take after his father. His mother. The Hokage had never given him answers about it, he didn't even know their faces. Was there even something to remember them by? Was there even a painting? A photograph? At that moment, something dawned inside Naruto and he looked at Rogue. "I'll be right back. Will you wait for me?" "Ah, yes," muttered Rogue before she went back to eyeing the many stores around the mall. Naruto barely heard her words before he sped around the place, looking for a place that sold what he was looking for. It was an item that was available back in Konoha, and he'd seen something similar to it here. "Got it." whooped Naruto, returning with 2 wrapped boxes. Ready to go. Rogue frowned slightly. I'm a bit hungry, and I've heard a lot of high talk about this New York food being better than our southern style. She smirked at him. Sides, pretty sure you're not gonna be cooking soon after Jean and Aurora banned you from the kitchen. Naruto winced. I was trying to make a steak. And you almost burned down the mansion. A well-done steak is bad enough without setting fire to everything else. It was an accident, grumbled Naruto before looking at the ground and pouting. I can make instant ramen in a sandwich and instant ramen. Well, you know the area better than I do. What did you recommend? Naruto ended up guiding her through many of the stands he knew of. It was a surprise to him how much of the city he recognized after spending time with Spider-Man during night shifts. When he first saw the endless sea of buildings at first, he never thought he'd ever manage. The many joints were something that Spider-Man pointed as well. They had been essential to his sanity in the city that never sleeps. It ain't bad, admitted Rogue after taking a bite of a chicken parm sandwich, but there's no spice. It sure ain't beatin' some good old jambalaya. Everyone loves these. Kitty says that they are her new favorite, said Naruto, who had bought 10 for himself, along with extra ones for later and 1 for Aurora. Rogue let out a bit of a smug chuckle. Well, I think that a sunshine and rainbow's daddy's girl like her can't handle the heat. How about you? Naruto didn't know exactly what Rogue was talking about, but it sounded like a challenge. I can handle anything, he responded, puffing his chest. The ghost of a smile spread through Rogue's lips. Good to know, Suga. How about you take me back before I start to freeze? Back at the mansion, Aurora was thankful for the food and asked if they wanted some hot chocolate. Both Naruto and Rogue agreed, though Naruto himself wanted it more for the taste than because of the cold. Naruto was sitting on a couch in front of fireplace when Rogue walked in carrying a mug of the sweet, hot drinks and sat down next to him. Oddly enough, Rogue seemed to be less restrained in her wardrobe despite it being winter. The gloves were gone along with the long sleeves, something that she wore to usually protect others and herself from her own powers. Hey, muttered Naruto, realizing just how close she was despite the sofa being able to fit up to 5 people. Then again, Kitty did say he was pretty warm when they slept together. Thanks for letting me get out of here for a moment. It's very hard just going around alone, said Rogue while staring into the flames. Ah, don't have to worry about with you, for some reason. Naruto smiled. You can come with me and Kitty anytime you want. She often likes going out and especially into the city. Kitty, yeah, muttered Rogue before taking another sip from her beverage. She ain't here at the moment, back with her family. She nudged closer and looked at Naruto. You don't have any of those as well, do you? A sad breath escaped Naruto. I never knew them. Even if some survived, they're nowhere near here. I didn't know them either. Irene brought me up and she did all right, but she made it clear that she was not my family. Naruto nodded. I had people like that. The old man Hokage took care of most of my expenses and Iruka-sensei was there as well, but you dunno who your parents were, finished Rogue with barely disguised melancholy. I never knew. I don't know their faces, their names, or what they were, confessed Naruto. So you know how it feels. I do, admitted Rogue, but I stopped caring after a while. What? Why? Rogue shrugged her shoulders. Well, Irene did a good job of taking care of me. Part of me thinks that, maybe it was for the best if I didn't know. She sighed. You build up this mirage of what your parents were, and what if it turns out that they were not so good? Naruto was about to respond but he stopped and let his mind wander. He had always thought that his parents were the best, the old man had said they were heroes. The Sandaime would never lie, right? But then, he thought about his eyes and the possibility that having such a dojutsu. There was only one clan that he knew of that had the same eyes at him. Trying to go back to his early childhood, before the massacre, it seemed that the only people second to him in the line of contempt were the Uchiha clan. While Naruto's generation, particularly the girls, would admire the Uchiha, the same could not be said about the older ones, particularly those that lived during the times of the Shodaime. Many times, Naruto had witnessed an older villager spit after an Uchiha patrol had left. Among the council elders, the words, traitors, warmongers, and killers, had been used more than once. Was that why the third had said nothing? Aside from holding the Kyuubi, was he also an Uchiha, traitor? Were his parents nothing more than traitors? He did not want to believe it, but the thoughts he was trying to desperately bury were stubbornly clawing back. Muttered Naruto before jumping from his seat. I forgot about your gift, he exclaimed before leaving the room. Staying busy would keep the thoughts away. He returned with the 2 wrapped packages from earlier. What kinda surprise you got for me? Asked Rogue, holding one of the wrapped packages in her lap. Naruto took a deep breath. I guess I was thinking about family. Both of us, we don't really have one. Who do we care for then? And who cares for us? He watched as Rogue started to open the package. I guess the only way to do it is to choose your own family and build from that. Beneath the wrappings was a brand new photo album. Sometimes, when he had the chance to go to Shikamaru's, Kiba's, or Choji's, he had seen similar albums filled with memories. Naruto always wondered if his parents were still with him, if they would share something similar, something that chronicled his life with loved ones. Both Naruto and Rogue opened their respective albums and both of them already had the first entry. It was a picture taken just a week ago with all of the members of the team in the mansion as the backdrop. We have to start somewhere, even if we're not related by blood. Naruto looked down at his own album, filled with empty pages that would hopefully be full one day. I don't want to be forgotten. I'm not the type of gal that goes around tearing up, but you have a knack with words, ninja boy, said Rogue, setting the album aside. I never had the chance to get close to anyone, especially not with this crazy power I have. Only person I can be within, not worry bout killin', is, well, you. For some reason or nother I guess. I think it's my chakra, Naruto told her. I have enough that it protects the outside of my body like a shield. I don't really know about it, just that it seems like some sorta weird destiny, responded Rogue. Don't you feel the same? Hard to believe it's just a coincidence that I to meet the one person I can touch. Naruto did not notice her hand moving until she grabbed his own. He also did not notice before that the radio had been turned on while he was gone and was now playing a soft and slow holiday tune. Rogue stood up and pulled Naruto towards an empty space. Come dance with me, ninja boy, she said, her voice expressing happiness that Naruto hadn't heard from her yet. I can't dance, protested Naruto, but Rogue just shook her head. Nobody can dance, till they try it, retorted Rogue as she shakily grabbed his hand again. Don't worry, I do bite but it ain't gonna hurt you. Naruto tried to do what was natural and placed his hand on her waist while Rogue placed her own on his shoulder. There was not much technique to it, just stepping side to side. The rhythm came natural thanks to the soft beat of the tune that was accompanied with words of comfort, friendship, and love. At some point, Rogue let her head rest on his shoulder but Naruto said nothing. She must be tired. I've never celebrated this time of year, confessed Rogue, with a voice so low that one would think she was ashamed. Never had the reason to. Just like not celebratin' birthdays. Somebody has to care enough about you for it of meanin'. Naruto breathed an uneasy chuckle. People celebrated on the day of my birth. He realized where he was going and tried to quickly end the topic, but not because of me. It was something of a holiday. Even after all this time, the truth of the Kyuubi was something that he kept to himself. Never once had he dared to reveal the truth that might turn others against him. Thank you for sharing this time with me. I know that Kitty and Kurt invited you for the holidays, but you stayed behind, said Rogue once the song ended and she slowly let go of Naruto. Naruto scratched his head. I just thought I really shouldn't intrude. Besides, I wanted to stay with you and Aurora. He thought briefly to Spider-Man and Daredevil. And, I do have responsibilities. Can you give me one more gift? Asked Rogue with a whispery voice. In response, Naruto gave a nod. I want to continue with this, she said before biting her lip. I don't know a better way to put it. Be closer. Talk to me more. Take me out. A gal gets lonely when people are afraid to go near her. Naruto gave her a bright smile and a thumbs up. I'm ready to help anytime. He began to walk away from her. I still have to give Aurora her present. Have a good night. I will, assured Rogue before she took the photo album and went upstairs. Aurora was in her private garden, carefully surveying each of the plants even as many died from the cold and lack of sunlight. Naruto knew this was the place where she liked to spend most of her time, close to nature and life. If anything, her smiles were rarer than Rogue's, but she always managed to see one stuck on her face while watering her flowers. "Good evening," greeted Aurora before Naruto even had the chance to say anything. Not in anger or frustration, yet nothing to betray happiness, just the regal tone the blonde had come to know from the classiest member of the team. "Hi," responded Naruto as he struggled to handle all of the potted flowers he had bought from the market earlier. He'd been afraid they'd die within the scroll, but they were still as pretty as he saw them. "I brought something for the garden. I thought I could help you with them." Aurora took a quick look at the winter flowers and gave a small but sincere smile before helping him set them down. "I know these, they bloom during the winter." Naruto nodded. "Not many of them do that. Most of the plants I had died during the winter. I never tried with these winter flowers." The world went silent for a moment while Aurora studied the plants. Even the wind did not make its presence known inside the greenhouse. "It's most curious, don't you think?" Her hands ran through the petals. "When the environment changes around them, some of these flounder while the others prosper." Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto took a closer look at the plants. "My biology teacher would say they were meant for that environment." "And he would be right," responded Aurora, her hand floating over the many-colored petals as if blessing them, "but I would say that perhaps one of them could do better in another. Some of these flourish more here than they do where they rose." Naruto grinned. "That just means you take good care of them." "Perhaps I do, or perhaps they just found the right place," said Aurora before looking back at him. "Do you truly wish to help me with them? They require a lot of care and attention. Even if I'm not around," he summoned several clones, "I still am." "True. Perhaps I can entrust my garden into your hands. Quite a relief to have a backup for a time I may be absent." She walked out of the greenhouse and back into the mansion. "I believe it will fall to me and Rogue to make sure we have a holiday dinner tomorrow." Naruto laughed. Maybe he did not really understand the reason so many people were celebrating during the same month, but anything with excessive amounts of delicious food couldn't be bad. "I can help if you want." Aurora stopped him. "No, the ban still stands. I don't think it's a good idea to turn the kitchen into a war zone. If all fails, then you can go buy something for us to eat while we stay warm inside." As he accompanied Aurora back into the mansion, Naruto couldn't help but think back at what he'd been told of the meanings behind the holiday season. Love, family, caring, among others. That was not something he'd been told much in his life. Loyalty was the main thing instilled back at the academy, to the village, the daimyo, and the Hokage. Loyalty to clan was instilled by the clan itself, and shinobi without a clan were instead loyal to their families thanks to their parents. Naruto tried to think about what he could relate to with Christmas, Hanukkah, and the nameless celebration Aurora believed in, but try as he might, there was something that made him feel apart. There was only one thing he could say he loved, and that was Konoha, but as time went on, he could barely remember it, or why he loved his village so much. Thinking back on it, there was very little that he could be fond of. Most of the villagers either ignored or shunned him, as opposed to now where most of the people like him or at least respect him. No longer is he the class idiot, nor is he the weakest member of the team. For the life of him Naruto truly tried to reason why he loved Konoha so much, and the answer was always the same: his loved ones he thought about less and less every single day. It shocked Naruto to realize that he was thinking more about Jean and Kitty than virtually anyone back in Konoha. Perhaps it was the guilt that spread through him whenever he imagined Ero Sennin, and the fact that he left without even talking to him a final time. Maybe Ba-chan thinking that he may be dead when in reality he felt safer than ever. The warmth of Aurora's hand stopped him from thinking anymore, and he couldn't be more thankful for it. January was meant to be one of the coldest times of the year, even more considering the location of the institute, but Naruto felt pretty warm when he woke up. The grip on his arm clued in him instantly. He didn't even need to open his eyes to know that Kitty had once again phased through the wall and snuck into his bed. He didn't mind really. She was smaller and didn't have the same natural heat he had to keep her warm. Kitty was his friend, and it only made sense that if one's friend was cold, he was going to do whatever he could to prevent that. The downside to it was that he had to be a little smarter when it came to performing his nightly escapades. He'd been recently forced to leave a clone sleeping on the bed to keep appearances and dispelling it as soon as he came back. The other problem was that Kitty preferred to sleep in. Naruto could see the light seeping in from behind the curtains, but the figure at his side remained still, with her arms wrapped tightly around his, of course. In that sense, the petite mutant was deceivingly strong. Kitty had returned a couple of days ago, right after the end of the special week called Hanukkah, with a newfound energy, a big smile, and carrying a box of delicious pastries named Sufganaya for Naruto. She'd been the last to come back. Jean had been the first, her family living only a little over an hour's drive from the institute. Scott had arrived a few days later with a tan after spending some time in Hawaii with his recently found brother. Then it had been Kurt, straight from Germany, and Logan had arrived without telling them soon after. Tired of lying in bed, Naruto finally pried Kitty off of himself and woke her up. "We need to get back up." He may not have been an early riser himself, but this was getting ridiculous. "It's back to school next week." Kitty groaned. "Don't remind me," she slurred her words. "I need to take that test for the Stark Scholarship." "You're taking it too, right?" Naruto nodded. Jean had insisted on him taking a shot at it. There were only so many times someone could refuse, even after telling everyone that he didn't want to take someone else's place, but his justifications were always ignored, with Kitty being even more vociferous about it than Jean. "We're in the home stretch, but that one's always the hardest, so tired," sighed Kitty, but still stood up with a small yawn and a shiver. "I guess having all your college expenses paid for is motivation enough." She phased through the wall and back to the room that she and Rogue shared. Naruto knew he should hit the books as well. It was easier when he could only fail tests, at least back then he had an excuse. The idea of sabotaging himself crossed his mind on more than one occasion. There would be no need for a scholarship back in Konoha, but Kitty and Jean would know about it, or at least question him extensively. It's very difficult to lie to a telepath. Once he ate breakfast, Naruto walked back to his room and dug all the way back in his closet for his nighttime gear. There was no training tonight and he wanted to get started early. Even criminals took vacations apparently, and just like with honest and hard-working people, they came back to their job with additional energy. Meeting Mike had been a stroke of luck. The informant seemed to be able to know the location of every single illegal activity that was happening around the city. During the past weeks, he had fought everything from Italian gangsters to Irish and even motorcycle gangs that were either shipping or distributing illicit merchandise. Petty crime was rare, and now he felt that he and Spider-Man were going against the big players and not the stooges. Hence, it was only a matter of time until their paths crossed with the devil of Hell's Kitchen again. "This is the last chance I'm taking with you," Daredevil warned Naruto and Spider-Man. "If you get a civilian killed, I will consider you an enemy." Naruto thought that the older man was still overreacting but nodded. "Don't worry, Careful is our middle name," responded Spider-Man. "Spider Careful Man, I guess it's not that catchy." They spent the rest of the day following leads, eventually leading to another warehouse guarded by armed gangsters. They were easy to deal with. "Drugs. Straight from Latin America," commented Daredevil while they were checking the scene. "That means they're from the cartels, very dangerous people. They prefer to operate on the open, and do their violence in public." "Wouldn't that make them easier to catch?" asked Naruto as he looked at the ids of several of the unconscious thugs. Most of them were Mexican nationals. He'd be willing to bet they didn't pass through any legal means to be in the country. "It does. It also means they don't care about how many people get in their way." Daredevil searched a crate filled to the brim with some type of illicit drug or another before turning towards Naruto. "Where is the next place you told us about?" After calling the authorities with a nearby payphone as they always did, Naruto led his two companions to another dock. This time, instead of unloading containers off the ship, the armed men were loading them into the large carrier. These ones looked different than the Mexicans, but no less dangerous if the military-grade rifles were any indication. "Russians," murmured Daredevil after overhearing the voices. "We'll be taking this silently and cleanly, just as before. Move to take out the sentries first and then we'll progressively make our way to the center." "How many of them are there, Maelstrom?" 40. 5 on the rooftops, 6 in the warehouse, and the rest by the containers, responded Naruto after silently dispelling the scouting clones he'd sent earlier. The number of foes had been increasing lately, and this time it was no different. Ever since Naruto, Spider-Man, and Daredevil had started their activities, the gangs and organizations had either taken notice of them or at least seen how it was affecting their bottom line. Now, instead of half a dozen criminals at a time, they were facing dozens, and instead of being armed with fists, bats, and knives, they were sporting handguns, shotguns, and assault rifles. Unfortunately for the criminals, Naruto and his 2 partners already had situations like these down to an art form. The first to go down would be the ones on the rooftops and watchtowers, then, like wolves silently taking out a herd, they went for the stragglers first and further and until the last few were alone and defenseless against the brute force of Naruto's clones. Daredevil looked quite satisfied, not a single shot had been fired this time. "Keep this up and I'll continue to work with you," he said, looking at the thugs, reaching into their pockets and retrieving passports. Russians. Probably taking cargo from here. Those other ones look different, though. "Oh, man," gasped Spider-Man from inside the warehouse. Naruto went inside to see a body tied to a chair, blood pooled all over his clothes and the floor, there was only a clean stump above his neck. On the table nearby was the severed head. If Daredevil was phased in any way, he did not show it. Decapitation, a cartel method. Guess that answers who the other side was. On the side, Spider-Man looked like he wanted to do a quip, but the harsh violence was probably too much for him to handle. Even Naruto himself was disturbed by the brutality. "Let's see if we can find anything else and then call the police," said Daredevil, closing the door to the warehouse. Naruto looked around the ground, his clones picking up the weapons and carrying the bodies to the center where Spider-Man was silently webbing them to the ground. He searched for letters or maps or anything that might give away a second location, but what little he found was written in the Cyrillic alphabet. As he was picking one of the bodies in the outermost perimeter, he heard a muffled whimper come from the large containers that were being loaded into the ship. Naruto furrowed his brow, a figment of his imagination, or so he thought before the whimper became louder. Dropping the body unceremoniously on the ground, the blonde cut open the lock and opened the door. The stench is what caught him first, not being able to see inside the dark metal box. Once he grabbed his flashlight, he managed to see what was housed in the blackness. People, mostly young women, but he also saw some children cramped inside the container. The only thing that they had was sweat-stained clothes and a few empty bottles of water. They were all huddled near the front since the back of the box was where the smell was emanating from. Their faces were terrified, wide-eyed and hugging themselves but refusing to say a single word, all of them looking directly at Naruto. Guys," he called out. I think I found the merchandise." One of the prisoners, a scrawny young woman that may have looked a bit like Rogue if not for the malnutrition, timidly stepped out barefoot into the cold air and asked him something in some Eastern European language. He nervously shrugged his shoulders before she looked at the body he'd carried and called out to the rest of the people in a desperately thrilled voice. Naruto saw as the rest of the container's occupants walked out, their faces straining to smile as if it were some alien expression that they didn't know how to do. Excited whispers grew louder and louder when they saw Daredevil and Spider-Man walking towards them, and turned into silent cheers when they saw the webbed bodies on the ground. Naruto held strong when the woman hugged him as tightly as he could, tears in her eyes and babbling words in the foreign dialect. The rest of the containers housed more people. Some of them looked better, like the Americans that had evidently been put there recently, others looked hours away from death. There were many types imprisoned inside. Hard-looking men that would feel right at home toiling inside a mine, beautiful women that had been afforded marginally more luxurious boxes with more food, water, and even mattresses. Then there were young children that Naruto did not want to think about why anyone would kidnap and sell. He heard languages from English, to Chinese, Russian, and even one young woman speaking French. All of them happy and cheering for the 3 mysterious strangers that had saved them. Naruto had rarely experienced such joy. He'd been cheered at before, at wave and during the Chunin exams, but even that was a forgotten shadow compared to this. He lost count of how many men slapped him on the back, how many women kissed his cheeks, and how many children jumped around him. The police will be here in about 5 minutes, said Spider-Man, who was just at the nearest payphone. We should get going. Split up. That's enough for tonight, ordered Daredevil. Good job, both of you. I'll find a way to stay in contact. You can always find me in Hell's Kitchen when the sun goes down. Naruto high-fived Spider-Man one last time before jumping away, not the way back home, but to an alleyway besides a pizzeria. You were right, Naruto said to Mike, who was hidden in the shadows. There was a big operation. Is there anywhere else? The young man he knew as Mike shook his head. That's all for tonight. I'll see what I have next week. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Right. See you, and thank you, you helped save a lot of people. Always a pleasure, drawled Mike before he got into a van and drove off through the mostly empty streets. Seeing the vehicle disappear into the dark, he entered the pizzeria for a pie before jumping his way back upstate. Just as he was about to leave the city, a sharp scream from what was clearly a woman reached his ears. Naruto turned around to where the cry for help had come from and saw a dark alley. Wasting no time, he jumped to the rooftop above, from where he saw a very tall and muscular man struggling with a shorter female form in the alley. He dropped down, bending his knees as his feet hit the concrete. The assaulter probably didn't even notice him until he turned the man around, set a knee and a punch, and soon the massive body crumpled to the ground, the muscles offering no protection to Naruto's quick and efficient thrashing. The blonde's attention then shifted to the victim, and he felt himself lost for a moment. She had to be one of the most beautiful women he'd seen, and he lived in the same place as Jean and Aurora. Red hair almost the same shade as Jean's, they even had a similar green eye color. Seeing her form made Naruto involuntarily tingle all over, a feeling he couldn't understand. Come to think of it, he'd been uncannily interested in women's bodies a lot recently. Just as he felt that he was regaining his senses, the woman jumped over to him with an embrace. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. She gasped, holding him so tightly he felt her generous chest against his own body. Naruto immediately felt his manhood jump a little. Kami, what is happening to me? Even the smell of her made him feel lightheaded. It was not until the woman finally let go that Naruto felt he was fully coherent. No problem. He stuttered and took deep breath. You should get out of here and call the police. I know, drawled the woman with a smile, but, could I please see the face of my savior? I promise I'll keep a secret. Her voice was low, yet carried something that almost made Naruto want to obey her. For a moment there, the blonde almost followed through, but a deep breath kept him. Sorry, I have to go somewhere, he stammered before flickering out of there as quickly as he could. Looking down at his groin, the source of the pain was soon answered as it looked like his manhood was struggling to form a tent with his pants. Natasha remained in her spot for a few seconds, feeling just a bit foolish as she clasped her hands above her chest with a hopeful expression. When she surmised that the black-clad figure had gone, her expression dropped, turning around to the man who'd been assaulting her earlier and giving him a slight nudge with her foot. Get up, he's gone. Moans of pain were her only response. Don't be a baby, he was only a kid. Well, that K-kid's been eating his Wheaties, groaned Natasha's partner. He'd suffered a liver shot, that never failed to send someone down. Next time, you're the one that gets beat up and I get to be the damsel in distress. Most young boys aren't going to be distracted enough to slip a transmitter if they've been hugged by someone sporting a Y chromosome, replied Natasha before holding her earpiece. Black Widow to Fury. I've made contact. The GPS signal should be reaching headquarters now. Report back to base. That was Nick Fury all right. Not even a compliment for a perfectly executed operation. Natasha breathed deeply as her partner tried to get up but collapsed. She sighed before holding her earpiece again. And send a medic team. I'm not carrying him back. Going back to school was clearly not a joyous affair for the students of Bayville. They looked more like zombies than teenagers, trudging along in winterwear from one class to another, bleary-eyed and resigned to 3 more months of work before spring break. Even Kitty and Jean, the most academically gifted of the institute, seemed less excited than usual. I wanna go back to sleep, mumbled Kitty, tiredly munching on a biscuit. The cafeteria menu seemed the only thing that looked the same during the first day of class. You said you were doing something today. She was sitting at his side. Today was apparently not a Xavier's Institute table day where all the mutants sat together. Jean and Aurora were with the female football team and cheerleaders, Scott was all by his lonesome and Kurt was with some other classmates. Naruto nodded. Mr. Fantastic told me that he wanted me to meet someone. I'm going to Manhattan after school. I'd go with you but I have dance classes. The exhaustion left her eyes. When are you going to come see me? I have a recital next week. Naruto didn't get to respond in time before Rogue suddenly walked to the table and swiftly sat by his other side. The blonde didn't really mind so much, he'd gotten used to her being with him during mealtimes all throughout the winter holidays, but Kitty furrowed her brows and went silent. Hey, greeted Rogue, specifically to Naruto. Okay, drawled Kitty. I don't think we have a meeting today. Ah no, responded Rogue, not paying attention to her plate. Just eatin'. Pretty sure that's still legal. Right, sighed Kitty and Naruto felt her shuffle closer to him. So, you wanna go out for dinner if you come back? I saw this nice Indian restaurant that just opened. Naruto didn't get to respond before Rogue did. Naruto, remember that you told me that you'd help me with trainin'. Food or training, both were equally good but he did not make a decision. We've been planning to go out for weeks now. He can help you with training another day, said Kitty, her voice uneasy but sharp as a spear. Naruto could almost see the tension between both his teammates, but for the life of him, could not understand this newfound hostility. Naruto took a moment to swallow a huge bite of a sandwich. Why don't we all train today and go out tomorrow? No way. She takes way too many hours in the bathroom, said Kitty. That makeup takes time. I've never heard you complainin'. Sides, you don't even use the bathroom. Don't think anyone can even navigate with all the white hair dye, muttered Kitty. What hair dye? Ma hair color is all natural. Snarked Rogue. First come first serve. You ain't an early riser. Where do you go in the mornin'? Kitty back went straight as an arrow. Just, going for an early snack is all. And here I thought raid in the fridge for a midnight sausage wasn't kosher. Shows what I know. Kitty coughed on her milk and recovered with narrowed eyes. What's your problem with me indulging in some midnight snacks? You can indulge in anything you want, but I happen to have a specific diet. Rogue showed her gloved hand. So maybe you should back off the one thing I can indulge in. A loud sigh left Kitty's mouth. Whatever, she derided. Rogue looked on silent a little before looking back at her meal. Naruto's mind was captured by the pile of food in front of him, but still noticed that both Rogue and Kitty shuffled just a bit closer to him. It's still winter. They must be cold. Naruto didn't know why both girls were getting so nervous. Sausage tasted good and he sometimes went down for a midnight snack, but Kitty hadn't. It's like they were speaking in a completely alien language than him. The rest of the conversation went the same, with Kitty and Rogue talking to each other and ending with both sets of eyes set in glares until the bell sounded and they had to go back to their scholarly routine. Naruto's next didn't have either of them, for better or for worse. Welcome back to class, greeted Professor McCoy. Now, I know you are all still wishing you were on vacation, but hopefully you'll return to your normal selves. Let's start this semester with something simple, Planck's constant. If there was ever a teacher that made Naruto actually excited to learn something, it was Professor Hank McCoy. The man was built like a wrestler with bulging muscles and a broad frame. Indeed, he even doubled as the PE teacher, and yet his passion really showed when he was either quoting classical literature or he was talking about science. Naruto waved the rest of his friends away as they left to go back to the institute while he jumped all the way to Manhattan until the Baxter building was in view. He nodded to the guard who had probably been told in advance that he'd be coming and gave him permission to access the upper floors. The first thing that hit him was the smell. The blonde Jinchuriki had never been someone that kept a place tidy, but even he widened his eyes at the state of the pigsty that the Fantastic Four's base had become since the last time he'd visited. The floor was cluttered with objects that he could only imagine how they'd gotten there in the first place. Cheap takeout was all over the place. Pizza, tacos, Chinese, burgers, and hot dog remains combined into a rancid smell while in the middle of one of the couches, Ben Grimm was snoring loudly. Hey Naruto, greeted Johnny as he came from the kitchen with another bag of fast food, adding it to a small mountain of remains. Reed's waiting for you at his lab. Naruto gave his fellow blonde a deadpan look. You really need to get Sue back. Come on, you know that we guys can't give up that easily. The older teen let out a cringe as a mountain of mess collapsed. She needs us more than we need her. A small explosion coming from the kitchen rocked the building. There's nothing that she can do that we can't. Johnny quickly sidestepped just in time to avoid a piece of the ceiling that was about to fall on his head. We'll live. Reed's lab was better, if only slightly. The only thing he could really complain about were the gadgets and tools cluttered around the tables and the floors, but at least it didn't smell like an animal had died. The leader of the Fantastic Four was, as always, oblivious to anything that was not absorbed in his work. Naruto had been so focused on the genius scientist, he initially didn't realize that there was someone else in the lab with them. The figure was tall, older, with the white hair at the sides of his head bearing some similarity to Reed Richards, but other than that, there were no other things that would say they were related, especially when taking into account the difference in clothes. The man was dressed in a blue shirt with a sort of white symbol etched in the front. A gold sash tied around his waist and below that a pair of black trousers with boots of the same color. What immediately caught Naruto's attention, however, was the billowing red cape that went from the man's collar all the way to his feet, with gold patterns etched into the edges. Finally, a golden talisman in the shape of an open eye rested around his neck. "Ah, Naruto. You've yet to meet Dr. Stephen Strange," welcomed Reed, finally tearing his gaze from whatever he was working on and turned towards him. "I brought him in to see if he can help us at all with the mystery of your interplanetary travel." Dr. Strange nodded his head, keeping his gloved hands to himself. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki. Can you show us the sphere you made last time?" asked Reed. Rarely had Naruto seen the brilliant scientist get away from his work, so the blonde wasted no time in summoning a clone and molding chakra into his right hand until the blue ball was spiraling on his palm. Dr. Strange widened his eyes if only slightly and directly observed the Rasengan. "How are you doing this? Is it some power that you obtained?" Naruto shook his head. "I learned the technique from my sensei, but I do it by molding chakra." "Chakra?" asked Dr. Strange. "Yeah, everyone has it, even you, but I guess it's a special ability of ours to be able to mold it and use techniques with it." Naruto spent the next hour explaining chakra, jutsu, and his world to Dr. Strange. He'd told so many people now that he doubted Konoha would care at this point. "So, you're not different from others in your world, then? I had assumed you had come to your powers through some accident or technological means." Dr. Strange's eyes continued to observe, like spears trying to pierce any little detail. "What do you think?" interrupted Dr. Richards as he took several photographs of the blue ball. Dr. Strange straightened himself. "Well, he's from this universe, at least. Not from this planet, but definitely from our reality." "That doesn't really tell me much," deadpanned Naruto, dispelling the Rasengan. "What I need to know is where my planet is located. The universe is vast. Finding a single planet would be like finding a grain of sand in all of the beaches of this earth." The cloaked man pointed at his hand. "What I can tell you is that was not what brought you here." "What do you mean? I told you that I used this jutsu against another jutsu and after that I was sent here." "That may be so, and that might have contributed to it, but that technique, as powerful as it is not enough to send you from one planet to another, let alone the distance you must have traveled from another exoplanet." "Then how did I get here?" questioned Naruto, heart galloping so hard that he could feel blood pumping to his head. "What is the explanation? The universe holds many mysteries. Some we can learn, others are far beyond our comprehension. I cannot tell the answer of this one yet, but perhaps we can learn in time." Dr. Strange took out a piece of paper with something scribbled in it. "Come to me when you've cooled your head and we may yet discover something." He then turned his back on Naruto and a sparkling circle appeared in front of him. The tall man stepped inside and out of Reed's office before the circle disappeared, as if it had just swallowed the mysterious man. "I'm sorry we couldn't find out more," spoke Mr. Fantastic. "Once I had heard Dr. Strange talk of other universes and I thought that was a possibility. Believe it or not, we've actually narrowed your place of origin to our universe. That's a big step forward." "I guess," muttered Naruto. He'd have to return to the mansion again, not that being in the Xavier Institute was a bad thing, They actually treated him better in many ways than his friends in Konoha, but it had gotten a bit tense with Kitty and Rogue for some reason or another. He put it down as one of those girl things that Sakura had beat him a lot over when she got into a fight with Ino. But it wasn't just Kitty and Rogue. There had been a recent tension inside the mansion, especially after the ordeal with Mystique. Scott was even more distant than usual. Jean was like that as well, though that could be attributed to the combination of midterms and her boyfriend being a douchebag. Aurora barely spoke to anyone, Wolverine pushed them harder than usual, and was doing whiskey shots harder than usual, and the professor barely left his office. "You're smart," Naruto pointed out to Reed Richards. "Do you know why girls do what they do?" Reed didn't look away from whatever he was tinkering with. "I don't bother, have never bothered. There is no formula for women. Trying to understand them is futile. Their wants, I have found, are often contradictory." Naruto groaned. "I'm having problems with two of my teammates." "Female teammates, I assume," muttered Reed, sounding as if he was talking to himself. "Might be their time of the month. Do not ask them if they are. However, I learned that the hard way. The symptoms are very obvious: an emotionally irritated mood, delirium, and a constant state of passive aggressiveness. It should wear out in about a week," he instructed before going silent. That told Naruto that it was time to go. Time of the month, what does he mean by that? Wondered Naruto, but thought it best not to ask any of his female teammates. Perhaps Logan would know. As he would soon find out, Wolverine had gone again on a personal mission for the professor. At least Kitty and Rogue had gone to different areas to train for the day, and neither of them asked him to accompany them like the last time. Working his frustrations on the danger room, he arrived at his bed to sleep for the night, this time with no Kitty. Sleep was, however, without rest, as he soon found himself ankle-deep in water, standing in front of the floating sage. "You have been more diligent in your efforts," commended the old man. He wasn't even using his hand to draw the seals. The brush danced gracefully to form perfect symbols on the white scroll with telekinesis, far more advanced than both Naruto and Jean were capable of. Naruto had been practicing, of that there was no doubt, using the kit that was gifted to him during the holidays to try and improve the drawing of the complex seals. Until now he had never thought of the application of the art of fuinjutsu as anything other than a method to seal weapons into scrolls and chakra monsters into shinobi, and then he remembered something. "Can any of these seals store chakra? Make it so it covers the entire body?" asked Naruto, dropping his brush and concentrating his gaze away from the white scroll and into the sage's ringed, purple eyes. The sage, as always, was never direct with his answers. "Why would you wish such a thing? Your body is already covered in chakra naturally, more than regular chakra users." Naruto shook his head. "Not for me, I'm thinking maybe I can make it so somebody else can have an effect similar to mine with a seal. Not to use it but more as a shield. Am I to assume you wish to grant this shield to the troubled woman with the white streak on her hair? Her name is Rogue, and yes, that is what I'm thinking. If I can't help her with this, then what good are seals for?" The sage was still, cool as ever, and yet Naruto could still see the ghost of a smile touch the older man's features. "You will come to realize that seals have more applications than you know, in time of course. But I am glad that you have found an altruistic reason for using your talents. Fuinjutsu is an indispensable art to your family's history." Naruto felt his stomach dropping like a stone at the mention of family. He'd not asked the sage about it. Maybe Rogue was right. Maybe it might be better if he never knew about it. In his dreams, his mother was beautiful and kind, his father brave and strong, no matter what some villager might say in a drunken stupor, and yet he had the Sharingan, the red eye that could only come from one bloodline, a dishonorable and cursed clan. He tried to find a way to deny it. Blonde hair and blue eyes were just as common in the Uchiha as pigs in the sky. And yet, he had the Sharingan. The thoughts devoured his inner peace. It should be absolutely impossible, just as it was impossible that he was in any way related to the Shodaime. The Uchiha clan were all massacred, and even before that not one would come and claim him. No uncles, no aunts, no cousins or grandparents. Not a single time did any of the dark-haired shinobi spare him a second's glance. And yet, he had the Sharingan. His mind returned to Rogue and Kitty, the latter of which had thankfully not chosen to sleep with him tonight. It was much more comforting to think of them, or Jean, or Aurora than anything to do with his parentage. Mental images were happily welcomed, and soon Naruto was thinking of Jean's crimson hair, Kitty's smile, Aurora's long legs, Rogue's curvy body. No. Back to Jean. Jean with her emerald eyes, the icing on a perfect face, with full lips that made him hunger. Stop. Oh, Kami. It's happening again. Naruto looked again at the sage, desperate for help for something he hadn't even identified yet. Can you tell if I've been poisoned? Poison. Highly unlikely. It'd have to be quite potent for it to harm you. Naruto grunted while looking at the ground. I don't know what's happening to me. I should go see a doctor. What is this phenomenon that you're experiencing? Taking a deep breath, Naruto steeled himself for an explanation. Well, I guess it started a few months ago and it's been getting worse. Sometimes when I'm close to my friends, I start to feel warm and tingly and I can't think straight. Now that I think about it, it's almost like the QB wants to come out. If the smile before had been a mere ghost before, then this time around it was at least visible. That is not poison or your tenant, that's hormones. Hormones. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. He'd heard the term before in some class that he should have paid more attention to, but it hardly answered his question. Puberty is upon you, and it's cutting through you like a fine blade through the gentlest grass. A loud groan echoed throughout the empty room. There you go with your lingo again, old man. Puberty. What the hell is that and how do I get rid of it? I am to assume you did not listen to your instructors, either that or it was not taught to you. Unfortunately, I am not the one to impart this lesson to you, young descendant. As a matter of fact, we're done for now. Naruto didn't even have the time to breathe a response before he came to the familiar sight of his room, still dark, only illuminated by the full moon. Liar, grunted Naruto. Just another thing he's weaseled himself out of. He'd have to ask the professor now, or at least Logan. He couldn't really go back to sleep now. The ending of the sessions with the sage always left him with a racing heart rapidly pumping blood into his brain. Trying to regulate his breath, he stood up and changed. Logan was downstairs, nursing a beer, nary a soul besides him. He looked outside a window. The sky ain't falling, you must be a clone then. Naruto shook his head. Huh, never thought I'd see the day you woke up before sunrise. I can't sleep, admitted Naruto, opening the fridge but quickly saw that it was empty. Of course, today was grocery day. Sometimes your brain doesn't let you sleep. Too troubled to do anything, agreed Logan, forming a fist just in time for 3 adamantium-coated claws to spring up. Best remedy is to tire yourself out. Stabbing things always works. Breaking them is even better, and we have a whole room downstairs for ourselves. Any other day and Naruto would have been against being in the danger room at such an early time, but with nothing to eat and everyone else asleep, having the chance to go all out on virtual foes was infinitely appealing. With any hope, he might be able to completely wipe his mind from everything that had been going on with the old man that lived inside his mind. It was a good thing that Naruto was truly awake. Logan apparently did not believe in the concept of warm-ups. If Magneto comes around, he ain't going to wait until you're finished with crunches, brat, justified the older, more experienced mutant. You have to be able to retaliate at any time, or you're dead. Naruto dodged another rain of high-speed bolts. I know that. I'm a shinobi. It never hurt to practice, especially since he had more trouble than Sakura and Sasuke when it came to detecting enemies. He'd been working on developing his sixth sense. For some reason, it had been easier since his travel to Earth, even without the Sharingan. Eventually, he was joined by Aurora and Scott, followed by Jean and Rogue, Kitty trailing behind them, and Kurt was the last. By then, Logan had lowered the difficulty, if only a tad, just enough for the rest of the team to not get sliced in half by a flying buzzsaw or incinerated by lasers. The impromptu session was not just breaking stuff, either. Now they were faced with a hostage situation, the AI designed to be immune to telepathy much to Jean's chagrin. An entire family was being held at knife point, one member in every room, one member for everyone in the team. We all have to go together at the same time, said Jean through the team's telepathic link. Each member was situated at a point of entry, silent as they could, any noise could be potentially fatal to the hostages. Ready, get set, now. Messaged Jean, and Naruto immediately knocked open the door, concentrating on the realistically simulated artificial intelligence's knife, and used his mental powers to wrench it from his hand before rushing forward and taking the thug out. After a few seconds longer, the simulation ended, and the suburban house they were in turned to the high-tech gray walls of the danger room. "If we ever come across a hostage situation," grumbled Logan while looking at Scott, Aurora, and Rogue, "you three are staying put." Their hostages had died. Scott missed the target while Aurora and Rogue could not reach them in time. Both Aurora and Rogue seemed to understand, albeit with the former looking just a bit miffed while Rogue brushed it off. Scott, on the other hand, stared at the floor with a hardened jaw and clenched fists. Obviously, the self-appointed leader of the team felt that he should lead by example, more than likely why he spent every minute of everyday training. "I should have been more careful," Scott berated himself for the 10th time. Kitty had been keeping count, while they were sitting for a late lunch. Naruto did not know how he came up with the leadership position, he already seemed to have that when the blonde had arrived. Whether he had risen up the ranks or appointed by the professor, he clearly took the position seriously. Or, as Jean had put it, he took it too personally. "We're going back to the danger room after lunch," proclaimed Scott. He didn't even have time to sit down again before everyone sighed. "No," responded Jean, voice as firm as a rock. "But, Jean," started Scott, but the redhead stood still, voice firm as a cold wall. "My idea of a Sunday is not exactly to spend all day inside a simulation, Scott. I understand that we must train, but our lives cannot revolve around that." Naruto did not interfere. Training was good, and the fact that it was being done with actual practice as opposed to the more theory-driven shinobi education he'd received from the academy made it even better. He was, however, quite aware that not all his new teammates had the same appreciation for training as he had. Almost immediately, Kitty stood up from her seat. "Yeah, I'm already tired and I have dance classes tomorrow. My teacher is totally a slave driver," she exclaimed, proving Naruto's assumptions. "Yeah, you don't have to worry about teleporting into a wall and getting crushed." "I need a breather," agreed Kurt. The rest were silent, but that said more than words. Scott's jaw was tight, looking at each of the team before breathing deeply and stepping out of the table. "I'll be training outside, then," he proclaimed, stiffly marching away and closing the door behind him. Naruto was tempted to follow for more training, even with the 5 inches of snow that covered all of the courtyard, but before he even had a chance to make up his mind, he felt Kitty's arms enclose around his own. "Come on." She pulled him towards vast entertainment room, a place that Naruto had admittedly never entered. There were several tables for board games, both family-friendly ones and those intended for the games regularly played at the casino. At one end of the room, there was the beginning of a small library. Unlike the larger one upstairs, the books were not academically oriented. Novels, more than anything. The centerpiece of the room was a large screen, surrounded by a large sofa that could easily fit around a dozen people. If Naruto was told to look underneath the underneath, he'd say that the professor made this room with more than just 6 students in mind. "Too bad they bought only the new equipment," sighed Jean, kneeling down at the contraptions beneath the screen. "My dad has a huge VHS collection." Kitty was not of the same mind. "We started the year 2003 less than month ago, the future is DVD. Movies look better in them, too," retorted Kitty while looking at the movie collection before picking one case. "The guys back home loved this one last year," she said, looking directly at Naruto. Truthfully, Naruto wanted to go back and train, but as soon as Kitty turned on the screen, she jumped back to him and pulled him down on the sofa, sitting at the right of him. Aurora did not seem painfully interested in the movie, neither did Jean. Kurt, on the other hand, was already smiling with a large bucket of popcorn. Rogue, she had promptly sat down on Naruto's left side. The movie was fun, filled with explosions and action, but at the same time it told a nice story of a young man who found himself with new powers and learned to use them for good, while his best friend, who also gained similar powers, became the bad guy. Kitty got especially clingy when the good guy and a girl ended up kissing, but he was a little more into the rivalry between the two friends. Every time he tried not to think about home, something pulled him back. Halfway through the movie, a sour-looking Scott had entered the room and sat down on one end of the sofa, saying absolutely nothing. Naruto only took a few moments to see that he looked as stony-faced as ever but still watched the movie with no complaints. "Well, I think it was good," he finally said when the ending credits rolled. "It was awesome," agreed Kurt. "I think it was dumb," said Jean, with Aurora slightly nodding. "But I guess this is the stuff that sells." "Brainless fun," said Kitty. "Not every movie needs to be an auteur masterpiece." "It's not all brainless," defended Scott, straightening himself out on his seat. "I think there was a message there about how heroes should act. It's inspiring." Jean sighed. "Are you seeing a bit of yourself in the protagonist?" Naruto did not know if Scott did, but could not deny that he did feel that he could understand the main character of the movie, though he still wouldn't reveal that. Scott nodded. "Well, we kind of are heroes, aren't we? Or at least we are the good guys. The professor is training us to benefit humanity and—" "The professor," stated Jean, loudly and clearly, "is teaching us how to control our gifts, not training us for war. I am here to learn how to protect myself and others, not harm them." "You have to be ready to fight if you want to be a part of the team," retorted Scott. "Defend myself, maybe," responded Jean, closing her green eyes. "I am here to learn control, that's it. With all gratitude to Professor Xavier, I don't expect to stay in this mansion forever. I'll graduate, go to college, fit in with the rest of society, do something with my life besides being a mutant." "Yeah," yelled Kitty, still holding onto Naruto. "I'm here to learn how not to phase all the way down to China, but I totally want to be normal in the end." Rogue snorted. "Some of us can't be normal." "Yeah," muttered Kurt, not bothering to hide his blue, furry form with the image inducer. "We must all try to fit in this world, even when our path is now yet clear to use," offered Aurora, always the most reasonable one of the team. She turned to the blonde Jinchuriki, silent throughout the debate. "Do you not think so, Naruto?" Naruto could not respond. The circumstances in which these people found themselves in were much different than his own. Back home, he'd chosen to get into the shinobi program, chosen to wear the headband, dreamed of becoming Hokage. Jean, Scott, Aurora, Kitty, Rogue, and Kurt, they never had that choice, fate had taken that role. Fate. A word that reminded too much of Neji, born into the world with a curse marked on his forehead just like Naruto had one on his stomach. A curse was a way in which he'd heard Kitty call her powers at one time, and more than once from Rogue. New powers did not seem like a curse to him, not the way he grew up, at least. He thought he had been cursed the day Mizuki had told him about what was inside of him, but it was only a curse if he let it be. "I don't know why things happen to us," started Naruto, everyone silent while he spoke. "Seems like some things were just predetermined to happen. We didn't ask for it, and yet here we are." His mind traveled back, to Neji, to Gaara, to Sasuke, and back to himself. "But I don't think we need to be ruled by it. If you want to go about on your normal lives, that's fine. If you want to do something more with your powers, that's fine too, as long as you do it for the benefit of others." He remembered just a few days ago when he had helped liberate those people from the containers, the deep wave of satisfaction that crashed into him just as hard as when he'd helped Izuna during his first mission in Team 7. It's good to help people, that's what we should do. Whether you want to do it by helping them directly or by beating those that would harm them, either way is great. Not even the whisper of sound was heard. Naruto didn't even bother counting the seconds before Jean finally spoke up. "Couldn't have said it better myself." Now, she looked at the library of movies and pulled one out with her mind. "Since I assume your need for computer-generated explosions is satiated, I think it's the latest turn," she said, revealing the cover to be a timepiece drama. Naruto wanted to groan just as loudly as Kurt but was once again pulled by Kitty onto his seat. In the rare times all of the crime bosses of New York met together, the tension was always palpable. None of the people liked each other. If the circumstances were right, they would not hesitate to betray each other for just one small piece of turf. Even now, Wesley saw that his boss, Wilson Fisk, kept a guarded poker face when faced against the heads of New York's criminal organizations. Sitting at the opposite side of the round table from Mr. Fisk was the boss of one of New York's most ancient clandestine institutions. Silvermane may have grown frail in his years, but despite pushing towards his 90s, those eyes were just as ruthless as ever. Where muscle was needed, one only need to look behind him to look at the perfectly square-headed hammerhead. The Magia had survived all these years for a reason. There were others as well: Chinese triads, the Japanese Yakuza, the Russian Mafia, the Irish, and the Mexican cartels. All of them represented with their regional boss and accompanied with at least 2 bodyguards. Wesley was only here as an assistant. Bowers and Clinton were the ones chosen to protect Mr. Fisk tonight. Not that Wilson Fisk ever needed protection, of course. The silence was broken by Joaquin Gutierrez, who slammed his fist against the table. "That's another one of my shipments taken. I swear that I end up losing more crystal than I sell. La Policia then confiscates it. I thought we paid them." "It's those vigilantes," responded Mr. Yoshioka. "The police are getting paid enough, but even they can't do anything if they find a warehouse full of poison." "Then pay more," responded Gutierrez. Silvermane coughed. "The ones that aren't paid are the ones too noble to be paid. Kill a few of them, then we'll see how many of them refuse. Plata o plomo, silver or lead. 2 clear choices." "Chiort," came the voice from Gutierrez's, where Vladimir Ranskahov was seated. "My shipment for this month. Gone. All because of those freaks." Wesley turned briefly to see the ghost of a frown appear on Wilson Fisk's face for only a second. Wesley's boss disliked everyone in this meeting, but none more than Gutierrez and Ranshikov, especially the latter. There was one enterprise that the Russians specialized in: human trafficking. The only person willing to stomach that vile trade was Gutierrez. Even Silvermane looked like he had eaten something awful when looking at Ranskahov. "What about you, Fisk?" asked Gutierrez, face distorted into a glare. "The Japanese have been hit, the Chinese have been hit, the Russians, the Irish, I've been hit more than anyone, even fucking Silvermane's been hit, all but you." Wilson Fisk disguised his disgust better than a professional poker man. "I am someone that finds himself with one foot on legal business and the other with you. It took some time and a lot of money, but a well-built infrastructure lasts better than one quickly built. I don't rely on pushing drugs to children or taking people to and from Russia, Mr. Gutierrez." The Mexican laughed. "So, you are telling me to get into a suit, call some lawyers, and get fat? Spare me, Senor Fisk. You are the one that knows the police and the mayor. Is it not a coincidence that you're the only one that isn't suffering? The police, the politicians, and the public will find it easier to ignore accounting errors than methamphetamines on the streets and missing women and children," retorted Wilson Fisk. Before Gutierrez could say any more, Silvermane interjected. "The problem is clear to all of us." The voice was tired and raspy, to be expected from a man so old, and yet Wesley could hear the steel underneath. "These vigilantes, the Spider-Man, the Devil, and the Maelstrom. When these pests are gone, we can go back to normalcy." "Indeed," responded Fisk. "Though, lacking the muscle that you, gentlemen, possess, I'm afraid I can do little to help." "You can, Fisk," growled Silvermane. "Tell your police friends that we need access to their files and records to track down these outlaws and bring them to justice." "The captain that these vigilantes call is one of the untouchable ones," said Fisk, fingering the top of his cane. "George Stacy has no price." Vladimir Ranshikov grinned, showing yellow and chrome teeth. "Every man has a price, even if it's not money. Does this man have a wife? A son? A daughter?" confirmed Silvermane. "Even better," continued Ranshikov. "Fathers always have a soft spot for their daughters." These people were walking on eggshells now, Wesley realized. To talk of kidnapping a police captain's daughter. Had the Russian lost his mind? Both Silvermane and Gutierrez seemed to be warm to the idea. He did not need to see his boss's face to see that Fisk disapproved, as well as Nobu Yoshioka and Madame Gao. Finn Cooley from the Irish mob did not seem to care either way. "I believe that you gentlemen have a plan," said Fisk, standing from his seat. "I will let you plan amongst yourselves. Hopefully you will be able to bring down these troublemakers." The large man stood from his seat and offered his arm to the grateful-looking Madame Gao before leaving with Yoshioka speeding ahead. "You know that the Mexican and the Russian will be following," said Madame Gao in Mandarin. Thankfully, Wesley was able to follow the conversation. I have foreseen this, assured Wilson Fisk while helping her get into the back seat of a black car with tinted windows. Madame Gao smiled. It is necessary to clean the house before the neighborhood, and we have a very dirty house. Of course, said Fisk while closing the door and watching both the Yazuka and Triad delegation speed away through the rain-filled night. Just behind them, the rest of the heads got into their own vehicles, leaving the lonely construction site behind. Before they could get into their own car, however, the Mexican delegation's truck reversed into theirs hard enough to destroy the engine, followed by Gutierrez and his driver getting out with guns. From behind, Wesley heard two more men step outside the darkness. Bowers and Clinton reached for their sidearms, but Wilson Fisk raised his hand. Not so mighty now, pendejo, gloated Gutierrez, holding a revolver directly at Fisk. Bowers and Clinton had been disarmed and forced to kneel on the ground along with Wesley while Wilson Fisk stood calm and defiant. You do realize what you are doing? Questioned Mr. Fisk, taking out a cigar and lighting it, never once losing his cool. You do anything to me and the entire city will come for you. The police, the mayor, everyone. Fuck you. This is my city now, cabron. I will take over from you. Growled Gutierrez, prodding Fisk's stomach with the barrel of his gun. The police will answer to me now. If they do not, I kill them. If this Stacy man does not do as I say, I take his daughter, then I kill him. If the rats that take my crystal do not stop, I kill them. If the mayor does not do as I say, I kill him. You are old news, fat man. House of Cards, whispered Wilson Fisk, taking a long drag of his cigar. New York is not Mexico. You cannot kill everyone against you. There you go with your arrogance again. Where is your giant criminal empire now, I have more men than you. I have more guns than you. Fisk took another drag of his cigar. The funny thing about a house of cards, it's easier to build than most people think. The problem is not building it, the problem is maintaining it. A wrong touch, a soft breeze, a small movement. One of the men holding a suppressed assault rifle stepped back from his two comrades and quickly aimed at their heads, firing 2 shots in the blink of an eye before they both hit the ground, with blood oozing on the pavement. Before Gutierrez could react, Wilson Fisk sent a mighty slug towards his face, revolver falling to the ground. And the house of cards comes tumbling down. Bowers and Clinton stood up wordlessly and retrieved their firearms, quickly surveying the area to see if there were any onlookers. Highly unlikely, Wesley thought. This place had been chosen specifically because few people ever came to this area. That might change once the building was rebuilt into Mr. Fisk's new 5-star hotel, but that project was still 2 years away. I knew you were a rat. I knew you were the one behind those men. Spat Gutierrez once he recovered from the blow. I am not, but they have done a spectacular job at cleaning up your filth, drawled Fisk while taking another drag from his cigar. You had a lot of men, but quality always trumps quantity. Only hire those that you can trust, is that not correct, Wesley? Wesley nodded and then turned towards Clinton, who quickly nodded back before he raised his gun towards the traitor's head and shot him, the body soon joining those he had betrayed. Hey, not willing to pay him. Spat Gutierrez. Hardly, but he betrayed you for money, he would have betrayed me as well. Quality over quantity. You think it's over with me? My brothers will come from Mexico. The entire cartel will be out for you. Thousands will come to avenge me. Any other word was silenced by Wilson Fisk's meaty and powerful fist. Gutierrez fell to the ground but didn't have even the time to get up before being pummeled again. You will not spread your filth in my city again, roared Fisk, punctuating each word with a mighty pummel. The calm man that Wesley knew was gone in an uncontrollable rage. He sighed, it was going to get messy again. The anger stopped after exactly 5 minutes. Where Mr. Gutierrez's face once was, now there was only a red sludge that combined skin, cartilage, muscle, brains, and fragments of bone in a gory pile of mush. Even then, Wilson Fisk glared at the remains before straightening his suit and tie, noticing the stains of blood on them. He took out another cigar and lit it before taking a drag and looking at his watch. Call the restaurant and tell them to push back my reservation, and get in contact with the crew to clean up the trash. Clinton and Bowers had returned with another car and Fisk got inside. Remember that I have dinner with the senator tomorrow. I want no inconveniences. Wesley nodded firmly before taking out his cell phone and allowing himself a quick sigh. He hated when things got messy. Something strange was happening. Naruto knew this, no matter how he tried to hide it from himself, no matter how much he tried to hide it from others. After a while, he started to see a pattern. For one, the strangeness was started some kind of chain reaction that ended with being achingly hard below the belt. The other thing was that he only got this kind of reaction when he saw a pretty girl, and this time more than just the face. It was not just the changes that happened below the belt. It was the way he went warm all across his body, accompanied with a light tingling and an inability to string together coherent thoughts. He really noticed it with that distressed redhead, but immediately after he began noticing it with the females of the mansion. He had been barely able to keep his cool when Kitty slept with him last night. Speaking of Kitty. You totally took that last piece of chicken on purpose, accused the petite brunette, her eyes fixed on Rogue. Rogue did not flinch in the slightest, she was probably used to it now. Didn't. Need to watch my carbs too, and there was plenty more on the table. Oh, yeah right. Pork chops and sausages, I can't eat those. Well, maybe if you did you wouldn't be all skin and bones. Who knows, you might even start to grow in the right places, princess. It had been like this for days now, and instead of it getting better, every fight between Rogue and Kitty was more vocal. A missing book, a misplaced decoration, too much time in the shower, complaints about being too noisy at night. Naruto never ceased to be impressed by the most minimal things that both his teammates would use to start an argument. The only thing he could compare it was Sakura and Ino, but even their arguments never got as far as some of the ones he experienced with Kitty and Rogue. Even then, he knew the reason why both Kunoichi fought, Sasuke, the arrogant Tem. For the life of him, Naruto could not really understand why his two new female teammates fought against each other. To be fair, he never understood why anyone would fight over Sasuke either, but still. What do you think, Naru? Before Kitty had the chance to finish her sentence, Naruto had already flickered the hell out of there. He'd been on the hotspot to pick a side between the two before, and he was not going to go through that again. He kept his distance at school as well, preferring to stick with Kurt and accompany him to get some bacon-covered burger bombs. Naruto bought about a dozen. He'd been using money from the odd jobs he sent one of his clones to work at, and some of the money he'd pocketed from criminals. Not like they're going to be using it in prison. Using his clones to get work had been an idea he'd had for months, until he figured out that it would be hard to get fake identity papers for dozens of people. It'd be costlier than what he'd earn as well. Unfortunately, that meant one clone working part-time. The money was enough for his current lifestyle, but he hoped there would be something more down the line for him. You like these things too? Came a voice that Naruto immediately recognized. Johnny Storm, and this time he didn't have his arm around a girl. Strange to see you without Kitty or Rogue, he said while biting deeply into his burger. Naruto threw a wrapper of one of the finished burgers into the can. Yeah, I've been having a lot of problems. They're not fun when they're fighting all the time. Johnny sighed dramatically. Men will never understand women. We may try to think we're getting close to the answer, fool ourselves that this knowledge will one day be attainable, but then they slam the door in our confused faces and we realize how mistaken we are. Naruto was about to answer with his mouth full, but the mental image of Jean's stern look stopped him, instead agreeing with a grunt. They tell you they want something when they really want you to do another thing. They pretend to not want something, and then they get angry when you don't get it. It's just insane. Johnny almost shouted before quieting down. Don't let the girls hear you say that though. Swallowing what remained of his fifth burger, Naruto nodded. Only time Kitty stops arguing these days is when she sleeps with me. Johnny's reaction was as quick as it was unexpected. His eyes widened like perfectly round saucers, lurching forward and almost spitting out the mouthful of soda in his mouth. Sleeps with you? He asked before laughing nervously. Oh, you mean you sleep on the same room? That's pretty strange for a school to do. Naruto shook his head. No, I have my own room and Kitty likes to sleep with me, she's pretty clingy about it, too. Wait, exclaimed Johnny, furrowing his brows. You're telling me that she has her own room, but still goes to your room to sleep with you? He bit his lip a bit, as if struggling to find words. Do you do anything aside from that? She just clings to me and sleeps. Kitty says she's cold at night, so I'm just being a good friend and helping to warm her up. You moron, sputtered Johnny, looking at Naruto directly. Didn't it cross your mind that she's looking for a different kind of warming up? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I don't know what other kind of warming up I could do. Reed said something about girls being on their time of the month. Why would you listen to Reed Richards talk about women? Questioned Johnny. Naruto could see flames flickering around his body. He's the smartest person in the world, isn't he? Johnny looked like he was about to blow up, becoming as red as when he was literally on fire. Reed is the last person you want to ask about these things. Good lord, he can't get even the hint when Sue is half naked in his office. Why do you think my sister's starting to give up? What's going on then? Listen, two young people in the middle of puberty sleeping together, said Johnny slowly, gaze like a sharp spear and yet looking like he almost wanted to plead with Naruto. I'm putting it as simply as possible. There was that word again. Puberty. The same word that the old man had used, and now Johnny was using it as well. It was like Naruto was the only one out of the loop here. Puberty. What's that? Johnny gulped and sputtered, even got a little flustered before sighing. No, I'm not doing it. Gonna bail out on this one. He erupted into flames and took to the sky, leaving a confused Naruto on the ground. First the geezer and now Johnny. What the hell is this big deal about explaining this puberty crap? He didn't have the chance to ask any of his classmates, but the moment he got back to the mansion, after lunch, course, he immediately asked the two adults he trusted the most in this planet. What's puberty? The silence that followed that question made him hear the machinery of the danger room downstairs. Finally, Logan spit out a bit of his beer as if it had taken several minutes for him to understand what he'd been asked. The professor was still at first, looking equally as stunned before robotically moving his chair away from the room. I think I can leave this to you, Logan. Logan stayed put for a few seconds more, with the same stupefied look on his face before he looked at the door where the professor had left. Wait, Chuck, you are not unloading this on me. He yelled at the rich inanimate wood. Silence reigned again before the older mutant's growl echoed through the room. All right, kid, you don't know anything about how your body works. Don't they teach you this stuff in science class? Well, I know that men and women have different bodies, and when they get together, they have babies, but I don't know how any of that works. Logan sighed at first before looking at the ground, nodding robotically before pacing back and forth across the room. This is gonna be terrible. Where do I start? He muttered before slamming his hands on the table. All right, bub, have you ever felt your little, bub, get a little tense? Yeah, responded Naruto. That's exactly what had been happening for some time now, even before coming here, and it had just been getting worse every day. And am I correct in saying that it happens around women? Naruto nodded back. It only happened around women, or when he was thinking about them, or when Kitty clung to him at night, or when Rogue called him, darlin', or when he saw Aurora in her skin-revealing uniform, or even just catching Jean's scent in passing. It was the oddest thing. Logan dragged his palms over his face. All right, he closed his eyes. God damn you, Chuck. He clenched his teeth so hard Naruto thought he was going to shatter them. See, kids around your age start experiencing changes around their body. Voice deepens, hair grows all over your body, that sort of stuff. A humorous grunt escaped his nostrils. Of course, the thing we guys most notice is that girls stop being gross and annoying and start to become a lot more interesting. Girls had become a lot more interesting. Thinking about it, the main reason he wanted Sakura as his girlfriend was more to compete with Sasuke than anything. More than once he thought both his pink-haired teammate and Ino could be more than a little loud and overbearing. Naruto didn't like that. The women he liked most back in the village were Gaara's sister, Kurenai-sensei, and that crazy snake lady. They also happened to be older. He turned his attention back to Logan, but there was a pregnant silence. The older mutant once again looked like he was struggling to find words. Alright, next stuff gets complicated. So, I think you can see that us guys are different from women. We have something different than them down there. I know, I'm not that dumb. You sure about that, bub? Naruto crossed his arms and looked at the ground. Shut up. Long story short, when puberty hits, guys and girls start to like each other, and not in that innocent friendly way. They really start to like each other. You start to feel a hunger that can't be satisfied with food. Only with sex, that means what's between your legs goes inside what's between a woman's legs. Wouldn't that hurt? Asked Naruto. I mean, it hurts when you're hit down there. I wouldn't want to punch anyone with it. Logan's palm met his face with a loud smack followed by a throaty groan. It's not supposed to hurt if you do it right, either for you or the girls. If you do it right, it's supposed to feel good, really good. A bright bulb of realization twinkled atop Naruto's head. Ah, I get it. That's why the girls and Johnny want to do it, huh? Because it feels good. Logan took a deep breath and released a tired sigh. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Naruto stood there thinking, what else did have questions about? Babies. Something about babies. How does it all relate to making babies? Didn't anyone talk to you about this? Complained Logan, the bags under his eyes getting darker. If you do it with a girl and you release inside her, she may get pregnant, and after 9 months, she has a baby. A pit formed in Naruto's stomach. Wait, so that's what Kitty wants to do with me when she comes to sleep on my bed. He screamed, not realizing what he'd just said until a moment later. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part, grumbled the older mutant. But no, I don't think that's the case. Girls her age will not want sex until you agree to be her boyfriend, that's probably what she wants. Of course, it's not her fault you're as dense as you are, so she's resorting to extreme measures. Naruto grunted at being called dense again. But wait, this doesn't make sense. If she only wants me to be her boyfriend, how is sex involved? Does she eventually want to get a baby? I don't want to be a father just yet. Logan growled. Alright, I'm done with this. Listen, boyfriends and girlfriends like to have sex together for fun. If you have sex, you can get her pregnant, but not necessarily, if you use protection. So, if you want to have sex and don't want a baby, use a condom. He thundered. There. That's it. I'm done. No more talking about sex or puberty anymore. I don't understand, why would Kitty want me to be her boyfriend? Naruto remembered his days back in Konoha, where every girl treated him like he was something nasty stuck between their teeth. I'm not special, girls didn't like me back home. Kid, I've seen girls go for less, a lot less, said Logan, sounding just a tad less frustrated than before. There's some things about you that make you interesting to girls. You're fit, you get good grades, and you always seem to be earning money, so that's a sign of entrepreneurship. Girls like that sort of stuff. Plus, she and Rogue are stuck here most of the time with 2 men old enough to be their grandparents, a guy obsessed with nothing but training, and a brat that's even more annoying than you. Not a difficult decision to make. Naruto left the room to go train, but his thoughts were not on beating virtual enemies. Was it true? Did Kitty really want to be his girlfriend? Was the same thing true about Rogue? This is wrong. I can't do this. He would be gone at some point. No matter the wait, Naruto would return to Konoha one day. Kitty had aspirations, dreams, and goals, all of them on Earth, while his own dreams were far away, and far more dangerous. She wouldn't fit well in his technologically primitive village, nor would she understand their ways. Konoha and America were 2 wholly different places. Naruto would have to say goodbye one day, and that day would be easier if he didn't grow too attached. On the other hand, he liked it here. There was still pressure, sure, but nothing compared to Orochimaru, Akatsuki, or just an enemy shinobi getting the drop on him one day. He'd definitely been sleeping easier. All seemed to be going well, but no. Part of being a shinobi was having the will to reject the temptations of a simple life. Wait a minute. Getting very good grades. Beating Lance, the class idiot. Having girls reaching for his affection. Him rejecting the affection, the Sharingan. Dear, sweet Kami. I'm Sasuke Tem. No. It was nice to know that despite potential millions of potential light years away from the Shinobi Academy, there were still some traditions that were literally universal in every school. From free time to lunch hour, and, as Naruto was currently experiencing, school trips. Not to the top of the majestic Hokage monument or the shinobi training grounds this time. No, this time it was to the tower of one of the richest men in the world. "This is awesome," whooped Kurt as he got out of the bus. This was the first time he'd been to New York. Long was the debate of whether or not Kurt should come to the school trip considering the instability of his image inducer, but going to Stark Tower was something that he would never miss. Naruto looked at the building in front of them. It was tall, taller than every other building around. Probably the tallest building in the city, with the giant Stark logo on the top that he'd seen lighted during the night. Right now, there was a helicopter slashing through the clouds and landing on a helipad. More than likely leaving Tony Stark himself, or at least a higher up of Stark Industries. His gaze returned back to ground level, seeing several other buses unloading students from more schools all around the state. Most of them looked just like those of Bayville High despite coming from different places. In Konoha, there were only a handful of civilian schools and one big shinobi academy, but the differences between the ninja students and the civilian ones were evident to anyone with a workable pair of eyes. "Remember to behave yourselves when you go inside," commanded Professor McCoy, sternly but not bereft of the usual empathy. "Mr. Stark has given us the opportunity to see the future of technology firsthand, and I expect all of you to be on your best behavior." All of the students were soon herded inside the building and given lanyards with the word, "Guest," in large black letters. The sounds of machinery were drowned out by the loud conversations between students. At first, the young students kept to their own school, until one small group of girls went to talk to those of another school and it avalanched from there. He saw Kurt going with a couple of his friends into the crowds while Kitty and Rogue, thankfully not at each other's throats at the moment, were talking to a pretty blonde girl. Having nothing else to do, Naruto took the opportunity of his two female friends not fighting to hang out with them. Naruto waved Kitty before grasping his arm and pulling him towards her new acquaintance. He couldn't help but feel just a little shiver run up his spine. After the talk with Logan, Kitty's touches were not so innocent anymore. Naruto looked at the new girl. Her hair was a lighter blonde compared to his, blue eyes as well, yet paler than his dark shade, and taller than Kitty but shorter than Rogue. "Hello," greeted the girl with a modest smile. "Name's Gwen. Gwen Stacy. Nice to meet you." Stacy. The name passed through his mind. He'd heard it somewhere before, but before he could ponder it any further, he felt Kitty's sandal nudge his ankle. "Naruto Uzumaki," he greeted back, a little sheepish. "Kitty and Rogue told me that you are among the top of your class. Are you going to apply for the Stark Scholarship as well?" asked Gwen. "He is," Kitty answered for him. "And he's gonna get it, too. He can be very smart once the information gets through that thick skull of his, especially with science." Gwen's lips curved into a smile. "You sound exactly like my friend." She looked around nervously. "My friend who is always missing. Sorry about that. Tact is not Peter's forte." Rogue smirked. "Exactly like Naruto then." Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. Figures that the only time Kitty and Rogue would reconcile was when it was time to poke fun at him. "I'm not that bad," he whined. At least he hoped he wasn't. Now that he'd had that talk with Logan, he had been racking his brain overanalyzing everything his female friends said, and he could barely understand them even then. Shikamaru was right, it was all so troublesome. "There he is," sighed Gwen as an awkward-looking guy stumbled over to them. He seemed familiar to Naruto, too familiar. As everyone was distracted, he briefly activated his eyes and saw what he had suspected. "We've been waiting for you, Peter," Gwen chastised the brown-haired student, who seemed a little uncomfortable at being presented with new people, so different from when he donned the Spider-Man suit. Peter Parker, as Naruto learned was his full name, was a very different person when he wasn't fighting criminals. "Sorry about that," apologized Peter as he offered a clumsy hand to Kitty's and Rogue's gloved ones before standing in front of Naruto. Both of them stared at each other intently, both knowing exactly what the other was thinking. They grasped each other's hands tightly and suddenly, for just a brief moment, Peter was not the awkward boy anymore. "I need to go take some pictures for the school paper," said Peter, holding a camera that despite looking a little old, was visibly well kept. Before he had the change to sneak away again, Gwen snatched it. "Oh no, no excuses to not socialize today, mister. I'll take the rest of the pictures for today while you talk to our new friends. Look, I hear Naruto is as interested in chemistry as you are," she said, losing herself in the crowd before Peter could follow her. Kitty smiled at them. "Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on her." She soon left for the crowds as well, with Rogue following her, leaving Naruto and Peter all alone. They stood side by side, neither speaking for several minutes, watching as the students chattered loudly. "Ninja dude. Spider Kid. How did you know it was me?" demanded Peter, turning towards him aggressively. "I made sure to hide everything." "You can't hide your chakra signature," responded Naruto. "How else do you think I've been able to detect criminals even when they're inside a building?" He looked at Peter's worried face. "I think only I can do it, so calm down, Spider Kid. By the way, how did you know it was me? I told you, that outfit isn't going to hide anything. Plus, you're still a loudmouth when you're not fighting crime. I try to change my attitude between Peter Parker and Spider-Man." Naruto crossed his arms and pouted his face away. "My outfit, so cool. Spent days making it, better than wearing a spandex suit," he mumbled to himself. "Anyways, does she know?" he asked, finally turning to see Peter, just in time to catch his ears warming up. "Gee Gwen, no, nobody knows, except you, I guess." Peter turned his eyes towards Kitty and Rogue. "Did they know?" Naruto shook his head. "I haven't told anyone, though I have to be careful that they don't find me sneaking away at night." Last time, he swore that he felt Jean's telepathic presence before he jumped out the window. Right now, the blonde was more worried by the potential of his teammates discovering his identity. Especially with Kitty becoming used to sleeping with him, he had tried discouraging her as much as possible recently, but even so, he wanted to go back to those nights. Sometimes, Naruto wished he'd never asked Logan what puberty was. "Your face is getting red," deadpanned Peter while looking at a display of one of Stark Industries' World War II weapons. Naruto shook his head. "It's getting hot these days," he retorted way too quickly. There was a long pause. "So, you like chemistry?" asked Peter. "Yeah, Professor McCoy is the best. Though he doesn't want me to make stuff up that will blow up, that's boring." Another long pause. "I have a bit of a personal project." "Well, too, actually. Are you good with electronics?" he asked, this time in a lower voice in spite of the drowning chatter of the hall. "Do you want me to help you with something?" offered Naruto, lowering his voice as well. Peter breathed out his nose. "Well, now we know who we really are. I've been needing some aid with things that will help us out at night." He smirked arrogantly. "To be honest, I thought you were too much of a blockhead to be of any help with things that require advanced thinking." "What makes you say that?" accused Naruto. "Well, you always jump into trouble without thinking, boast loudly at our enemies, and have a knack for destroying the environment you fight in. Not exactly the kind of stuff a smart person would do. You just need to appreciate the flair. What's the use of being a hero if you can't show it off?" retorted Naruto, thinking back on when he defeated Neji at the Chunin exams. "I mean, helping people is the main thing, I know, but you might as well take the rest of the perks, right?" Peter did not seem to agree. "Look, just don't let the fame get to your head, alright? We're not doing this for profit. I tried that once, I won't do it again." Naruto shrugged. "Alright then, when do you want to meet up?" "I'm free on Wednesday. Can you meet me at my side job?" "Sure. Where is it?" "Do you know of the Daily Bugle?" Naruto was pretty sure he'd heard it before, then the vision of a red-faced middle-aged man screaming hysterically about masked menaces returned to him. "Isn't that the place that has the jackass with the Hitler mustache?" Jonah Jameson, sighed Peter. "Yep, he's my boss, unfortunately. Merciless penny pincher as well, but I can't keep a full-time job and be Spider-Man at the same time. I just send one of my clones to do some chores around while I train and study," admitted Naruto, smirking as he patted his pocket to feel Gamma-chan, fat and prosperous, just as it should be. The screeching sound of speakers quieted the room. At the center of the hall, behind a podium, there was a man, tall, dark-haired, and with a pencil mustache. Tony Stark looked just as impressive in person as he did on television, and just as in television, all eyes were fixed towards him, even from the easily distracted students. "Ah, the youth of America. What a wonderful sight to see. His voice was captivating, and made Naruto feel at ease despite his shinobi training to never do so. I hope you all feel wait a second. He pried the microphone from its stand. Hey, Happy. Ditch the podium next time, can you bud? I feel like a blasted politician. I'm not that much of a monster, just ask the ladies. The hall exploded in laughter. Naruto even saw Professor McCoy hide his mouth with a large hand. Tony Stark walked across platform before sitting on the edge. Sorry kids, I'm a little tired. You can sit down as well, we're not going to sing the national anthem and my clients are not the military anymore, he joked, and most of the students sat down on the floor. Both Naruto and Peter continued to stand. To be young again. I can still remember being your age, full of possibilities and with my whole life ahead of me. There are so many choices to make that it sometimes feels overwhelming. Even as an adult we change our minds, like I did recently. He stopped for a moment, the whole hall in a pregnant silence. Now, I obviously don't think all of you will be interested in doing what we do here at Stark Industries, but if I can help a few confused minds find their passion, then organizing this trip is more than worth it. The multibillionaire took another moment to survey the captive audience. 1 month from now, many of you will be taking part in the scholarship program I have offered. My intention is for the most dedicated of you to cultivate your talents to their fullest, in a way that helps America and the world. I wish the best luck to all of you, and perhaps I will see you in these very halls soon enough. The silence was shattered by loud clapping, even from Naruto himself. The dark-haired man dropped his serious side with a roguish smirk. Well, enough now. Better start the tour before I put you all to sleep. Have fun, kids. The students clapped again until Tony Stark left the platform, returning to excited chatter as several guides appeared to herd them into the displays. Naruto and Peter went back to their own groups, not before sharing contacts. The tour itself was a showcase of Stark Industries throughout the years, from humble beginnings in Howard Stark's shed to an explosion of business during World War II, working in conjunction with the government during the Cold War. The new era under Tony Stark's leadership and the promised new direction of focusing on new technology for the benefit of civilian purposes, abandoning its origins as manufacturers of weapons for the military. The next part of the tour was more interesting, with windows showing what the engineers were currently working on. Everyone looked on excitedly at the new technology hardware division, with the guides telling them that in a few years they might see phones without the need for buttons, only screens. The one that interested Naruto the most was the project that was researching into alternative energy, capable of powering whole cities with little to no pollution. Kitty had pulled out a bright pink digital camera and was busy snapping shots when the guide allowed her to smile. She chirped each time she aimed the camera at Naruto. Even so, she looked towards the displays with interest, especially those that had electronics. Rogue was distant, as always, having been one of the only ones on the mansion, aside from Scott, that had expressed that she currently didn't have an interest in going to college. Naruto knew she was smart and had good grades, but he could understand. If it had not been for Jean, Aurora, and Kitty constantly persuading him to plan for college, he wouldn't be bothering. By the end of the tour they were in the food court area of the building, which was adjacent to the gift shop. Meals had already been covered by Tony Stark's generosity, but any additional expenses were up to the students themselves. Naruto found himself seated with Kitty and Rogue again, accompanied by Gwen and Peter. I like the home technology part, said Gwen. I'm thinking of studying electronic engineering. Kitty nodded her head. So am I. I just hope I don't build a murderous AI at some point. That's just in the movies, argued Gwen. I don't think anyone responsible would forget to program non-aggression in an AI. Most people ain't responsible, interrupted Rogue. Especially not privileged people with an ego. Naruto could already feel the beginnings of a new argument, and he had recently discovered the best way to defuse a situation between Kitty and Rogue was to leave for a few minutes and return when they were back to normal. I'm going to the bathroom, he lied, already walking away. He traveled to the gift shop. Jean had been visibly upset that her year would not be able to go Stark Industries, even if she didn't show it. Last year the host had been Oscorp, which both Jean and Scott claimed was underwhelming by comparison. He passed a hand through his pocket, feeling the thickness of the wallet. Well, I got money to spare, he whispered to himself before entering. The objects on offer ranged from cards to placards, from bracelets to necklaces, and on the more expensive end, from cell phones to laptops. Naruto didn't know where to start, nor what to get for each of them. Last time, Rogue was the one helping him, now, he had no one. Around him, the blonde saw several students from different schools perusing more than buying, unless he saw the group of girls that surrounded a petite, auburn-haired girl holding an expensive-looking piece of jewelry. Are you really going to buy it, Janet? It costs $1,000. Exclaimed one of the girls, her face distorted into a mockery of horror. $1,000. You're right, I'm not going to buy it, declared the auburn-haired girl named Janet. She was around Kitty's height, with the same proportions. After returning the item to its place, the petite student grabbed the one at its side. This one costs $2,000. She giggled while going to the counter with a black credit card. Rich people, came a new voice behind him, they don't know the true value of things, do they? Naruto turned around and used every bit of his willpower to stop his jaw from dropping when he saw the pretty redhead in front of him. Girls with red hair, what is it about them? Pretty. What was he thinking? This girl was gorgeous. He thought back to Jean and the woman in the alley, but this one had more cheer to her in those green eyes. Why yeah, he stuttered in agreement, turning around before she managed to see his heating face. Damn hormones. Damn them to deepest depths of hell, you know her? He asked, looking at Janet. He wasn't really interested, even if the petite girl was very pretty as well, but he was reaching for anything that would prevent him from becoming a blubbering mess. Janet Van Dyne. Her father's a rich scientist, just like the illustrious Tony Stark, though admittedly not as loaded. She grinned, showing pearly white teeth. Her smile was as beautiful as the rest of her. And you are? Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself, calmer now, enough to don the best poker face he could. He would still lose in a real game right about now. Naruto offered his hand, and she took it. Her touch was warm and soft. Mary Jane Watson, she responded, her smile turning into a dangerous smirk. The redhead looked through the items with little interest. So, what are you doing, Naruto? There was something in the way she said his name that made his heart beat just a little faster. Naruto, that's not a name I've heard before. Foreign exchange. From Japan, lied Naruto. Hopefully nobody asked him questions about it, because he'd never gone there. Well, if everyone from Japan is like you, then I'll have to take a trip sometime. Naruto tugged at his collar. Ah, I'm sort of a special case since my mother was Swedish. It was the best lie the professor had invented to explain his hair and eye color. I want to buy something for my friends, but I can't really decide. Well, what are they like? He thought about it for a moment. Kitty likes cute things. Rogue likes, not cute things. Aurora likes nature, and Jean likes a lot of things. All girls, noted Mary Jane. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a nervous chuckle. Well, I have guy friends but I didn't think to buy them anything. You have your priorities straight. Mary Jane looked at the various items. Trust me when I say that you don't want to get more expensive things for one and less expensive for another. It has to be in the same price range. She stopped near a few necklaces. How about these? The necklaces looked nice, not very expensive, but also not too cheap. You're very good at this, said Naruto. Good to know I'll have at least one client when I become a fashion designer, joked Mary Jane while Naruto picked a pink one for Kitty, a green one for Rogue, white for Aurora, and gold for Jean. He noticed her eyeing a black one with interest. What about you? He asked while holding the 4 chosen ones. He grabbed the one she'd been eyeing earlier. This one would look good on you. Now it was her turn to seem a little flustered. I can't. Naruto didn't even think for a second before blurting, I'll buy it for you. Good Kami. Was it the curse of men to lose their senses when in the presence of women? She held her hands up. No, I was only helping. I'm not asking for anything in return. You were a big help, and you're really nice. Back home, girls never treated me as good as you. Please, let me buy this. She resisted for just a bit more before finally accepting. You're sweet, teased Mary Jane after he paid for the 5 necklaces. Girls love a thoughtful man, you know. She looked outside to see several girls calling at her. I got to go now, Naruto, she played with his name before waving goodbye. He stood there waving back, looking as the beautiful redhead returned to her friends, laughing all the way through the crowds until she disappeared. Finally, the spell was lifted. Shaking his head, Naruto walked back to where his friends were sitting, with Kitty and Rogue thankfully not yelling at each other. "Where've you been? We've been waiting forever," asked Kitty while eyeing the small plastic bag. "Gwen has been telling us all about the most recent hardware developments." "There was a line," lied Naruto before taking his seat, but before he even had the chance to settle in properly, something kickstarted his shinobi senses. Something was just wrong. The blonde glanced suddenly at Peter, who looked just as disturbed as he before time stopped. A booming explosion sent shockwaves throughout the building, along with the terrified screams of the students. "Oh my god, is it another airplane?" screamed one of the students. Thankfully, it was not, but it did not change the urgency in Naruto's eyes as he saw black-clad armed men rush inside from every exit point, firing warning shots in the air. Gwen immediately went down under the table while both Kitty and Rogue got up and tried to find an exit. He quickly met eyes with Peter and both of them nodded. In the chaos and confusion, Naruto grabbed his ally and flickered out of there. Both were transported to one of the display rooms they'd seen earlier. "Gah, who the hell are they?" Naruto asked loudly. "I'm gonna kick their ass." "Quiet, you doofus. They'll hear us," whispered Peter as he started take off his clothes, revealing his Spider-Man costume. "You wear your costume under your clothes?" asked Naruto. How had he not seen this? "Better for springing into action at any time," responded Peter while grabbing his gloves and mask from his pocket. "What about you? Where's your outfit?" Naruto sighed. "I guess I'll just have to fight like this, the whole school will know now." "That's what happens for not planning ahead, ninja dude." Once Peter put the outfit on, he was back to the guy Naruto knew. "What about that?" he asked, pointing at the display of the last era of Stark weapons. There was a uniform, black as night with armor that would protect vital organs and a full face mask, goggles covering the eyes. "Yes!" exclaimed Naruto, fire burning in his eyes. He immediately undressed the mannequin and started to place it on himself. It would have been a tight fit for a grown man, so it was just a little baggy on Naruto, though not much. His growth spurt had made sure he was growing taller than most teenagers. "Let's show them who they're messing with." A barely visible puff of smoke heralded the arrival of Maelstrom and Spider-Man to one of the balconies overseeing the food court. With a quick look, the blonde saw the men had herded the students and teachers into the center of the room, with snipers on other balconies watching closely that no one would step out of line. They were all wearing earpieces for communications but did not use them for small talk. After activating his Sharingan, Naruto detected signatures on the roof and others going room to room, office to office. These men were not like the thugs they were used to dealing with, they were professionals. He sighed in relief when he detected Kitty and Rogue hiding in one of the rooms, using their powers to move from place to place as armed men searched for any escapees. "Smart girls," congratulated Naruto. Kurt was also hidden in one of the rooms, but like Kitty and Rogue, refrained from attacking. "Janet!" The scream came from below, where Naruto quickly saw that one of the men, holding a photograph, had grabbed Janet Van Dyne by the arm. A professor tried to intervene but was knocked out with the butt of a rifle while Janet was pulled away with two other female students. One had long black hair and the other platinum blonde, along with a male one with brown hair. Janet Van Dyne, Jessica Drew, Felicia Hardy, Harry Osborn. Spider-Man quickly identified all of them. Their parents are either top-level scientists or super wealthy, or both. They've done their homework. "Do you know who these assholes are?" asked Naruto. Spider-Man shook his head. "Never seen them. They don't look like your run-of-the-mill goons. See that thing?" He pointed to a tall device erected in the middle of the building. "Communications jammer. That's top-grade military equipment. We can't rush this one. Let me think for a moment, I think I have a PLA." He was interrupted by a loud crash coming from the ceiling, pieces of glass raining down along with a metal mass of red and gold armor, rock music blaring from speakers he couldn't see. The thing landed with a massive thud, and Naruto, what looked like a man clad in armor, kneeling down as everyone, even the armed men, looked flabbergasted at the sight. After a pregnant silence, the armored man stood up, pointed his palms at two of the guards aiming their rifles at hostages, and fired twin beams of light that sent their targets flying across the hall. "Or not," cursed Spider-Man before swinging into action, making a beeline for where Naruto had seen Gwen among the hostages. "Ah, I'm the last one to make an entrance," moaned Naruto as he and his clones descended on the snipers that were firing at the moving armor, their bullets ricocheting harmlessly when they hit the gold and red iron. It was not as easy as thugs, however. While his clones managed to knock out a couple of the snipers, most of them were able to recover quickly and shoot his clones to dispel them, or even subdue them in hand-to-hand combat. True professionals. The rifles were soon aimed at Naruto, probably getting the hint that shooting the armor was useless. Naruto summoned more and more clones, watching in fascination at how quickly they were dispelled, until he felt a sharp jab on his chest that knocked the wind out of him. The blonde flickered out of there with a grunt and inspected the wound. It had hit the armor. No wound. Still hurt like hell. Just as he was about to stand up again, he gazed upon the cold barrel of a black rifle pointed at his head. There was no pity in the eyes of the man as the finger started to squeeze the trigger. The acrid smell of sulfur saved him, or rather, what it brought. Kurt had discarded his image inducer, revealing the dark blue mutant, Nightcrawler, underneath the disguise. The German pounced on top of the enemy before disappearing with another puff of odorous dark smoke, appearing again 3 stories high before dropping his foe. A crude method, but one that was effective and left many broken bones. Naruto's eyes flashed red and saw Nightcrawler doing the same for some of the enemies in the rooftop, while the signatures of Kitty and Rogue were also fighting as a team on the upper floors. At the center of the room, Spider-Man jumped high into the air, aiming at the rifles that were pointed at him, then shooting long webs and pulling the weapons to himself, disarming his foes. The suit of armor, it was doing all sorts of stuff, from flying, shooting beams, as well as all sorts of hidden weapons. Finally, his eye landed on something that had escaped everyone. A select squad of the gunmen were leaving the building, forcing the 4 students that had seen separated earlier into the back of an armored van before leaving with 4 armored cars. Naruto stood up, clenching his fists and tearing off the goggles, not willing to look back at his friends lest he stray from his target. "I'll leave this to you, my friends." Steeling himself for a jump, he launched himself towards the moving convoy. "We can't just sit here and do nothing," Kitty almost shouted, both at herself and at Rogue. "Are you crazy? Those guys are carrying rifles. This ain't no simulation," whispered Rogue, her ear planted to one of the doors, hearing for footsteps. As soon as she heard the explosion, Kitty had to admit that she panicked and ran away, thinking only of herself. When she regained some of her senses, she turned back to see Gwen, Naruto, and Peter gone. She imagined that Naruto had flickered away someplace safe, but when she tried to find her other 2 friends they were nowhere in sight. Only Rogue, who had followed her. Before one of the armed men looked at her, Kitty had grabbed her taller friend and phased through the floor, going down several stories, trying since then to evade capture. "I know, but we have to do something." Kitty looked outside her window. Seeing Naruto fighting side by side with Spider-Man confirmed something she'd long suspected. Naruto, and Maelstrom, they were one and the same. Kitty had known something was wrong when she saw Naruto's bed empty at night. His clones were not as permanent as he would like to suspect, and every day that the news published something about Maelstrom, she couldn't help to compare the hero's moves to her friend. Kitty should probably be more disturbed than she actually was, but honestly, it was kind of hot that the guy she was pining for was just as noble as she thought he was, fighting against crime for the good of the common man and all that. But the sight made her feel inadequate, lacking. Sure, there was a part of every girl that still fantasized about a handsome guy saving her from the bad guys, carrying her like a princess, and kissing her in the moonlight, but this was reality. Naruto had other people to save right now, and she could be doing more. Kitty had powers too. She couldn't shoot lasers out of her eyes or summon lightning or even move things with her mind. But it had to count for something, right? The petite mutant looked back at Rogue. We have to help. Naruto's down there, fighting. Fighting while we're sitting here like 2 useless deadweights." Rogue glared back. "We are useless deadweights. No amount of facin' will beat one of those guys, princess, and I'll get spotted before I manage to get close enough to touch one of them. We ain't strong. Our powers are more of a curse than a gift, no matter what the professor might tell us." Her words were like daggers. Kitty didn't need anyone to tell her that her mutation would never be as powerful as Jean's or Aurora's. She already knew that, yet there had to be something she could do. "I know I probably won't do much on my own, but together." "Have you lost your mind? I ain't going back out there," retorted Rogue. Kitty shook her head. I won't be able to look at Naruto in the eye if I just stay here like a coward." "Is that what this is about?" accused Rogue, green eyes glaring. "Is this all about impressing Naruto so that he looks at you the way he looks at Jean? Get your ass out of your privileged fantasyland, princess. This is reality." Now it was Kitty's turn to glare. "How dare you? You think that who I like is everything about me? That's all you middle-upper-class girls think about, isn't it? Sheltered little fantasies. You don't even care about him, do you? You're just doing what other privileged little girls do and getting a boyfriend 'cause that's what you're supposed to do. Well, I ain't letting you drag me to my death for your vanity." "Don't you assume what I am," responded Kitty, her body feeling like somebody has set a fire in it. I'm tired of being told that I'll do good next time, tired of being underestimated, tired of feeling useless, I'm tired of being weak." She stood up, walking to the door next to Rogue, not before turning one last time. "Tired of wallowing in self-pity because of a curse that doesn't exist." Kitty walked out of the dark room, feeling bigger than her 5 feet in height as she marched forwards, until she heard footsteps trailing behind her. "Wait," called Rogue, pacing swiftly to catch up. "I think I may be losing my mind, but I'm coming with you." Kitty smirked. "Nice to know I can have my backup." "Backup, please. You ain't gonna be hurting no one in those fancy sandals. What'd they cost, anyway?" Kitty looked at their feet before smirking wider. "A lot less than those kill me boots, I bet." Their laughter was cut short by another set of heavy footsteps. Kitty froze for just a moment, feeling her heart start to hammer blood into her ears as the sounds got closer and closer. She was brought back by Rogue's hand on her shoulder, enough to phase both of them through a wall and into a room, barely managing to see the business end of a black rifle. "The database should be on the highest floor," said a voice on an enemy radio. "Has Stark been located?" "Negative, Commander Zemo. We believed he may have fled the building." A long silence followed. "Unfortunate, but the priority is still the database. That should be more valuable than Stark himself. We already have all of the other secondary targets. If you are caught, you know what to do." "Understood, Commander Zemo. You two, stay down here and search for Stark." Kitty could not see them, but she heard most of them walking away to the next floor while some were left to check around. She grabbed Rogue again as soon as she heard footsteps coming close again and phased them through a wall just in time to avoid one, right in front of the other. The man started to raise his rifle towards her, but Rogue was faster, grabbing his meaty neck with an uncovered hand until he went limp on the ground. "Quick," whispered Rogue, and soon they both advanced right behind where they'd heard the voices, not before taking the beaten foe's intercom to listen in. "All right, I don't know who these guys are, but I totally don't think it'd be cool if they got a hold of Stark technology," said Kitty once they were at a safe distance. "Yeah," agreed Rogue before they saw another one leaving a room. She sprinted forward and delivered the same treatment. "Here," she said, throwing a dagger at Kitty. The brown-eyed mutant looked at the weapon, too big for her hand and unbelievably sharp. She'd never handled a weapon before and she doubted that she'd be any good with it. On the other hand, it wasn't like she was staying in her comfort zone today. Kitty huffed as she went on climbing stairs. Thankfully her dancing classes had paid off, as she doubted that she could have exerted herself as much if her physical prowess had remained the same as in her old school. Her muscles screamed less, and her breath betrayed her less than before, but it was not what kept her going. Determination was. Determination to not fail anyone ever again, determination to become stronger than before. There were security measures to stop them, but Kitty could have laughed at how easy it was to bypass them by just phasing through. Had she not grown up with her mother's stern moral education, she briefly wondered if Shadowcat could have grown up to become the greatest burglar that America had ever seen. Finally, when there were no more stairs to climb, Kitty allowed herself a minute to breathe. Rogue sat down as well as sweat poured from their foreheads, mouths dry as they panted for air. "We have to keep going," sighed Rogue. "We're almost there." Kitty nodded, filling her lungs with air. "We have to be careful." "Ah no. Come on." Her arm gave Kitty strength, enough to continue forward through sterile white halls. "Start to download the database," Kitty heard from the intercom. "Connect to the network so Central Command can get it immediately." "Ah, here 3, whispered Rogue, looking at the closed door where their enemies lay waiting. "Ah, think I can take one of 'em. Maybe you can take another, and that leaves one." "Yeah," sighed Kitty, fear pulsing through her veins. "If anything goes wrong, stay close to me. I think I can phase us out." "I'm right behind you." Rogue grabbed Kitty's hand with her gloved fingers, their eyes met once, nodding to one another before they wordlessly started to advance, step by step, walking uncertainly at first before speeding towards a full sprint towards the door. Rogue had been right, there were 3 of them. One of them was handling a computer that was connected to the database, downloading files one by one, the other 2 were keeping guard, but only one was looking at the door. Rogue immediately pounced on the man before the rifle was raised, using moves that Kitty wasn't sure they had come from. The second one turned around, but Kitty was already advancing at him. She heard shots, but they passed through her harmlessly, just as the man himself when she phased through him to appear behind his back. "What?" he cursed while turning around to meet Kitty's fist. It hurt. It hurt like hell. Her knuckles were not offered any protection as they landed against the man's nose, she even felt some of them popping. And yet none of that came close to replacing Kitty's satisfaction as she heard the bastard's nose crack and his body fall to the ground, where he received a stomping courtesy of the bottom of her sandal. Kitty turned around to see the remaining man, pointing a gun and firing, only for it to jam. She didn't allow herself the time to thank God for her luck. Her sight was fixed on the computer, which was in the process of transferring all the files. "I have to destroy it." Kitty launched herself at the laptop, fully intent on smashing it with just her bare hands, but her foe saw her movement, placing himself in front of her, forcing her to phase, her hand passing through the computer, and to her surprise, the screen went completely black. "No!" screamed the man as he reached for the malfunctioning computer. "What did you do?" "Oh wow, I didn't know I could do that," laughed Kitty, completely spent until she saw the man looming atop. She was so tired she that couldn't phase anymore. "You little bitch." His fingers curled around Kitty's slender throat, hoisting her in the air. "Do you know what you've done?" Kitty grit her teeth, her sight getting blurry as she tried to get some air inside, but the hand was too tight, and gripping tighter and tighter with each passing second, like a snake coiling itself around her neck until it snapped like a twig. She tried to struggle, kicking her feet around and grabbing the fingers with her own hands, useless. Her arms fell to the side, cold steel near her waist. With the last remaining bit of strength, her hand grabbed the knife and jammed it in the brute's arm with as much force as her exhausted body could muster. The man screamed bloody murder and let go of Kitty, who immediately gasped in all the air she could while she crashed to the floor, coughing her lungs out as they were filled with fresh oxygen. The slender mutant attempted to get up, but every part of her body burned in protest, helplessly staring as the masked gunman rose up, removed the knife with a sickening squelch and aimed it at her. "Hail, hail HYD. Get away from her." A cracking noise thundered across the room as Rogue swung a metal pipe at the back of the man's head and he fell down like a sack of potatoes. "Kitty, Kitty," screamed the taller mutant, pushing the man off from Kitty's body. Rogue's touch was warm and tender, 2 words that Kitty never would have thought would apply to her usually distant and cold roommate, yet that is exactly how it felt as she was carried out of the room, her eyes barely catching any detail until she felt herself being laid on a comfortable bed. "Answer me, Kitty, please, answer me." "Rogue." She heard Rogue sigh in relief. "Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, I'm here." "Rogue." Kitty closed her eyes and formed a goofy smile. "You didn't call me, princess." She giggled despite the burning agony on her lungs. Her friend chuckled in return before she also collapsed next to her. "Where are we?" Kitty finally asked, opening her eyes to see that wherever she was, looked expensive. "Tony Stark's room." "Are you sure?" Rogue groaned. Who else on this world would have a heart-shaped bed? Both erupted into laughter. Even through the pain they laughed and laughed until Kitty felt tears roll down her cheeks. Rogue. Yeah. Kitty moved her tired fingers until she found Rogue's gloved hand and held it as tightly as her body would allow. No matter what happens, with school, with the mansion, with Naruto, can you promise that we'll still be friends? She wished she could touch her hand, she truly wished she could, maybe one day it could happen, just so she could see her smile. Rogue was silent for only a few seconds before she returned the gentle grip. All right. With a smile, Kitty felt her body give out. I'm not weak anymore, Naruto, Rogue, I will never be weak anymore. Chasing after an enemy was different in a giant city like New York than in a forest. For one, in the forest it'd be easier to jump from one tree branch to the next. One could even jump before seeing the next platform. That was not the case in Manhattan, where the next building might be over 100 meters taller than the last, and the street lamps could break under his weight. Still, Naruto did his best to travel in this glass and metal forest, going after the escaping vehicles. It wasn't hard at first. Apparently, they wanted to keep appearances and followed the traffic rules, stopping at red lights, keeping to the speed limit. That changed once Naruto was spotted. Suddenly, the vehicle at the back opened its roof and an armed man stood from it, aiming his weapon at the blonde. The rest of the convoy sped up then, not caring about the screaming civilians looking for cover. Damn it, they're gonna shoot someone at this rate. Naruto ran towards the rooftops, his eyes activated to follow his target. Thankfully, they stopped shooting. Naruto studied his enemy. He couldn't chase them normally or they'd start to shoot, and in a city that was this crowded, someone would almost certainly get shot. I have to hit them where they don't expect. That meant the lead SUV, more interested in paving the way forward than stopping pursuers. The blonde jumped, flickered, and ran all the way to where the front vehicle was about to turn on an intersection, and 10 dropped 10 stories down hard on hood, obliterating the engine and almost splitting the entire front out, like a knife through butter. Naruto flickered before the kidnappers got out, and looked on from the rooftop as the following vehicle continued to pave the way. Now, the front vehicle was also pointing its weapons around, searching for him. The red eyes were more useful every day, even for predicting the movement of machines. He foresaw the path of the last vehicle, there was a manhole cover right underneath. Come on, Naruto used his mind to remove the cover at the last second, trapping the front wheel inside the hole and leaving it useless. Once again, the 3 remaining cars just went on, leaving the disabled SUV behind. A violent rush of wind interrupted Naruto's planning. His red eyes met a helicopter moving towards the convoy while armored police cars rushed to intercept. The Jinchuriki saw the van separate from its guards, who stayed behind to engage in a shootout with the police. Now's my chance. The armored van crossed the street next to a building site, speeding away through the unusually empty street. It was the perfect place. Naruto landed at the end of the street, eyes set on the vehicle thundering towards him. Raising his hands, he concentrated until his head screamed at him and his eyes grew blurry, but they still managed to see the target stumbling from side to side as if driven by a drunkard, steadily losing control until it turned towards the unfinished skyscraper, crashing against a concrete pillar. Naruto marched forward, never once taking his eyes off his objective even as the driver opened the door to collapse on the floor, bleeding. From the other side, another man emerged, shorter but far more composed, almost as if getting out for a red carpet despite the odd purple mask on his face. He didn't even pay attention to Naruto, walking slowly to where his comrade lay on the floor. Baron Zemo, groaned the driver, only to be immediately silenced by a gunshot to the head. Useless, spat the hooded man with a German accent thicker than Kurt's. He turned around to meet Naruto with cold blue eyes. Interesting, you are one of the mutants, no? A chill went from Naruto's toes all the way to the back of his neck. How do you know? Growled Zemo, pistol rising to be aimed at the telepath. Boy, do you even know who you're dealing with? Somebody's that about to get their ass handed to them. Responded Naruto, red eyes seeing the trigger being pulled just in time for him to dodge, bullet after bullet blowing past him until the telltale clicking sound of an empty gun reverberated through the desolate air. Very interesting, repeated Zemo as he tossed the useless weapon away, after which he reached for his holster to retrieve another gun, so odd that it looked as if it would be right at home in a corny 50s sci-fi movie. Naruto charged before the gun could be fired, hardening his fist like a rock as it met the hooded man's chest. It was tough as a steel. He didn't even see the man flinch. Seeing an arm trying to grab him, Naruto jumped back and summoned several clones, getting ready to evade another bullet from the strange gun. It was not a bullet that came out of the barrel, however, but a loud screeching sound that wailed all the way to Naruto. Agony exploded through the blonde's body, barely able to hear the sound of his clones vanishing out of existence. He fell down to one knee and grit his teeth, trying to will some movement out of himself. No good. When the screeching stopped, he raised his head only to see a massive hand grabbing at his throat. Naruto's air supply was cut off as he was raised to the air and thrown back down to the ground. He spit out blood, grasping the hand that was now dislodging from him neck, which gave Naruto enough air to prepare for a fist to smash against his face, again, and again, and again, and again until he couldn't register pain anymore. Such a shame, growled Zemo as he grabbed Naruto's shirt to launch him towards a pillar. I can only imagine the great things I could have learned from one of your kind. No matter, there will be others. Naruto's back exploded with pain when it collided against the hard concrete, his attempts to get up foiled by a heavy boot crashing against his chest, so overwhelming that the telepath was sure it would crush him, only for it to withdraw, and slam against the side of his head. Stars flew across his eyes, even in the darkness when Naruto closed his eyes. He raised a hand to bring it to his wounded head, a boot got to it first and it was forced back into the ground. Figures. All talk, and no bite. I will enjoy dissecting your body. I wonder what sorts of mysteries you have hidden. Naruto heard the hooded man ask. The blonde opened his eyes again to see the tip of the gun aimed at him. Any last words? Gritting his teeth, Naruto whispered a barely audible word. Katsu. The explosive seal he'd placed on Zemo lit up like a candle, and a hissing sound heralded the explosion and the scream. Naruto saw the arm, still holding the gun, fall down on the dirt beside him while the hooded man nursed the bloody stump. Get up, get up, get up. Naruto used all his strength, standing up straight and summoning a clone. The familiar swell of chakra on his hand made him smile despite the pain. It was bigger, much bigger than any other he'd made before. Good. He charged at the man, the blue ball of chakra slamming against his chest and sending Zemo crashing against a wall, the force so strong it broke the concrete. Naruto limped towards his wounded opponent, kneeling down to grab him by front of his shirt. I told you I'd kick your ass, you lost. Zemo let out a weak, maniacal laugh, its cold sound echoing through the ruins until what sounded like gurgling blood behind the mask made him stop. Lost. He let out one last chuckle before growling. No, not lost, we are but the first. The first of many. He grabbed a device that looked like a detonator and pressed it. Naruto heard an electric shock coming from Zemo's chest. What do you mean? Demanded Naruto, seeing Zemo's life leave his body. With his last dying breath, Zemo managed to croak out, cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. With that, the body lay still, as lifeless as the concrete around him. Naruto stood there for a moment, looking at the dead body in complete silence. These men were not just criminals looking for a paycheck, they were something more. How the hell did they know about mutants? Why had they attacked Tony Stark? What were they after? Why had they taken those students? The students. Naruto turned towards the reason for his pursuit. The armored van was still there, crashed against one of the pillars. Despite the pain, the blonde dragged his feet towards the back of the vehicle, where he heard a few voices. He grabbed the handle and, using all of his remaining strength, he pulled until he felt it crack open. 4 pair of eyes fixed on him through the darkness. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They were all right. Janet and Harry were both visibly scared, while the platinum blonde Felicia Hardy looked at him with curiosity. Jessica, her face was stone cold and she was the first to step out of the truck. Thank you, said Felicia as soon as she got out, looking away from the dead body of the driver. Yeah, agreed Janet. Who are you? Are you really the Maelstrom? The blaring of sirens interrupted any more talk. Naruto turned around to see officers brandishing military rifles and reporters holding cameras in equal number. Helicopters flew above and more cars and vans flooded in the building site. "Step away from the hostages and put your hands in the air," commanded a distorted voice from the speakers. "No," begged Janet, holding his arm. "You have it all wrong. He saved us." Wordlessly, he disentangled his arm from Janet. She and Kitty would probably be good friends, he thought. Just as the guns lowered, he made a quick hand seal and flickered out of there and onto a nearby roof. Naruto took one last look as the 4 students were taken in by paramedics before jumping away tiredly, eyes set on Stark Tower. He was halfway there when he heard something barreling towards him. The armor from before landed with a loud thud in front of Naruto, immediately putting him in the defensive. Jumping back on the roof of the building, he summoned a clone to prepare a Rasengan, but to his surprise, the armor actually talked. "Whoa, take it easy there, champ." The red and gold moving armor put his hands in front of him in a pacifying gesture. "I'm on your side." "Who are you?" The armor began to move animatedly, like a real person instead of a robot. "You know, I've been thinking the same thing myself. How about, Armored Genius?" "Nah, Metal Machine. Great name for a rock band, I know." "Iron Man. Yeah, that sounds about right." "You like Iron Man." "I like Iron Man. Great song, too." He rested his metal body in a nearby wall. "What about you? You're the Maelstrom, right?" "I am," responded Naruto, letting his guard down a little yet ready to spring to action at any moment. "What do you want?" "Well, I guess I should say that I don't take kindly to stealing." Naruto looked at his outfit. "I'm gonna give it back as soon as I return. I'm not a thief." "Ah, I'm just pulling your leg. It looks good on you, a little baggy, but I think I can make one just for you. Maybe even improve it a little." "Who are you?" Naruto asked again. "Really? Who are you?" "I'd ask that same thing. Who are you?" Neither of them said anything, standing there as if daring the other one to act first. "Fine," said Iron Man. "You win." The mask area of the suit lifted and Naruto had to blink a few times to convince himself that his eyes were not playing a trick on him, for Tony Stark's face stared back at him. "Your turn." Naruto hesitated for a moment, looking around to see if any cameras had followed him, before gingerly taking off the mask. "You're just a kid," said Tony Stark in a low voice. "No, I'm not," retorted Naruto, blue eyes sharpened to a glare. No, you're not," agreed Tony. "Listen, kid, I know better than to give you a pep talk about not doing what you're doing, but I was young once, I didn't exactly listen to my elders back then either. So, I think the best way forward is to at least help you." He handed Naruto a card. Not one of the generic ones a business would offer, this was handwritten with a cell phone number. Naruto looked at the number carefully. "And what if I don't need your help?" Taking a rich man's help. It felt like cheating. "Keep it for an emergency, then. Besides, I owe you and your friends." The mask fitted itself once again and the robotic voice returned. "I'll see you back at the tower." "My friends," exclaimed Naruto. "Are they all right?" "A little battered and bruised, but they'll be fine." He laughed, sounding a bit like static with the mask on. "Hey, if you won't take my money, I can at least lend you my bed for a couple of hours." The city is still shocked by the brazen attack on Stark Tower earlier today. The former weapons manufacturer was hosting a school trip when a group of unidentified gunmen stormed inside the facility with the intention of taking important hostages, including the son of Norman Osborn from rival company Oscorp. Authorities further mentioned the appearance of the masked vigilantes, Spider-Man and Maelstrom, along with what is described as a flying suit of armor. One of these vigilantes was caught on camera. Naruto watched the television as it played a recording of him hitting Zemo with a Rasengan and consequently standing in front of the 4 students before disappearing. Alongside him stood everyone: the professor, Logan, Jean, Aurora, Scott, Kurt, Kitty, and Rogue. The authorities were unable to capture any of the suspects as they all suffered from cardiac arrest at the same time, leaving investigators without any further leads. Joining us now is the editor of the Daily Bugle, Mr. Jameson. Logan turned off the television before any more could be said. "Could everyone step out of the room, please?" asked the professor. "Not you, Naruto," he added mentally. "I'm not going to apologize," said Naruto once everyone else was gone. I'm doing what I should be doing with my powers. The professor shook his head. I will not ask you for an apology. I won't even say that you were wrong. I am only here to urge you to exercise caution. You should know better by now than to attempt to fool me, Naruto. He'd known all this time. The irresponsible part of me says I should be proud that my student is using his power for good, but it also worries me if something were to happen to you. You are my responsibility. I'm cautious. I'm always careful and I wear a costume, argued Naruto. And I'm doing good. Look at how much crime has gone down since I started. I know, which is why I'm letting you continue. After all, you seem to be getting better with your powers when you exercise them practically rather than theoretically. That is all for tonight, Naruto. The school is canceling classes for a few days for all of you to recover. Hey, I'm already feeling good as new. Indeed, Naruto's wounds had pretty much healed completely by now. Before he left the room, he turned back to see the two adults. Professor, when I was fighting that man, he knew about mutants. The professor's eyes widened. How did he know? He didn't say anything. He racked his brain for any missing details. Wait, there was this one thing he said before he died. What is it? Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. The professor did not respond, but Logan's eyes went sharp and breathed in deeply. Are you sure he said that? Asked the claw-wielding mutant. I think so. What does it mean? Logan shook his head. Nothing. Mixed it up with something else. The professor stroked his chin slowly. Thank you for telling us this, Naruto. You had better go to bed, now. It wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. A gentle order, but an order nonetheless. Things seemed to have changed so much in just a few hours. As Naruto walked back to his room, he noticed Kurt being silent for once, a stark contrast to the unbelievable change in Kitty and Rogue. They were not fighting, but actually laughing together. Kitty and Rogue, getting along like they've been friends for years. I told you, Mom. I'm all right. Kitty was talking on the phone, nursing her bandaged right arm. Yes, Mom. Like I said, I used my powers immediately to get outside the tower and wait until it all blew over. I was never in any danger. She winked at Rogue, who did her best to suppress a giggle. I'm doing great here, learning so much. I have a lot more opportunities than back home. A sigh. Yes, Mom, I'll go home for Passover. Yeah, love you too, bye. Naruto smiled, seeing his two friends finally reconciled, remembering his first fight alongside Sasuke. Near-death experiences could change a lot in people. The smile disappeared when he entered his room to see Jean sitting on his bed, arms crossed. Alongside the redhead was Aurora, though she looked a lot less mad. I guess this explains why you're always so tired when I come wake you up, sighed Jean. He expected her to be angrier. Why didn't you tell us? The blonde looked at her green eyes. You'd be worried. Of course, I'm worried. She yelled with a cracked voice. You're always running in to be the hero. Why don't you think about yourself for just a second? Why don't you think about us? I don't care about being hurt, responded Naruto. But I do care about you being hurt. You and other people. I do what I do so those that can't fight don't have to be worried. I'm not like you, Jean, I'm a shinobi. I've been hurt worse than today, a lot worse. Jean stood up, eyes closed as she walked to him. Please don't get hurt. Do it for me, please. I'll try. Jean gave him a sweet hug before she left. That wasn't so bad, he had expected her to be yelling at him for hours. Naruto turned his attention to Aurora. Are you mad at me, too? She shook her head. I knew you were different the moment I saw you, I just didn't realize how noble you were. You continue to surprise me every day, in a good way. I just do what I do. That's what makes you noble. Naruto sat down next to her, looking at the ground. I think I killed a man today. Didn't pull the trigger myself, but I might as well have. Was he a bad man? He nodded. Aurora's hand held his. It must be done sometimes, not all the time. Life is sacred and when killing is the solution to everything, we become no better than monsters. She tightened her grip. You are not a monster. I know that. Naruto let out a breath. Thank you. Fishing underneath his pillow, he pulled out the necklaces he bought. He'd been surprised with himself that they'd survived the chaos. I got this for you, matches your hair, he stuttered, handing her the white one. She took it with a modest smile. It's beautiful. Aurora immediately tried it on. Does it look good? Of course, she looked good. Aurora always looked beautiful, especially when she smiled. Naruto nodded, looking down to also hand her the gold one. Can you give this one to Jean? I think she's too mad at me right now. Aurora shook her head. That is for you to give to her. Jean is not mad at you, Naruto, she's worried. You may not think it, but she really cares about you. I care for you as well, and we don't want to see you get hurt anymore. She gave him a hug before leaving him alone. Laying down on his bed, Naruto thought about how it had gone. Could have been a lot worse, and now he didn't need to worry about getting caught leaving the mansion at night. He was still allowed to be Maelstrom, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that things would change, especially now that he'd face something bigger than before. Things are going to get harder. He thought of his friends, not of the ones from Konoha but the ones he had made here. He was going to protect them, and he would have to get stronger. It was time to meet the old man again. It was cold, wet, and dark, in an unknown area that felt so real to all her senses, yet in others like a dream, a figment of her imagination made physical. Jean groaned, it was going to be one of those nights. Who was it that she had ended up with today? Aurora. No, her friend's mind was filled with trees big and small, with flowers beautiful and deadly, and with green landscapes. Also, no way in hell would she have a room this small in her mind. Was it Scott's? No. His was always rigid and uniform, with momentary lapses into organized destruction. His mind was even more suffocating than the one Jean was currently in. Rogues. No, she liked dark things right now, but her mind was filled with more than just herself, carrying the thoughts of the people she'd absorbed. Kitties. Absolutely not. Jean found a door handle in the dark, pushing it open with force thanks to the water that reached her shins and was rewarded with dim lights. The construction of the place reminded her of old industry, the type her grandfather had pictures of, with rows upon rows of identical doors lining up the hallway. She tried her luck with one of them, but it was locked. Walking through the watery floor, she tried handle after handle, sighing as one finally opened. Darkness, but also something more. A voice, feminine and cruel. Monster. It yelled. Demon. Yelled another, filled with hate. Jean closed it, unwilling to hear more. She continued down the halls, trying for other doors. Most she could not open, but a couple did. Know your place, dead last. Came a voice from the darkness. No more doors, Jean told herself, choosing to walk through the hallways, wiggling her toes every once in a while, in an attempt to heat them up in the cold water. That became less important when the water felt warmer as she continued her trek. Warmer and warmer until her green eyes met with a gigantic gate, like a prison for giants. Suddenly, a deep and menacing growl reached Jean's ears. She turned back to see the hall again, expecting a large wolf or bear, but there was nothing. Another soon came, stronger than the last and so powerful that it made her stomach drop. Almost hesitating, Jean turned around again to see behind her. On the other side of the gate, she saw them, twin crimson eyes filled with rage, almost as big as her and 5 times as wide. The beast growled deeper, every note carrying hate and promises of despair as it inched closer and closer to the edge of its prison. She saw bared fangs next, each the size of a child and razor sharp. Each step sent a wave through the water, and it made the place tremble. The last thing Jean saw was a giant orange paw, brandishing its massive claws like spears, aiming it directly at her. She closed her eyes, waiting for demise. Cold air entered Jean's lungs as she sat up with a lightning speed. She looked at the darkness around her, managing to see enough familiar decorations to let her know she was back in her bed. The redhead looked down at her trembling hands and her sweat-drenched shirt, closing her green orbs again to calm herself. Breathing in through her nose and out through her mouth, willing herself to forget the image she'd seen just seconds before. What in God's name was that?